Our country is diverse and rich in culture. Even so, we all share many things in common. Our love for food, sports, and aspirations for the future. Our future. Whether it is for a lifestyle, place of belonging, legacy, or enjoying our golden years in comfort. We all find our ways of getting there, such as setting aside what we have today, every day for tomorrow that will surely come. There are many paths that can take you there, one of which is through investing in unit trust and private retirement schemes. The landscape of investments is always changing, which brings about new challenges. It is imperative for FIMM to be at the forefront of change, to harness its potential guided by regulation and the development of the industries with thought leadership. Recognized by the Securities Commission Malaysia, FIMM regulates the marketing and distribution of unit trust and private retirement schemes. FIMM is also responsible for ensuring that all consultants are qualified to market and distribute unit trust and private retirement schemes. These consultants must also be registered with FIMM. Investors are advised to ensure their consultants have a valid registration status. If you have a query or a complaint to make, please contact us. FIMM will look into the matter. If there is a case to be made, FIMM will investigate it thoroughly and take the necessary action. Not least of all, an important aspect of FIMM is to educate the public and create awareness in unit trust and private retirement schemes. So, what is FIMM for? Should you decide to invest in unit trust and private retirement schemes, FIMM is here to provide investor protection and promote the integrity of the industry. For your future, for your peace of mind. Our country is diverse and rich in culture. Even so, we all share many things in common. Our love for food, sports, and aspirations for the future. Our future. Whether it is for a lifestyle, place of belonging, legacy, or enjoying our golden years in comfort, we all find our ways of getting there, such as setting aside what we have today, every day for tomorrow that will surely come. There are many paths that can take you there, one of which is through investing in unit trust and private retirement schemes. The landscape of investments is always changing, which brings about new challenges. It is imperative for FIMM to be at the forefront of change, to harness its potential guided by regulation and the development of the industries with thought leadership. Recognized by the Securities Commission Malaysia, FIMM regulates the marketing and distribution of unit trust and private retirement schemes. FIMM is also responsible for ensuring that all consultants are qualified to market and distribute unit trust and private retirement schemes. These consultants must also be registered with FIMM. Investors are advised to ensure their consultants have a valid registration status. If you have a query or a complaint to make, please contact us. FIMM will look into the matter. If there is a case to be made,
If you're still outside of the hall, we'd like to invite you to please come in, take your seats. Please ensure that your mobile phones are on the silent mode so that there'll be no interruptions later on. So just get settled down, settled in, and we will begin shortly. Thank you.
country is diverse and rich in culture. Even so, we all share many things in common. Our love for food, sports,
Market of Securities Commission Malaysia. Yang Berusaha Mr. Muhammad Rizal Muhammad Sharif, Chairman of Federation of Investment Managers Malaysia FIMM, Board of Directors of FIMM. Yang Berusaha Mr. Kalion Leong, Chief Executive Officer of FIMM. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sejahtera and a very good morning. On behalf of the organizer, ladies and gentlemen, despite the weather, the rainy weather this morning, welcome to FIMM Annual Convention 2025. I hope everyone's eager to see what's in store for today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, FIMAC is FIMM's flagship event where unit trust and private retirement scheme consultants, members of the investment management industry, and the public get together to share, learn, and discuss impactful topics across the entire funds management industry. And this year's theme, Navigating the Future, shines on the unit trust industry's journey through change, innovation, and growth. As market dynamics continue to evolve, this year's convention brings together key voices to address pressing developments, strategic insights, and emerging trends that are reshaping the way we engage with investors and deliver value. Now, to relay this message further and to reiterate the key objectives, please join us in welcoming Mr. Muhammad Rizal Muhammad Sharif, Chairman of...
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang Berusaha Puan Sharifatul Haniza Said Ali, Executive Director, Islamic Capital Market Securities Commission Malaysia, fellow FIMM directors, Encik Kalion, CEO of FIMM, Dr. Rosliza, Senior GM, and the management of FIMM, esteemed speakers, moderators, including representatives from the Securities Commission Malaysia, EPF, and our core stakeholders, unit trust consultants and distributors. Ladies and gentlemen, globally, rising tariffs and shifting trade policies are creating uncertainties, affecting investments, supply chain, and the cost of living. Navigating this environment calls for adaptability and strategic foresight. Artificial intelligence is no longer a distant idea. It's already transforming how we work, how we run businesses, and make decisions. At home, tax and subsidy reforms are reshaping consumption, savings, and investment behavior. In the same way, the nation's plan for long-term stability amidst global shifts, Malaysians must also plan for their financial future in the face of economic challenges and social realities. This means not only building wealth during working years, but also managing it wisely in retirement to ensure lasting security. These themes, global uncertainty, technology transformation, economic reforms, and retirement planning, will be discussed today, offering insights and guidance for industry players and investors alike. By the end of 2024, the net asset value of unit trusts and private retirement schemes have reached an all-time high of 540 billion ringgit, the highest since the industry began in 1993. This year, the momentum continues. As of July 2025, the combined NAV of unit trusts and PRS funds have climbed to nearly 565 billion ringgit. This steady growth year after year is a clear sign of the resilience of our industry, the trust of investors, and the commitment of consultants and distributors who bring financial solutions to Malaysians every day. According to SC's 2024 annual report, unit trust funds remains the largest component of Malaysia's collective investment schemes, a strong reminder of the central role this industry plays in household financial planning and the broader capital markets. And behind these achievements is our greatest strength, our people. As of August this year, we have nearly 63,000 registered consultants, comprising of over 60,000 serving as unit trust consultants and nearly 29,000 as PRS consultants. We are talking about a nationwide network of dedicated professionals touching lives in every corner of Malaysia, guiding families, individuals, and communities towards financial security. But with such reach also comes responsibility. Consultants are not merely sales agents. You are entrusted educators, motivators, and enablers of financial well-being. Every action you take builds or erodes trust. Unit trust consultants play a vital role in the investment cycle. You are the bridge between fund managers and investors, translating complex market information into practical, meaningful advice. A well-trained consultant not only understands products, but also market developments, risk profiles, and long-term financial goals. In a rapidly evolving landscape shaped by technology and shifting investor expectations, continuous learning is no longer optional. It is essential. When consultants are knowledgeable and up-to-date, they can provide sound guidance that helps investors stay the course through market fluctuations and make informed decisions aligned with their aspirations. In this way, consultants are not just distributors of funds, but trusted advisors who strengthen investor confidence and ensure sustainability of the entire ecosystem. That is why FIMM places strong emphasis on governance and discipline. Safeguarding standards is not about protecting investors, is not only about protecting investors, but also about protecting the integrity of the consultants themselves. As of the 30th of June 2025, there were 115 complaints. And between 2023 and June 2025, the Disciplinary Committee of FIMM sanctioned 178 consultants for misconduct such as falsification of academic certificates, parking sales arrangements between consultants, and cases involving cash acceptance or misappropriation of money of 18 cases. While these instances represent only a fraction of the industry, they serve as reminders of the vigilance required to uphold professionalism and the reputation of the unit trust and private retirement scheme industry. The SC has developed an SRI framework, a step-by-step guide to help consultants build confidence in promoting and marketing SRI funds effectively. Consultants play a vital role in translating complex SRI concepts into clear, relatable terms, helping investors make informed and value-aligned decisions. With younger and more informed investors showing growing interest in responsible investing, consultants must be ready to engage meaningfully on environmental, social, and governance considerations. Those equipped with SRI knowledge can stand out in a competitive advisory landscape by demonstrating thought leadership and integrity. In doing so, they help position their firms and the industry as trusted partners in building a more responsible financial ecosystem. The investors you serve depend on your integrity and duty of care, and it is this trust that upholds you to the highest standards of conduct expected of the industry that you represent. Aligned with this year's convention focuses on navigating the future, bringing together key voices of industry to address pressing developments, strategic insights, and emerging trends that are reshaping how we engage with investments and deliver value. We will connect the dots between challenges and opportunities, exploring rising issues, product marketing, the power of social media, the growing role of artificial intelligence in fund management, and the future of investors' needs. Whether you are just starting out or looking to refine your advisory approach, FEMAC offers timely perspectives to equip consultants to guide clients with confidence and investors to make informed decisions. In recent years, our industry has weathered many challenges, and once again we find ourselves facing the winds of change. FIMM has always stood at the forefront as a representative of this industry, safeguarding the interests of members, distributors, consultants, and investors alike. Yet despite our best efforts, change is inevitable. They are not the result of inaction, but rather part of the necessary step we must endure to secure the sustainability and progress of the industry. In this spirit, and as a gesture of appreciation, it is our earnest hope that consultants will also feel the value of their contributions. Later today, right after lunch, when everyone should be in a good mood, we will be introducing the Consultants Benefit Program. This initiative is designed to give back to consultants and acknowledge the support they continue to provide to investors across the country. For this year's program, we start with market outlook, and we go on through the many other topics that will be discussed today. We have many panelists from the industry that can decipher these important topics that we will discuss. During the intervals, we would encourage you to take some time to visit the exhibition booths. It is a great opportunity to connect with our affiliates, members, and sponsors, and to discover more about the contributions they bring to this industry. And for those of you who are here with us in person, we've added a little extra to end the day on a high note. Towards the close of the program, you'll have the chance to win prizes through some light and easy quizzes, a fun and rewarding way to round off the convention. May the odds and the answers always be in your favor. On behalf of FIMM, we would like to thank the Securities Commission Malaysia, EPF, as well as our sponsors, Kenanga Investors, Eastspring Investments, FIMOS, Hong Leong Asset Management, the Malaysian Financial Planning Council, Phillip Capital, Private Pension Administrators, Public Mutual, Perfect 10, and TA investment. Your support has made this convention possible, and your partnership continues to strengthen and add value to our industry. We also extend our heartfelt appreciation to our stakeholders, affiliates, members, distributors, consultants, and of course, all of you who are joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, both here in the hall as well as those joining us online, we are glad you are here with us today. We hope that you will see this and more of such conventions, not just as a platform to exchange knowledge, build connections, and explore fresh perspectives, that it will also help you build connections going forward for the industry. May today's discussion not only provide clarity and insight, but also inspire each of us to play our part in shaping a stronger financial future for all Malaysians. A convention with purpose and with promise. Welcome to FIMAC 2025. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Muhammad Rizal for sharing your welcoming words. Thank you. Your insights remind us of the importance of trust, professionalism, and continuous growth in the investment management industry. We appreciate your guidance and also leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, and now to deliver the keynote speech with distinct pleasure, we now invite to the stage Yang Berusaha Puan Sharifatul Hanizah Said Ali, Executive Director.
Yang Berusaha Encik Muhammad Rizal Muhammad Sharif, Chairman of FIM. Yang Berusaha Mr. Kalyon Leong, CEO of FIM. Board of Directors and the management of FIM, distinguished speakers, and participants of FIMAC here and virtually. Very good morning, everyone. Let me begin by recording my appreciation to the organizers, the Federation of Investment Managers Malaysia, FIM, for once again inviting the Securities Commission Malaysia to deliver the keynote address at this year's annual conference. This year's theme, Navigating the Future, resonates strongly with global developments as it brings together practitioners, thought leaders, and policymakers to discuss emerging trends and explore how our industry can continue to meet the evolving needs of investors. This morning, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring to the conversation key rising themes, topics such as broadening retail participation to reinforcing governance and investor protection. As stakeholders in this ecosystem, we are now constantly faced with growing realization that Malaysia is evolving into a more knowledge-based and aging society. It is with this awareness that the fund management industry must work towards building on this foundation, outcomes and initiatives that can mobilize household savings, drive long-term wealth creation, and in turn advance the nation's economic and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look to the future, it is important to understand the landscape we are building upon. There is no denying the strategic importance of the fund management industry. It is anchored by a sizable pool of professionally managed assets, supports a wide spectrum of investor segments, and provides diverse channels for Malaysians to participate in the capital market. From institutional investors to retailers, from first-time investors to retirees, this industry has become deeply interwoven into the nation's financial fabric. Within the overall assets under management, since 2015, we have grown by more than 1.5 times, reaching 1.1 trillion ringgit as at July 2025. It's also interesting to note that is underscoring Malaysia's global leadership in Sharia-compliant fund management and its role as an international Islamic finance hub. The Islamic or Sharia-compliant segment also continues to rise in tandem. And notably, the Islamic's assets under management reached 261.25 billion ringgit, accounting for nearly 24% of the total AUM. But let me add, that steady growth has not been measured in size alone, ladies and gentlemen. The industry has evolved. It's become more sophisticated. It's now offering a broader suite of products. You have conventional and Islamic CIS to wholesale funds with alternative strategies, REITs, ETFs, and private retirement schemes. This evolution also underscores its growing strategic importance and relevance. Today, more than 18 million unique individuals are invested in Malaysia's fund management industry, the majority of whom are 14 million unit holders of ASNB funds, making it one of the most direct and inclusive avenues for household wealth accumulation. Within this broader landscape, sustainable and Islamic-based product propositions continue to also be a key growth engine and differentiator for Malaysia. When we introduced the SRI fund category in Waqaf Fund Framework, it is good to note now that not only expanded the industry's value proposition, it enabled integration of ESG and social finance into investment offerings. Since the launch of both frameworks have seen encouraging traction. We have 74 SRI funds, 7 Waqaf funds, including 1 Waqaf ETF, now available in the market, continue to underscore growing interest in products that combine financial returns with positive social impact. Ladies and gentlemen, in Malaysia, for many, especially first-time investors, their entry into the capital market is through a unit trust consultant. From a regulator's perspective, therefore, it is non-negotiable for the industry to uphold trust, prioritize investor interests, and support fair outcomes for all. The industry evolves, so growth must now be measured not only by scale, but by quality. The quality of the service, the suitability of products, and the clarity of advice. Therefore, the focus is not only building enduring relationships grounded in trust, but also expanding reach. But other than that, it's also not just accumulating assets and product pushing. It is that building of a relationship grounded in trust. So with this shift comes a higher standard of responsibility. Upholding professionalism and ethics, no longer optional, is fundamental to sustaining investor confidence. The duty rests not only with fund managers and distributors, IUTAs or QTAs, but also with the consultants who engage investors daily and guide your decisions. Where responsibility is entrusted, as the chairman said just now, accountability must follow. The Securities Commission maintains a firm stance. There cannot be any compromise when it comes to protecting investors. Instead of instances of misrepresentation or misconduct erodes public confidence and they undermine the credibility of the entire ecosystem. Where trust has been breached, SC has acted decisively and will continue to do so to uphold the market integrity and safeguard investor interests. Nevertheless, lasting trust cannot be merely legislated or enforced. It must be earned, embedded. Regulation can set the floor, but culture sets the tone. Industry must collectively foster an environment where doing the right thing is instinctive. It's embedded in one's DNA, and where every investor interaction reflects the highest ethical standards. In this endeavor, leadership is the compass. Boards, CEOs, senior management must cultivate the culture of high integrity by modeling integrity, rewarding responsible conduct, and embedding ethics into our day-to-day practice. True professionalism is sustained not by penalties, but by purpose, a shared belief that trust is our industry's most valuable asset. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may be aware, a key tenet of investor empowerment is transparency, particularly in relation to fees and charges. As this remains critical, our focus and conversations must resolve and extend to how investors are actually performing and whether they are on track to achieve their goals. True transparency is not about what investors pay, but what they also gain in outcomes and desired objectives. Through the process of investing their hard-earned capital, can they get there? And to truly serve investors, industry must also work to provide clear, personalized insights. How are your portfolios performing? Not just to put your and train your attention to producing fund-level reports or benchmark comparisons. Performance statements should tell a meaningful story of each investor's journey, reflecting their contribution patterns, timing, and net results after fees. When investors can see how their choices translate into outcomes, they are then better equipped to make informed adjustments and stay on track towards their goals. Findings from a 2025 closed SE survey of unlisted unit trust schemes and discretionary mandates across the Malaysian fund management industry reveal that while a majority of investors have achieved positive returns over time, a meaningful segment continues to experience weaker or negative outcomes. This is highlighting the importance of providing investor-specific performance insights. Consultants must be enabled and be empowered to identify underperformance early, address root causes, guide clients towards corrective actions where needed. Consultants, therefore, have a pivotal role to play in active performance monitoring. This means regularly engaging with clients to review outcomes, interpret drivers of return, and recalibrate strategies when necessary, all while ensuring alignment with the investor's risk profile and long-term objectives. Proactive engagement turns data into dialogue and can reinforce the consultant's value as a trusted partner in the investment journey. It is for this purpose that all consultants must be committed to meaningful professional development, continually upgrading your knowledge and skills to ensure that you are equipped to meet the evolving needs and expectations of your clients. So as we continue, ladies and gentlemen, our efforts to strengthen the Malaysia's capital market, inclusivity must remain a priority. We must ensure every Malaysian, regardless of background, location, or financial means, have the opportunity to participate meaningfully in long-term wealth creation. For inclusivity to be meaningful, we must recognize the diverse realities of investors. Many are held back not by interests, but by barriers such as cost, complexity, or lack of guidance. So addressing these gaps is essential to help more Malaysians be able to take part in long-term wealth creation. And to achieve this, we must design pathways that are simpler, fairer, and more responsive with transparent information, fit-for-purpose products, and supportive advice that helps investors build confidence and stay invested over time. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the key pathways to demonstration of meaningful participation is ensuring that investors are not only able to access opportunities, but make informed and purposeful choices. This is especially evident among younger investors. They increasingly want investments to reflect not only financial goals, but able to manifest what will mirror their values. Insights from the Institute for Capital Market Research show that over 70% of millennials and Gen Z investors want to invest in products that promote sustainability and good causes. And this is a fundamental shift in expectations. Returns are measured not only by performance, but by impact and purpose. In 2017, some of you may recall, the SE introduced the guidelines on sustainable and responsible investments to facilitate access to qualified SRI funds by licensed fund managers. That made us one of the first in the region to establish national standards for sustainable funds. And we built on that leadership. We were subsequently entrusted by the ASEAN Capital Markets Forum to spearhead the development of the ASEAN Sustainable and Responsible Fund Standards. And following that transformative shift to catalyze that sustainability agenda, Malaysia's SRI fund segment has grown significantly. It has expanded nearly tenfold the last 4 years, from 1.46 billion ringgit to 14.44 billion ringgit in net asset value. And as at 31st December last year, there were 75 funds qualified as SRI funds and 30 wholesale funds with a total NAV of 14.44 billion. Notably, 40% of these funds were Islamic SRI funds. And this momentum continues this year. Total SRI funds NAV has just surpassed the 15 billion mark as at end of August. So against this backdrop, consultants play a transformative acting role as the bridge between investor intent and investor action. You help your clients navigate the growing range of sustainable and responsible investment options. You can ensure their portfolios reflect both financial aspirations and their personal values. In doing so, you strengthen your own value proposition in knowing how to serve your clients better, and that will give you a distinct advantage. It is against this backdrop and continued efforts to support this important role, the Securities Commission Malaysia, with support from FIMM, have developed the guide for assessing investors' sustainability preferences for sustainable and responsible investment funds. This guide, ladies and gentlemen, we hope to provide a clear and practical framework. It will help consultants integrate sustainability preferences into your advisory conversations, for you to understand what clients value, to documenting it, and to identifying it. And we recognize that as interest in sustainable investing grows, so too does the complexity of navigating its many dimensions. So rather than leaving you to piece together insights from multiple sources, this guide is placed well for clarity and cohesion, distilling key principles and best practices into one trusted reference. It is designed to build confidence and capability, and it will help you translate investor aspirations into actionable strategies. Hence, I am pleased today to launch the Guide for Assessing Investors' Sustainability Preferences, a key step towards empowering consultants to incorporate SRI considerations as a routine component of advice and to deliver recommendations that are both values-aligned and investor-centric. I would like to take this opportunity to encourage all consultants to use this guide. It is a practical tool to facilitate meaningful conversations, and by doing so, you're not only helping investors align their portfolios to their values, but strengthen the role of the advisory community in shaping a more sustainable and resilient capital market. Let me close by reminding you to stay anchored on three enduring pillars: trust, inclusivity, and future readiness. Trust builds confidence. Inclusivity broadens participation. And future readiness ensures we continue to evolve with the changing needs of investors and the ecosystem. Together, these principles will guide us in shaping a resilient and investor-centric industry. I hear and understand that these themes will be further explored in the sessions ahead, and I encourage you to engage actively. You can discuss how we can harness these innovations, technology, and new strategies to strengthen values and new outcomes. Share insights and take forward ideas that can drive meaningful progress across the industry. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a productive and enriching conference. Look forward to your continued leadership in building a trusted, inclusive, and future-ready fund management industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Puan Sharifatul, for that impactful keynote. We request that you do remain on stage for the next agenda. Thank you for highlighting also the significance of today's conference. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to a key highlight of today's program, which is the official launch of the Guide for Assessing Investors' Sustainability Preferences for Sustainable and Responsible Investment SRI Funds. For this, we'd also like to invite Mr. Muhammad Rizal to join Puan Sharifatul on stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now to signify the launch, on my count of 3, we ask our esteemed dignitaries on stage to kindly put their palm on the screen. Everyone, are you ready? Okay, do count with me. 3, 2, 1.
The world is moving faster than ever. Markets shift, technologies transform, challenges rise. And among these awaits opportunity, a chance to lead, to redefine, to build stronger futures.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, there is also a QR code for you to scan with your phones, which will give you access and a first look at the guide document. In the meantime, may we now have Puan Sharifatul and Mr. Rizal move to the center of the stage for a photo op with a physical copy of the guide. Now, the guide for assessing investors' sustainability preferences for sustainable and responsible investment funds aims to support consultants in navigating the SRI funds landscape to ultimately help their clients align their investment decisions with both financial objectives and sustainability preferences. Thank you once again to Puan Sharifatul and Encik Rizal. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to divert your attention to the screen once again for the FEMAC launch video. Let's have a look.
The world is moving faster than ever. Markets shift, technologies transform, challenges rise. And among these awaits opportunity, a chance to lead, to redefine, to build stronger futures. This is where ideals converge, where vision turns into strategy, where knowledge sparks action. Tomorrow's markets will be shaped by the conversations we have today. Your navigation of the future begins here. This is FEMAC 2025.
FEMAC 2025, I trust we are all eager for the discussions to begin. But before we dive in, here are some pointers to take note of. For those attending today's FEMAC under HRDC grant, please make sure you sign in and out of the attendance list at the registration counter. Participants fulfilling their FIMM, CPD, and SIDC CPE points in this hall must be registered as a proof of sign in and sign out by completing the feedback QR at the end of this event. For online participants, please make sure you are logged in for the entire event today to be eligible for CPD and CPE points. We also have exciting news. As mentioned earlier, all of you stand a chance to win some fabulous prizes lined up today. So would you like to know how you can win them? Would you like to know how you can win some prizes today? Okay, great. All right, for those of you who are present here physically at the event venue, we will have the Lucky Draw Challenge where you will stand a chance to take home prizes worth 250 ringgit to 2,000 ringgit. All you need to do is complete the digital stamp card by visiting all of the exhibitors' booths located outside of this hall. There is a total of 15 participating booths. And once you complete this, you will be in the running to win the Lucky Draw prizes. Second, we will also hold a quiz session scheduled after the 6 sessions conclude. There will be 7 questions pertaining to the panel discussions today, so please do pay attention. The top 10 winners will receive a prize each. So make sure you don't miss any of the sessions and to stay tuned until the end of the conference. For our online viewers, you are not forgotten. We have a leaderboard challenge for those on the virtual platform. All you have to do is be as active as you can by visiting all the virtual booths. You can chat with the exhibitors, you can post questions, and even download the resources. All your actions will be included in the leaderboard scoring. For our online audience, 30 winners will receive online vouchers. With that, we would also like to take the opportunity to thank our sponsors, starting with, please give a hand for Kenanga Investors Berhad as FEMAC's lunch sponsor, East Spring Investments Berhad as FEMAC gift sponsor, and also our booth sponsors, Financial Markets Ombudsman Service, Hong Leong Asset Management, Malaysian Financial Planning Council, Phillip Capital, Private Pension Administrators, Public Mutual, Perfect 10, TA Investment, and finally, our supporting regulator, Securities Commission Malaysia. Please give them all a big round of applause for making FEMAC possible. All right. Now it's time to dive right in with our much anticipated discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the year's end, the first distinguished panel will share expert perspectives on the global economic landscape, investment trends, and market outlook. They will also review the performance of the investment management industry over the past 3 quarters, highlighting key developments that have shaped the year so far. And by the end of the discussion, you'll gain a deeper understanding of year-to-date trends and practical strategies to prepare for the new year. For a discussion titled Market Outlook, Insights from Fund Managers and Analysts, let's get to know who the moderator is before we invite him up to the stage. Mr. Tan Lee Hock is the founding editor and publisher of Asia Asset Management. For the first session, and let's also invite his panelists, Dr. Tan Chong Kay, founder of Firm Asset Management, Sdn Bhd, Mr. Muhammad Reza Abdul Rahman, Director of Research of BIMB Securities, Sdn Bhd, and Dr. Zainal Islan Zainal Abidin, member of the investment panel of Lembaga Tabung Haji. Please give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. All right, without further ado, Mr. Tan Lee Hock, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank FIMM for having me here this morning. I was here last year also at this event, and I'm very pleased to see a very, very good turnout, excellent turnout, in fact, both in this room and folks who are, dialing in from offline, online. Now, we have 3 enlightened speakers today, and we're going to talk a bit about market developments, this year, what has happened, and what may or may not happen next year. And obviously, this year, we have seen quite a few interesting things happening. Last year, we also did, some market forecasts. But what is interesting, I want to say, is that we've seen some markets in Asia that have introduced corporate reforms. In Japan, about 5 years ago, Korea last year. Now, Korea's program is called the Value Up Program. And Singapore also is launching its own initiative to promote better corporate performance in terms of returns to shareholders, better returns on capital, greater transparency, ROI, ROE, and better book value, right? In the case of Korea, I was in Korea last month, and I hosted an event there in Seoul. Last year, Korea was not so good, the market, but having introduced the reform programs, we've seen how the Korean market this year has, I think it's one of the best, if not the best, in Asia. Look at Japan also. Japan was in a doghouse for quite a long time, but the market there has come back up. And in the case of Singapore, you see the markets there is also improving. So I sense that here in Malaysia, obviously, with the regulator is working on the capital market blueprint. And we are obviously, I am obviously looking forward to better outcomes for this market, given the renewed interest. And first of all, the way I like to moderate this session is I like to ask Encik Reza to share with us some of the trends so far to date. Encik Reza, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you again for inviting me here. I'm just gonna not bore you with a lot of things because I have a lot of slides, but I'm just gonna try to cover them in a space of 10 minutes. Anyway, first thing first, the title of the Outlook presentation is A Tale of Hope Amidst Uncertain Times, because there is hope amidst uncertain times that we see the past year and also next year. So I think first and foremost, if you look at what happened this year, it's been a checkered market performance. We have many different developments, and I think the single person that disrupted everything is Mr. Trump. If you look at when they started to talk about reciprocal tariff, the market went down in April, and then as countries negotiated with them, with US, and also slew of positive news coming from our front, And I think we have already seen market going up, but still 0.4% down what it was last year. But then again, if you note, 31st December there's a spike of performance of KSI last year, resulting in the when we compare year on year, year-to-date basis, we are just slightly below. But where we are compared to the other markets, certainly like what our moderator was mentioning, the North Asia market was having a stellar performance. But of course, nevertheless, Kospi was very bad last year. So we up 47.9%. Where we are at number 13, 14, 15, slightly there. I think hopefully we'll be able to close the gap and also see some green shoot at the end of the year. But then again, if you look at where US markets are, tonight, the last night, you just see another record high. Again, despite all the concerns over the impact of the tariff. Bring it back to the, looking at it's actually a tale of two halves, because the first half was disrupted by a lot of geopolitical news. But look at the second half. I think market has really gone up, with the exception of Philippines. We also have started to climb about 7% up for second half of the year. And then that's really wonderful, because I think that's signifying there's hope after all. Bringing it back to local front, year-to-date basis not really that wonderful. CI, despite of this small portion going to the green territory, but look at the sectors. For most part of the year, it's only REITs and construction that see positive trend. But now, as we progress towards the end of the year, plantation has started to come up with the CPO price holding on strong, and utilities, especially after TMB managed to overturn some of the claims by the AGTN that pulls the utilities sectors up a bit. But then this is not so good news, because I think we have seen massive foreign outflow that only see 2 black bars in May 2025 and month to date on October. But then if you look on the right chart, the foreign sharing level has certainly go below 20% to a level of 18.8% in August, and the last data is 18.7% in September. So we hope that moving forward, as the market recovers, we're able to see the foreign sharing coming back here. But I think it's still be a bit challenging for us to reach 20% level in the near future. But then again, if you look at the trading volume has been quite strong, thankfully. The last few months, we have seen the interest of investors coming back, with ADTV also climbing above 3 billion, and also ADTV at about 2.5 billion, which is pretty strong. But the thing is, if you look at the grey bar, the interest of late has been on the bigger market cap stocks, at your average trade price of above 80 cents. But now I think the interest has come back to the small mid cap, and hopefully we'll see a better performance on the small mid cap market moving forward. I think that's all that I have. But before I move on, moving forward, what do we worry about? Politics, unfortunately. Geopolitics will still be there. US-China rivalry will still be a big thing for the next 3 years at least, when Trump is still the president. And of course, we worry about AI because data, right? Data governance and data privacy, that's always a big concern. And of course, next is climate policies and subsidies. And you look at recently, ASEAN, we are the chairman of ASEAN, we try to integrate ASEAN, but then on the other hand, US try to reindustrialize, asking the companies to come back and produce in the US. And also on the domestic front, we have the beginning of the state elections. Sabah was just dissolved this week. We'll see elections soon, and we have Sarawak, Malacca, and also Johor coming soon before our GE in 2 years' time. So that, in aspect, will result in reform policies to be a bit muted because it will be unpopular ahead of the tax. But then, what to expect? US is certainly going to cut rates more, so that will probably be a good thing as a flow of capital coming to country. And of course, global supply chains, the risking from China, will see a big picture where we will see a lot of net increasing of net export numbers coming to our shores. AI digital economy, we are, according to RMK 13, we want to become AI nation by 2030, so that will be quite interesting to come forward. And energy transition is also another thing. We will see LSS 6 next year, and we also have plan to look at nuclear, and then that's a bit exciting because we need to look at nuclear as a source of renewable energy, and then from what we have seen from our side, we visited Sabah, and Sabah said that they plan to have nuclear as part of their energy generation mix by 2040. And domestic priming, that will be largely be a big play this year because we have a document called PICAS 2030, which result in public-private partnership, which result in a lot of construction work related to highways, transport hub, utilities, and including MRT3, right? And of course, next year we'll have Visit Malaysia year 2026. Tourism numbers have been coming on strong. On that will provide a very good base in terms of affirming resilient consumer planning behavior moving forward. So give me too quickly. I'm not going to run through this because I don't just going to take so much time. But these are some of the investment team that we can see all the way from E&E to renewables to data centers, where I've also put the probability of it happening. Because, for example, data center is low medium now because it takes a bit 1 or 2 years for it to be completed. Logistic industrial REIT, financial service center, healthcare and aging. Yesterday we have a launch of the aging blueprint. This aligned with the RMK 13, and last but not least, tourism consumption. So are there risks moving forward? Certainly. For geopolitics, it's always been high risk and will have a high impact, as they've seen this year. And monetary policy volatility will still be there because initially US was only destined to cut 1 time. Now they want to cut 3 times, and with another cut next year. So that will provide volatility in terms of the FX as well. But then again, the rest, I think is pretty much there in terms of probability medium because of the energy is certainly a concern for us. How do we transition to clean energy? And also market liquidity. Will there be incoming of foreign funds coming back to our shores? I think that's all that I have.
Thank you so much, Cik Reza. Now, talking about interest rates, right? US is obviously, like Cik Reza was saying, that they're going to cut rates 1, 2, 3 times. But on the other hand, in Japan, they're going to raise rates, you know. And for the first time, for the longest time I can remember, people are actually looking to invest in Japanese bonds as opposed to Japanese equities. You know, no one talks about Japanese fixed income, but because of the recent change in Japanese policy. And now, obviously, in Japan, you're going to have a female prime minister who's going to shake up the whole country, and that's going to have interesting implications. So I'm wondering, when are we going to also have a female prime minister in this country as a point in time, right? But let's not talk about the future for now, but I wanted to ask Dr. Tan here. Obviously, he needs no introduction. Everybody knows Dr. Tan. I wanted to ask Dr. Tan, so far, Dr. Tan, have you made any money this year or not for your clients and for yourself?
Not losing yet.
Oh, not losing yet. That's a good question. But how do you see the markets this year for yourself, Doctor?
I think, let me briefly go. Let's talk about Malaysia. I think Malaysia is very important. If you look at last year, actually, Malaysia has done very well last year in terms of US dollars. If I'm not mistaken, Malaysia must have ranked top last year. 2024, Malaysia ranked number 1, Singapore number 2, number 3, I think is Vietnam. Year to date, Malaysia is down a bit, but Malaysia is not among the worst. If you look at ASEAN market, among the worst are Thailand and actually Philippines. They were down 2 years in a row in terms of US dollar. In terms of US dollars, although Malaysia, actually Malaysia in terms of US dollars, we are up 4%, you know. Although local currency, we are down maybe 1%. But although maybe, this is a turtle, you know. We may lose at the beginning, but at the ending, we may be still coming up, you know.
4%, Doctor, about 4% in US
4% in terms of US dollars.
What about
local currency -1.
And what about renminbi terms?
I say, so difficult, I don't have a ChatGPT with me, you know. Yeah, I can't be so this thing. But Anyway, Malaysia is not actually doing as. Sometimes when the market is down, it's a good opportunity, you know. Don't always think that, you know, it's down and then you complain a lot, you know. Yeah, just like Malaysia, when Malaysia was down 3 years in a row, certainly last year we topped, you know. So sometimes when the market is bad, you should go in. In fact, in terms of equity, I always recommend people, if you buy or you put in more money when the market is very bad, your chances of winning is much more higher than when you say, wow, the economy is booming and it's going up and wow, year to date, 3 months only, you make so much money. Actually, you most already buy the highest one and lose money. Yeah, so, but analysis is important, which I think the S0, the FIMM role is very important, and recommend people, you analyze, you look into the, you have to increase your knowledge, you have to do your research, you use a bit of your wisdom, then you can win, you know. Because I am now in this is the 50 years I'm in this industry. Yeah?
50.
Yes.
Some people were not even born yet, you know, in the room. No?
The first year I joined as an analyst was with C Corp. That was in 1976. I come in as an analyst, analyzing mining stock, plantation rubber stock, palm oil stock, and all these things. We used to go taking our notebooks and using pencil to write down so that we can erase and change things, you know. But anyway, you look at the entire history, our market is very volatile. And when you put in your money, if you have long-term money, you put in your money when the market is bad, your chances of winning is very high. Take a look at Malaysia when we were down 3 years in a row. Last year we had top performance, you know. And people complain here and there. Why do you care about the whole company? What you care is go and find a company that's growing with low gearing and you think this guy, the management has been around for a long time, can weather through the bad time. And this is the most important. At the end of the day, it's also the price. Now people talk about Sarawak. I just came back from Sarawak yesterday. They have this potential IPO called Insight Analytics. Actually, you take a look, study carefully. They come in at a very reasonable price. That's why it's important, you know. So, okay, sorry, I think I...
No, the regulator is in the room. You cannot give stock tips here. Dato' Islan is a former regulator, right? Dato' Islan, can you share with us your thoughts again? So far, the market developments, before we talk about the future.
Hey, by the way, sorry, I'm just asking them to look into it. I never asked them to buy.
Qualify. Don't buy, don't sell, just look into it. Okay, Dato' Islan. What are your thoughts so far this year?
Well, I think overall, we've seen obviously, you know, the US markets have been sort of overriding a lot of the interests with the record highs on a very regular basis. But if you look at, you know, closer to home, Malaysia and ASEAN, you know, we have quite different type of performances that we've seen, especially if you try to work back over the last few years, like Korea, you know, having some, you know, not so good performance, and now they're performing very well. So I think the point here is, I think the market remains highly volatile, right? Even with some sort of longer-term uptrends over the last few years, there are sort of pockets of volatility in between. And I think this has, you know, thanks to many sort of external factors that have come on. We just talked about this year, as you know, Reza's chart shows, starting from the talks on the tariffs, the imposition of the tariffs, negotiations on the tariffs, created different reactions in the market. And I think this has provided opportunities for investors who are able to then be able to clearly or more, I suppose, closely monitor the announcements. But having said that, I think the markets are also governed by generally two types of investors. I think, Dr. Tan, one are those who are really looking at more long-term, right? As you say, focus on companies that are still undervalued, having good management and all that, and these will still should be able to generate returns over the long term. But there are those who are looking at shorter term plays, and then this is where the risks are higher if you're trying to get into the market with that sort of approach. But having said all this, I think Malaysia, if you zoom in on Malaysia, if you look at the trend, FDIs, for example, first half of the year, 190 billion ringgit in approved FDI, although the net inflows for the first half was not as strong as the last couple of years. But we see that the approved FDIs have remained in the, I think, 330 billion in 2023, 380 billion last year, 190 billion first half of this year, seems to be on track to at least match last year's numbers. So this sets the foundation for maybe more activities on the ground, which will then hopefully translate into better corporate performance and therefore stock market performance as well.
Thank you, Dato' Islan. Now, I wanted to go back to Reza's presentation, talking about the strengthening of the dollar versus the other currencies, and obviously, the weakening of the US dollar and strengthening of the ringgit. Yeah. What are the implications, Reza, in this case, for a stronger ringgit from your point of view as an economist? Yeah.
I think stronger ringgit is good for the country, but on the other hand, it will be a bit of challenging for exporters. They might see higher volumes, but then translated to ringgit, the numbers might not be great. But then again, it's difficult to see where ringgit will end, because suddenly US have been they wanted to probably gonna raise interest rate, the cut interest rate for 50 bips next month, and another 25. So where would ringgit will be? I think in the case of ringgit, I mean, if you look at if the macro numbers are strong and the earnings are good, probably we'll see ringgit strengthening to a bit closer to below 4 for next year. But that also is subject to how the normalization post tariff will be. Because we think that this second half of the year, macro numbers will not be that good, because first half we really see front-loading activities, right? And then this second half of the year, ringgit strengthening. So that will probably hit a bit of macro numbers a bit, as we see net export and trade balance declining. So that will have a slight impact on the GDP. But then moving forward, if once the demand normalizes and the impact, I had a conversation with CEO of Vitrox over a conference yesterday, and he was saying that despite the ringgit strengthening, he can manage it, because whatever that if the appreciation of the ringgit is not drastic, because they all buy in import materials early, and then they produce, right? They do value-added activities, and then they send to the customer. So I think the impact will not be that great, will not be that drastic if the ringgit appreciation is on a gradual scale.
So you think the consensus view would be about 4 ringgit sometime in the next 12 months? Is it what the market is saying, the forecast?
It's quite a range, because I'm seeing about some are as low as 3.9 and then as high as 4.1. So, but of course it will change when more economic data come on board, and also provided that touchwood Trump don't say anything else.
Right. We have seen the strengthening of some of the currencies in ASEAN. For example, the Thai baht has also strengthened, and that actually has impacted on the tourism, sector in Thailand. People are, going to Vietnam, where it's a bit more competitive. But I wanted to get your point of view, Doctor, on how the stronger ringgit is affecting your investments portfolio.
I think the best situation is that ringgit strengthen gradually, not so sharp. If you're so sharp, and then you make your economy very volatile and your stock market also very volatile. But of course, you're an entrepreneur, you run a company. If your ringgit strengthen, you have also keep on thinking about how to sustain your business, how to increase your productivity. So, okay, just give you one hint. Now, at the moment, AI is very hot. But if you see a company, if they're going to use their AI to reduce their cost of production, this strengthening of currency may not hurt this company. So that may be something that you like to look at. A lot of time, you see, let's just go out a bit. What happened to Indonesian market last year? They were the worst performed in ASEAN, you know. So this year they come up a bit. But last year when they were at the worst, if you take a look, some of the stock, they went up a lot, you know. One of the stock we bought was called Wi-Fi, you know, Solusi Energy. This share went up within 7 months, 15 times. So the way you multiply your money, there are two things. One is you pick the right stock. Secondly, you have to sense where the fund's going to flow or who is going to be interested in that counter. Sound like a bit too complicated, but I think, to answer your question, I think if ringgit strengthen gradually, it's the best situation. Because if you let it go up too sharply, there's just too much adjustment, and the market become very volatile. Of course, your ability to spot company, to assess company that can grow, that can make business for you is the key, I think. Okay. Sorry, I don't know whether, have I answered your question? You always ask very difficult questions.
It's only about 10% you've answered. Never mind, I'll ask Dato' Islan again on your thoughts on the ringgit. Dato', any thoughts there?
Well, I would agree with Dr. Tan that, you know, a gradual sort of movement in the currency is actually preferred, right, rather than something that's drastic. But, you know, currency, strong ringgit will affect different parts of the economy differently. Obviously, even from an exporter's perspective, it may, you generate better currency. If you are exporting in dollars, obviously you get a better conversion. But you get a sort of a worse, slightly lower demand, possibly because of the more expensive product. But however, I think, you know, if you look at overall position of Malaysia, and in having a slightly stronger ringgit is positive at this juncture. I think, but from a stock market perspective, I think we also have to recognize that the Malaysian weighting in the say, regional and global index are not very high. And therefore, I think currency itself is not going to be a real determinant of whether we see substantial inflows or outflows from a point of the currency, but it's more of how well our corporates are able to manage themselves in the more challenging business environment from more fundamental issues like cost of production, supply chain, the ability to be part of the sustainability value chain as well.
Right. If I may add a bit, I concur what Dato' was mentioning, because I think our market is a bit disconnected with others that went up because practically those countries have tech sectors that are booming. Even if you look at the US, right, you exclude the performance of the tech sectors, actually they're not doing that well. It's the tech companies that fuel the boom and fuel the indices to go up.
Now, I want to go back to one of your slides. Encik Reza, you talk about foreign participation in Bursa. Now it's less than 20%, it was about 25% a few years ago, right? What do you think, foreign investors are looking at to ensure that, or to attract them back to this market here?
Well, it's quite difficult because, you look at it, the makeup of our indices are generally old economic sectors, and not many coming up with, there's so many changes, hardly many changes to the indices. But then, of course, when you look at it, if we can increase our market cap and then that will be something that will be noticeable. But the thing is, if you look at also the recent flows of ETFs, the non-active fund managers, those are coming in. those are coming quite strong because of the strong fundamentals that we have, and also the mixture of companies that we have on the indices as well. But of course, with the lack of technology or new economy stocks in our market, probably may not be like what Dr. Tan was mentioning, may not look at the indices, but looking at the specific companies that are growing.
Okay. Doctor, any thoughts on that? How to attract foreign investors to come back to Bursa?
I think company that can grow, company that can sustain. I think the encouragement of government, FIMM, and all these are important, because I think encourage people not to too highly geared and then run into problem when the economy slow down, and all these things. Stability of earnings become very important. Of course, politically is very important. Increasingly, I think politics play a very important role. You look at Korea. Korea last year has done so badly, when they resolved their political problem. This year, Korea become the best performed market in Asia. They are doing something like close to 50% this year. What a shock. When last year they were negative. They were among the worst last year. So actually, just to go back, I'm not saying that what I say is 100% accurate, to say that
only 99% correct, right? Yeah.
He loved it. He enjoyed it. Every time he tackle me, he feels so happy. This is terrible. Anyway, so just to go back again, when it's bad, actually the funny part is that when the bad time comes, the good and the bad company all go down. So you and an analyst and an investor, why do you care about the whole? You only care about those companies that are good and they, for some reason, was pulled down by the market. That's what you go after. So many of the time, when the crisis comes, some fund managers are actually top performance, And because the crisis gives you the opportunity, why? The good and the bad all go down. Yeah. So you only want a good company. So in Malaysia, just concentrate on that. Don't worry about the whole economy. Concentrate on the company that you think the gearing is low, is growing, they can use AI to improve things, and the management has been there for a long time, I think you can make money. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Hopefully, I satisfy you.
Very good to hear that. Yeah. One point on AI. Obviously, we've been hearing a lot about AI. When a fund manager says AI is now hotter, that is when I get worried. When someone uses the word hot, which means there's a bubble already brewing in that market. Obviously, AI brings a lot of benefits, and obviously, we also should understand the risks. I just want to highlight one point. There is the godfather of AI is a person called Geoffrey Hinton, Professor Geoffrey Hinton. He won a Nobel Prize in physics. So he was interviewed in an article recently on AI, and you know what he said? He said that AI is going to make us much poorer as a society. And when the journalist asked him why, he said AI will be used by rich people to cut costs, at the expense of poorer people. And that is the nature of a capitalistic system. The rich will get richer, the poor will get poorer. And AI will enhance that process. This is what Professor said. It's not me saying, This was the article about three weeks ago. Have a read of that article, and this is the godfather of AI saying that. So I would recommend you guys take some time to read. It's a long article. A lot of interesting points from that interview.
Hey, boss,
why do you think Dr. Tan is so rich? Look at him. Yeah.
Hey, boss, what you say is not correct all the time.
Only 99% of the time. Okay, now we have got questions. What is your view on gold hitting all-time high with the US markets? Okay, who wants to take this question?
How is your view on gold hitting all-time high?
Maybe I can take first.
Okay,
I mean, the thing is, gold, on our side, we will initially forecasting gold to be $7,600 per ounce, and now it hit over 8,000. But the thing is, you look on the other hand, who's buying it? Actually, China. China is buying, and buying a lot of gold because if you're China, would you want to buy US treasuries? Right? No more. So I think that's one thing. And also another thing, I also saw another question related to physical gold, right? Not sure whether you want to buy physical gold, but I think why raise where you want to keep it? But there are other opportunities for you to buy gold. I think one thing that I like the most is ETF. You can buy ETF gold. You have you own the gold, and if you want to trade it to physical, you can just redeem it. So gold is essentially people are trying to find ways to, as a hedge against whatever uncertainty in the market. But then again, unfortunately, it is one of the best performing. If you invest in ETF, one of the best performing ETF in the world. And in fact, I switched out of equity for a while during the month of April, and I put in gold. My God, it's better than my equity returns.
The lunch is on. The lunch is on.
Oops.
Okay, my view, I think whenever any commodity, any sector, any company, when they go to record high, you need to be careful. But the successful investment is that before they run, you have to go in already. Now they run, then you make a lot of money. But when you go up, nobody will tell you how high is it going to be, because the world is changing and it will affect the market in a big way. But many people, they do have a small percentage of money in gold. Those guys who hold long-term in gold, especially when the times are bad. And you know, last time when before Asian crisis came, global financial crisis came, the gold actually has gone up, then it come down again. Then this time, it moved up again, So I feel, when I published this book called Never Fully Invest at All Time, basically it's to guide you that, you should reduce your exposure when they go to such a high price. But you don't have to sell all the gold, but you may not know that it may slowly go down a bit, you don't know. Very few people know. Just like any share, when they go to record high, what do? You may want to reduce your exposure. You take a look at the rubber glove stock. You take a look at oil and gas stock. You look at hibiscus. At one time, it went up so high, It go down 93%, if you don't sell. You look at the rubber glove. Within 4.5 months, go up 20 times. After that, 90% disappeared, So this is really a lesson. I think that's why our book now become very hot, in a sense that this philosophy that you should never fully invest at all times is really a very good guidance for you to control your risk. Sorry,
Also, I think the question just now was putting gold alongside the all-time highs on the U.S. stocks, right? I think we also have to sort of remember that the U.S. stocks, the U.S. indices increase has largely been driven by very few stocks, right? And I was reading an article recently that I think the top 10 stocks on the S&P 500 account for about 40%, right? 10 out of the 500 account for 40% in terms of the weighting. And this obviously, creates a disparate market condition. But gold has always been the asset to go to. But also, I think more of late, it's also a bit of a self-fulfilling sort of action, or where with all the uncertainty in the market, people go into gold. So it has become a bit of a FOMO situation as well, of fear of missing out. That the gold prices have been continued to increase over the last few years, over the last few months.
Yeah. Okay, let's look at the local domestic market here. What are your expectations, the three of you, for the Malaysian market next year?
I think when you ask a question about the index, sometimes it's not so easy. But I think if you look at today in Malaysia, I'm quite sure. I'm not supposed to give you tips here, no, because if I give you tips, I'm asking you to support my portfolio, which is not nice. All the time, I don't do that. But you can see some of the stock are actually not moving and cheap, and they can grow. So that's what my advice to you is to go after that. To anticipate about index also is very much on the big cap, If the big cap is not moving, then it's difficult. Of course, I understand that Sarawak Energy is going to list, but I heard they're not going to list this year, they're going to list next year. And all depends on whether they're going to come out at a reasonable price. If they come out at a reasonable price, they will move the index. So we'll see. But all in all, I'm not pessimistic. I can still, why would I care about 100 companies not doing well, but I only want to choose 3-5 companies that will do very well and support my portfolio.
I think I agree with that, because it's not just indices is a guide, but not necessarily the thing that you should look at religiously to see what stock you want to invest. But there are emerging companies that are available in the market, either in the small mid-cap area, which has the capability to grow even bigger because the price is cheap now, and they have strong fundamentals, like what I was mentioning, and also a very good fiscal management. I think that's something that's very great in the company. And sometimes these companies, they don't even bother to market themselves. So if you can look out for those things and then going after the trends that I mentioned earlier in terms of construction, because government is going to roll out the PCAS 2030, and it's up to 2030. Works like for data centers, for example, MRT3 will take a few years to come. And certainly in the realms of AI, you have a lot of tech companies that you can look into, and as well as renewable, the energy transition. You have the solar panel companies. You have, don't forget also, for when it comes to data center, right, it's not just about construction or owner of data center. You need water, you need electricity, right? And you also need the construction to play a part. So there are different segments of the companies that could participate in the trends that's happening next year.
Right. The one question here regarding the Malaysian market and how to attract foreign investors is to get one of the index providers, major index providers such as MSCI, to raise their, Malaysian allocation within the APAC index, right? Dato' Islan, how do you think that, what can be done to, get some of these index providers to increase their, allocations here? Yeah.
Well, if you're looking at even Asian indices, what has changed over the last 10 years or so is actually China is in index, right? And China's weight is sort of disproportionately diluting the weight of many of the other markets in the region. So unless there's some very sort of very significant shift in the other markets, the Malaysia's weight is going to be more or less about where it is now, right? And I think, going back to the point earlier, I think an index is an index, right? It's used to monitor performance and all that. But if we are focusing on what opportunities do we have from the Malaysian market, I think it's again going to at the stock level. It's not looking at the more macro picture, but looking at the stock level. And we'll have the budget announcement coming up. Probably if you talk about 2026 outlook, maybe some answers can be gleaned from what is going to be announced in the budget, which sectors may benefit more than others. But also, I guess, in the environment where interest rates are probably going to stay quite low, stocks with high dividend yields will also be in play. And Malaysia traditionally has been known to be a relatively more defensive market. And in an environment where volatility may continue, Malaysia's sort of stocks with higher dividend yields and those with more stable recurring incomes will actually probably do reasonably better next year.
Now, there was a question on China. I would like to get Doctor's point of view. How do you see the China market next year, Doc?
I think China has dropped 4 years in a row, and the last year they've done a bit better. This year also doing well. But I think selectively, like most of the region, I think there are stock that are undervalued. There are stock that can grow. I think when they go up a bit more, and then it's getting harder and harder to choose from. But that's life, that's life. I still think China, if you know how to go and search them, the big cap must have gone up, whether will go up further, but the smaller one, maybe you can go and have a look. Not totally so disappointing. Unfortunately, if you look at that, China has dropped 4 years in a row until last year and this year, then they have done well. So, like what I say again, it's the crisis that gives you a lot of room to make money, yeah. Now, the bad news actually is that not just China is already considered good because their market cap is big. In the world index, Asia is very small, So how would China, being the biggest, or Japan in Asia, going to change this index, Malaysia must be worse, it's so small, So many people, they come, they say, why would I want to invest in ASEAN, ASEAN is so small. But if you go by the index, it's the ETF, wow, your ASEAN really got hurt very badly. So how do we convince, especially your Asia counterpart, like China, when China invests, China should look into the potential growth of ASEAN rather than just the index. Your index is so small. So if the big country also invests according to the index, we will not be in a very good stage, Yeah. I have been fighting this for a long time and say, hey, hello, you want to invest? You will invest in the potential. Whether our size is big or not, it's not important. But, it takes a Hercules job to convince them because who's going to make that first move? That's where problem. Okay, I mean, these are just side. Yeah,
I understand. Based on what Doc said just now, I think he's what we call a crisis manager. When there is a big crisis, this is when he makes a lot of money. And the reason for that, obviously, if you look at his track record, he will buy companies that are seriously undervalued. Whereas, you see, the thing is, there's this psychology thing. When stocks drop, we tend to be fearful. Are you an optimistic person? Are you a pessimistic person? If you're an investment person, naturally you want to make money, right? So you got to be optimistic. But so Doc here has perfected the science. Investment is both an art and a science, isn't it, Doc? Right? That's why you got so much white hair as well, right? Like me, right? And the question is, how do you manage your internal psychology? Whether you're pessimistic, you're optimistic. In the case of a doctor, given his track record, he has managed that very well. Even at the most pessimistic time in the market, he is optimistic. Am I right?
Thank you, sir. Well, my fund should have done better after you.
So the point is, there was a question about the US market, the bull market in AI. Is it time to move from a passive to an active strategy in the US? What do you think?
There's a question there. Dr. Tan, do you see US market going drastic correction in the next 6 to 12 months? Actually, it's always very difficult to actually project how the market going to behave. Let me tell you one track record. 1 month before February the 12th, 2020, I was in a seminar, and then that was one of the biggest, where about 900 people were there. And I told them, you better reduce your exposure. 1 month later, Dow Jones cracked. Dow Jones dropped within 5.5 weeks, I think, by 38.4%. Now, this time is very interesting. That's why investment is an art. The Dow Jones today is much higher than February the 12th, 2020, and yet it continued to stay put. What very exciting is that if US continue to stay at this level, sometimes it's also good because it wouldn't affect the rest of our market when our market is already undervalued. But if the market, if Dow Jones crack, I think the chances that we will not fall is not there. If you look at all the history in the past, the only one time I think that Asian market, when we cracked in in the Asian crisis, Japan continued to go up all the way, and they are the only market that go against US. But after that, you see Japan suffer for a long, long time, Okay, my view is that if you have a lot of long-term money, if you put a lot of money in USA, my advice to you, please reduce your exposure. Because if you are smart, you can make more money from another market or another share that is so undervalued. That's how I see
so
it.
that question here is on AI-related stocks. What is the prospect of AI-related stocks next year?
I think, sorry, do you want to answer the question? Yeah, okay, now let's talk about AI. You talk about AI.
Next time we only need one panelist for this panel session, okay?
Yeah. If you look at now, I don't know whether you admire Jack Ma, because actually Jack Ma, when he come out, Alibaba, he really a star. He's a good speaker, and he's actually a very talented person in my view. But you don't have to listen to him all the time, but you can listen to him maybe most of the time. Today, I tell you, Jack Ma is telling you that please look at AI. But I also feel it that way. You are Malaysian, people say, go after the solar counter. You look at the solar counter, the minute they list, they're already overpriced. After a while, you don't make money, Solar is a growth sector, but that doesn't mean you can make money if it's already so undervalued. Now, AI is the same. You look for AI, they actually get higher and higher PE. That's, I agree. But after a while, you realize that it may not go up anymore. But those second tiers, talented people who are in AI, you may want to look into that, because AI would still last for a while, in my view. Yeah. So the ending story is the price, in my view. So your talk about, you only encourage, make the rich get richer, and then you eventually will suffer. Hello, not like that. You got to go in earlier. Any company, yeah.
Now he's guilty. He's making so much money, so that's why he's saying that, right? Dr. Islan, what do you think of asset allocation strategies from your point of view, since you're on the board of the IC, right? Are there any specific areas that you're looking at from your point of view?
Well, I won't say that in specific areas. Of course, I wouldn't be able to share specific details also on our asset allocation decisions. But I guess it is for large domestic institutions, is typically always trying to balance generating some short-term sort of returns, realizing some short-term returns, so in order to be able to pay dividends at the end of the year, against ensuring that the overall portfolio health is good, right? And this balance is actually can be very challenging in a market like today. So with that in mind, typically the more traditional asset classes would continue to be sort of make up the majority of asset allocation of large institutions. And in the case of Tabung Haji, Sukuk and domestic equities will remain the significant asset classes for us. But at the same time, there are opportunities, as we have been saying, and like what Dr. Tan has been saying, to look at specific stocks, specific sectors that may actually generate some alpha for the portfolio overall. So I guess this is something which we continually sort of evaluate, and also as and when new news comes through, we need to assess how such news will affect the current composition of the portfolio or the asset allocation, and then make suitable adjustments to it.
Right. Now, both you and Dr. Tan have been in the investment, industry for a long time, and I wanted to get your sense from both of you, the rising convergence between the public markets and the private markets. Obviously, in this room, and a lot of us have historically been investing most of our money in public markets, but globally, we are seeing trends now. Even private markets are moving into the retail segment. I want to get your sense first, Dr. Islan. How do you see this convergence between public markets and private markets for investors? Obviously, institutional investors have been there for the longest time in private markets, but to bring these strategies to the retail market is a different ball game. Yeah. Do they understand the risks as well? It's not just about the upside, isn't it? It's also understanding the risks.
Yeah. I think that's always been if I may say, the regulators, one of the regulators' issues, right, in managing this. How do we open up more opportunities for retail investors while ensuring that the risk level is manageable? And as you point out, would retailers have sufficient access to information in order to make informed judgment on the suitability of a particular asset class or investment for them? So private market have that sort of lower level of transparency and availability of information, generally speaking, right? So if there is a way that we can ensure enhanced disclosures, for example, that would satisfy the requirements of sufficient access or sufficient knowledge, I think that would be one of the ways of how we can incorporate more private market opportunities for the retail investors. But at the same time, I think product issuers who do issue some of this or manage this private market funds need to also take on more responsibility and accountability of what they do offer to the retail market.
Right, thank you, Dr. Islan. We're coming to the end of our discussion. Before I end, I just want to get a sense from the three panelists. 30 seconds or 15 seconds, your last remaining thoughts for yourself and for the markets next year. 15 seconds.
I'm a very biased person. I spent my 50 years life, when I was in the university, I was wondering how do I handle this volatility. After so many years, my never fully invest at all times seems to work. We produce many world-class records. At one time, our ASEAN fund was the best in the world. Nobody has that record. We were ranked number 1, my Morningstar, 1 to 20 years. Now, simultaneously, we also built our Dana Makmur. Dana Makmur also has gone up and become world best. And we are best Islamic fund by our friend here for 8 consecutive years. But although I say that, at the highest point, you can have problem. So, okay, investing, maybe also you need to spread now. Most important, you want to be in equity, you believe me, you go in when the markets are bad. And although they can forecast all kinds of things, somehow like people say, I give up Malaysia and this and that. You make the most money out of Malaysia.
Okay, very good. We'll discount the marketing part when he talk about his products. Okay, your point, 3 seconds, 15 seconds, Reza.
I'm a researcher, so I love to read. So my advice is read a lot, know what you're buying into. If you like what you're buying, that is good. But if you don't know what you're buying into, might as well avoid, because that's the best way for you to ensure that you don't lose money.
Dr. Islan?
I would say, there's always opportunities, but go in with your eyes fully open and knowing what you are investing into, right? Don't invest in something that you don't know. And I think the consultants here and online have also a role to play in enhancing that understanding.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen, again for your time and patience and contribution. Let's give them a big one.
Thank you very much to the panel. At first look, as we can see, they are a group of very seasoned experts. So maybe you've had an impression, a certain impression before, but little do we know, little do we expect, was a very interactive session. So thank you again to the panel. Let's go for a group photo. Thank you for an engaging and insightful discussion. We've explored how global economic trends and also market shifts have shaped investment performance this year, and also what strategies can position us to success or for success in the new everyone. Let's now take these perspectives forward to make smarter, more informed investment decisions. Thank you, gentlemen. Another round of applause, everyone. All right, let's now proceed with a much-deserved coffee break for about 20 minutes. Refreshments are served at the foyer area outside of the hall. Please feel free to visit the exhibition area and get your digital card stamped. Also, for those of you who have not yet signed,
Our country is diverse and rich in culture. Even so, we all share many things in common. Our love for food, sports, and aspirations for the future. Our future. Whether it is for a lifestyle, place of belonging, legacy, or enjoying our golden years in comfort. We all find our ways of getting there, such as setting aside what we have today, every day for tomorrow that will surely come. There are many paths that can take you there, one of which is through investing in unit trust and private retirement schemes. The landscape of investments is always changing, which brings about new challenges. It is imperative for FIMM to be at the forefront of change, to harness its potential guided by regulation and the development of the industries with thought leadership. Recognized by the Securities Commission Malaysia, FIMM regulates the marketing and distribution of unit trust and private retirement schemes. FIMM is also responsible for ensuring that all consultants are qualified to market and distribute unit trust and private retirement schemes. These consultants must also be registered with FIMM. Investors are advised to ensure their consultants have a valid registration status. If you have a query or a complaint to make, please contact us. FIMM will look into the matter. If there is a case to be made, FIMM will investigate it thoroughly and take the necessary action. Not least of all, an important aspect of FIMM is to educate the public and create awareness in unit trust and private retirement schemes. So, what is FIMM for? Should you decide to invest in unit trust and private retirement schemes, FIMM is here to provide investor protection and promote the integrity of the industry. For your future, for your peace of mind. Our country is diverse and rich in culture. Even so, we all share many things in common. Our love for food, sports, and aspirations for the future. Our future. Whether it is for a lifestyle, place of belonging, legacy, or enjoying our golden years in comfort, we all find our ways of getting there, such as setting aside what we have today, every day for tomorrow that will surely come. There are many paths that can take you there, one of which is through investing in unit trust and private retirement schemes. The landscape of investments is always changing, which brings about new challenges. It is imperative for FIMM to be at the forefront of change, to harness its potential guided by regulation and the development of the industries with thought leadership. Recognized by the Securities Commission Malaysia, FIMM regulates the marketing and distribution of unit trust and private retirement schemes. FIMM is also responsible for ensuring that all consultants are qualified to market and distribute unit trust and private retirement schemes. These consultants must also be registered with FIMM. Investors are advised to ensure their consultants have a valid registration status. If you have a query or a complaint to make, please contact us. FIMM will look into the matter. If there is a case to be made, FIMM will investigate it thoroughly and take the necessary action. Not least of all, an important aspect of FIMM is to educate the public and create awareness in unit trust and private retirement schemes. So, what is FIMM for? Should you decide to invest in unit trust and private retirement schemes, FIMM is here to provide investor protection and promote the integrity of the industry. For your future, for your peace of mind. Our country is diverse and rich in culture. Even so, we all share many things in common. Our love for food, sports, and aspirations for the future. Our future. Whether it is for a lifestyle, place of belonging, legacy, or enjoying our golden years in comfort, we all find our ways of getting there, such as setting aside what we have today, every day for tomorrow that will surely come. There are many paths that can take you there, one of which is through investing in unit trust and private retirement schemes. The landscape of investments is always changing, which brings about new challenges. It is imperative for FIMM to be at the forefront of change, to harness its potential guided by regulation and the development of the industries with thought leadership. Recognized by the Securities Commission Malaysia, FIMM regulates the marketing and distribution of unit trust and private retirement schemes. FIMM is also responsible for ensuring that all consultants are qualified to market and distribute unit trust and private retirement schemes. These consultants must also be registered with FIMM. Investors are advised to ensure their consultants have a valid registration status. If you have a query or a complaint to make, please contact us. FIMM will look into the matter. If there is a case to be made, FIMM will investigate it thoroughly and take the necessary action. Not least of all, an important aspect of FIMM is to educate the public and create awareness in unit trust and private retirement schemes. So, what is FIMM for? Should you decide to invest in unit trust and private retirement schemes, FIMM is here to provide investor protection and promote the integrity of the industry. For your future, for your peace of mind. Our country is diverse and rich in culture. Even so, we all share many things in common. Our love for food, sports, and aspirations for the future. Our future. Whether it is for a lifestyle, place of belonging, legacy, or enjoying our golden years in comfort, we all find our ways of getting there, such as setting aside what we have today, every day for tomorrow that will surely come. There are many paths that can take you there, one of which is through investing in unit trust and private retirement schemes. The landscape of investments is always changing, which brings about new challenges. It is imperative for FIMM to be at the forefront of change, to harness its potential guided by regulation and the development of the industries with thought leadership. Recognized by the Securities Commission Malaysia, FIMM regulates the marketing and distribution of unit trust and private retirement schemes. FIMM is also responsible for ensuring that all consultants are qualified to market and distribute unit trust and private retirement schemes. These consultants must also be registered with FIMM. Investors are advised to ensure their consultants have a valid registration status. If you have a query or a complaint to make, please contact us. FIMM will look into the matter. If there is a case to be made, FIMM will investigate it thoroughly and take the necessary action. Not least of all, an important aspect of FIMM is to educate the public and create awareness in unit trust and private retirement schemes. So, what is FIMM for? Should you decide to invest in unit trust and private retirement schemes, FIMM is here to provide investor protection and promote the integrity of the industry. For your future, for your peace of mind. Our country is diverse and rich in culture. Even so, we all share many things in common. Our love for food, sports, and aspirations for the future. Our future. Whether it is for a lifestyle, place of belonging, legacy, or enjoying our golden years in comfort, we all find our ways of getting there, such as setting aside what we have today, every day for tomorrow that will surely come. There are many paths that can take you there, one of which is through investing in unit trust and private retirement schemes. The landscape of investments is always changing, which brings about new challenges. It is imperative for FIMM to be at the forefront of change, to harness its potential guided by regulation and the development of the industries with thought leadership. Recognized by the Securities Commission Malaysia, FIMM regulates the marketing and distribution of unit trust and private retirement schemes. FIMM is also responsible for ensuring that all consultants are qualified to market and distribute unit trust and private retirement schemes. These consultants must also be registered with FIMM. Investors are advised to ensure their consultants have a valid registration status. If you have a query or a complaint to make, please contact us. FIMM will look into the matter. If there is a case to be made, FIMM will investigate it thoroughly and take the necessary action. Not least of all, an important aspect of FIMM is to educate the public and create awareness in unit trust and private retirement schemes. So, what is FIMM for? Should you decide to invest in unit trust and private retirement schemes, FIMM is here to provide investor protection and promote the integrity of the industry. For your future, for your peace of mind. Our country is diverse and rich in culture. Even so, we all share many things in common. Our love for food, sports, and aspirations for the future. our future. Whether it is for a lifestyle, place of belonging, legacy, or enjoying our golden years in comfort, we all find our ways of getting there, such as setting aside what we have today, every day for tomorrow that will surely come. There are many paths that can take you there, one of which is through investing in unit trust and private retirement schemes.
Virtual participants as well, and if we're ready, let's move on to the second session of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, now imagine navigating a rapidly evolving financial landscape where new regulations, digital requirements like e-invoicing, and shifts in fees and taxes continuously reshape how we operate. So that is the reality facing the unit trust industry today. Yet within every challenge lies an opportunity to innovate, streamline processes, and strengthen investor trust. In the next session, Transforming Challenges into Opportunities in the UT Industry, our panel will unpack the key issues impacting the sector, from SST to compliance and operational efficiency, and explore practical solutions and mitigation strategies that can help us turn these pressures into pathways for growth. A little bit about the moderator before I call the panel up to the stage. Our moderator is Jasbir Kaur, Director of FIMM, having spent her entire including supervision, product development, and the formulation of policies for the industry, particularly in relation to investment management and stockbroking, and had also served at Bank Negara Malaysia, Securities Commission Malaysia, and the Ministry of Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite to the stage our moderator, Jasbir Kaur, Director of FIMM. Also give a round of applause for the panelists for this session. Dato' Wira is Ms. Matthew De Always, Executive Director and CEO of Kenanga Investors Berhad, as well as Ng Che Hao, CEO and Managing Director of RHP Asset Management Sindran Berhad, and Yap Seok Hoon, CEO of East Spring Investments Malaysia. Let's welcome them. With that, Ms. Jasbir, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. How are we today? Are you ready to navigate the next panel session? Okay. Now, as we started this morning, and I'm sure all of y'all heard, we had the speech from Securities Commission and some of the issues that came out about navigating the future, and also, the term of being future ready. And also this morning we heard the expectations being placed on distribution, on UTCs, in terms of how do we move forward in ensuring clients and investors with the relationship gets the best outcome that they want. So that was very interesting. The second panel session was on the market oversight, which was broad-based. Now we are going to go down to the unit trust industry. And we have a stellar panel here today. Stewards of the industry who have very broad and very deep experience in the unit trust and investment management industry, so they are best placed to share with us what are the challenges that are coming up, And what are the opportunities we can capitalize, right, for ourselves? And like we heard from the previous panel, in every crisis, there's an opportunity. So in every challenge, there are opportunities for growth and development. And we also had some statistics this morning, right? We looked at the industry, you know, like 557 billion, right? 557 billion. And it accounts for about or more than 50% of the entire investment management industry. And we also heard, or the statistics that I got, we've got 26 million accounts. That is formidable in the capital market. So the unit trust is well poised to be a real engine of growth for the capital market if we seize the challenges and the opportunities that are available. So now, whilst we look at the statistics and the market is resilient, it is strong, it has had a strong growth trajectory, but where do we go from here? What are current challenges and trends? I think that's what we are all interested in. So what are the current issues that are facing us? What are the trends that are developing? And where do we move from here? So this is the first question that I want to pose to our panel. And for those who want to pose their questions as they hear the take on where the industry is heading, please pose your questions, those who are here as well as online. So with that, I want to kick off the discussion, and maybe since you're closest to me, Dato' Matt, I'll get you to share your thoughts on where are we with the industry, what are the trends, what are the challenges, and where do we see the areas of growth?
That's a lot of questions just in one line. Okay, trends, challenge, growth. I think it's very hard to cover in my opening. But anyway, good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure, together with Sok Hoon and Zihao and Jasmine, to be on stage. And with all of you, our advisors, partners, our distributors, basically you are the front line, of the industry. Yes, the first part, I think, or just base question, yes, the industry has evolved. I think for those, myself, most three of us, but I promise Sok Hoon not to declare her age, but three of us on stage, I think each one, three of us, minimum, we have 25 years in our pocket, each one of us, so we add up together 75, plus Just Base, about 110. But it's a matured industry. So me personally, we have seen how the industry evolved from the days that we started in maybe early 2000 or the late 1990s, things had evolved. And even before I talk about the evolvement of the distribution, and those days products are more simpler, products are more direct. It's either you go into equity fund, or you go into blue chip fund, or you go into bond fund. That's it. As along the way, products got more sophisticated, more innovative. We have access to global funds in somewhere around 2005, 2006. And distribution also evolved from an agent-led. It also involved in the banking distribution. And over the years, and today, there's also digital distribution. So the industry has evolved, and so have you. And I've seen many of you, and many of you, early this morning when we were having coffee, I knocked one or two of you. You yourself have evolved. The products you have carried and the knowledge that you have. So it's undeniable that market have changed. It's undeniable market volatility plays a part in how we promote. And most importantly, our clients. Our clients are now more discerning. Our clients are now more complicated in that sense. Our clients now needs more. And when they invest now, it's not investing in the product. The way they want to invest, they're also investing more with a purpose. So this is what I call purposeful investing. Those days, I'm not to say that those days they are less complicated, but nowadays the clients will be investing, there's more purposeful investing. So with all this involved, this is a challenge. But to us, to me personally, when there's challenge, there are opportunities. So, Jasmine, am I supposed to cover the future so fast? Or let me start
let's. Thank you for that. Yeah. We'll come back to the opportunities shortly. And maybe Zihao. Zihao is also a veteran in the industry. When I say veteran, I mean he's very experienced in the industry. And perhaps you would like to share your take on how the industry has evolved.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and thanks, panel speaker. I don't know where to start because there are a lot of factors to talk about. It could be market factor, product, demographic, the buzzword of AI, Gen Z investors. There are so many. However, what I can see from the UTC perspective is the development of getting more entrepreneur and getting yourself more embraced with market knowledge, with financial literacy, and also at the same time, full-time. I think UTC as a full-time job is very important. Previously, we have got UTC trying out in this career and it become a freelance or part-time. I think that will, over time, goes away because there is fees, margins, compressions, there is more complex product to introduce to the market. You know, there will be more sophisticated investors who reads a lot, who knows a lot. So if you are not full-time, if you are not dedicated, then I think, you know, you tend to lose out. You know, if I look at the crowd today, you are not a normal part-time UTC. You are very dedicated. I've seen some of you, my friend here, you are entrepreneur. You own the digital platform to distribute product. You are the boss yourself. And I think looking at the people here, I can see the difference versus a seminar like today 10 years ago. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Siew Koon, do you want to share your thoughts?
Thank you, Jasper. And Matt, let me review my age. But I think he's the oldest. You are the youngest, I'm the middle. Three of us actually in the industry, almost the same time.
Just before that, I think we are the same age.
Okay, let's see. Okay, but anyway, I think let's talk about the trend, right? I think Matt talked about digital distribution, but in terms of the financial market landscape at large, has already evolved tremendously. Like recently, if you look at the government in just month of June, just launched the Digital Asset Innovation Project, where the regulator sandbox was created, allowing local and international fintech players, digital investment managers to try up their ideas, product ideas. And that shows that in terms of the financial landscapes, including our unit trust industry, asset management industries are moving into a lot more democratizing. And that's where tokenization is also not a new word to many of us anymore. So those days, for example, bond, it's a game for institutional player. But now with tokenization, we are able to then break it down to a smaller ticket size to then allow digital bond to be sold to retail market, for instance. So this could pose as a product innovation, as an opportunity, or it could be a threat, depending on the distributions evolving to where we going to be. So talking about distribution, I think that Dato' Matt also mentioned about digital distribution. Like for example, in the light of StashAway, Moomoo, and a lot more DIM, Digital Investment Manager, the robo-advisory models are gradually mushrooming out. So these are the trend that we observe. And just give very simple example. Those days, we use fiat money, real money. But nowadays, I bet you, all of us use phone to pay. That's the e-wallet. And that is just a simple way to explain how the industry has evolved. And therefore, I think today, Jaspio is going to lead us to talk about the challenges and hence the opportunities.
All right. Thank you for that overview and a stock take of where we are. If I could just summarize it and correct me if I got something off the mark. I think what we had is products were a lot more conventional. And today, what is it that's facing us? Products are becoming very unconventional, right? So we've got like theme funds, and then today we talked about SRI funds. We talked about, you know, like AI, digital. So the product landscape from very conventional is getting very, very complex and sophisticated. And then we talked about, like Dr. Matt spoke of, the mode of delivery is also totally changing. Earlier on, we started, you know, shall I say the first generation, where it was just agent-led kind of a distribution. Then you've got the institutions getting into it. Then we've got the digital side getting into it. So this is where the changes are coming from. And from this morning, and from the panel, we also heard, profile of investors are also changing. You know, those who came into unit trust, let's say like 15, 20 years ago, they have all matured. There is a new batch that's waiting to come in that may be in, may not be in, right? And again, when we heard the regulator this morning, it is also, you know, like I would say a responsibility as well for UTCs to try and get into this unserved or underserved market. And the way distribution is also becoming very entrepreneurial rather than individual-led. Now, that's the backdrop. Did I get the summary correct? Okay, so that's the backdrop that I hear. So therefore, for us on, let's talk about distribution. What are the challenges, you know, today? And I'm sure then we want to know how we can adapt to the challenges. So perhaps I would take the discussion into, from the trends, therefore, what are the new world or the new challenges that, you know, we are all facing today?
I think as I mentioned, let's talk about what we can provide our clients now. Basically, those days when we were doing, I think a lot of it was more product-based. And now I think the trend is moving into platform-based, understanding the various products. And it's more a purposeful investing, as I mentioned just now. And it's no more, it's just buying for something. Clients, when they select a fund, all right, or select their investment or their portfolio, they are looking at it on a more holistic level, and there is an end in mind for it. You know, it's just not that. And you talk about the various generation, you know, even the millennials, the Gen Z, they tend to ask you more questions. And, you know, the millennials wants to invest with purpose. Like earlier on we spoke about, we could see that they want to invest in ESG, they want to invest in sustainability, or some maybe because they love talking about climate change, they want to invest in climate funds. And then, of course, there are some that is, you know, I know AI very well, I know technology very well, so anything with regards to a technology fund, you know, it excites them. And also now, if we speak to the older generation, you know, those who are near retirement, they're also speaking about more of what they want to invest in. And you will hear a lot of things talking about not only accumulation, they're also talking about decumulation. You know, it's just not only investing there and how do I decumulate after that. So, and the word decumulation is seldom spoke about. It's always growth lah, how much money I make lah, and everything. So now it's like you're starting to say, how do I manage my money, my investment post-retirement? So hence that is what I meant by it's moving towards a more purposeful investing. Yeah.
Thanks. You know, if I can add on, you know, I remember a common phrase that I use a lot with the audience, that a unit trust product need to be sold. You know, is it still the case in today's world? I'm not sure. Maybe 50-50, maybe 80-20. But the beauty is this. The beauty is, I find that these industries, be it an existing investors or a new investors, they would like to give opportunity to new UTCs. They don't mind. They can try out. Likewise, the challenge could be they will also try out the digital platform. You know, compare and contrast. So, to begin with, I think all the UTCs here, you must have a strategy in terms of know your customers, who are your customers, who are your target customers, and what kind of segment of customers, and what is your propositions. If you have a propositions for this target, then good. You know, you have win at least half of the battle. If you want to serve the very high net worth, make sure you know exactly what they need. If you want to serve the new Gen Z, you better make sure you know the language and the lingo they speak, the convenience they liked. Most of them that I have met will prefer something that is more alpha-driven. They are not worried about beta at all. You know, so these are the things that I've seen. I have also seen some successful UTC venturing into something that I didn't imagine just a few years ago. Let's say COVID time. I have came across 2 or 3 UTC. The working hours is really weird. They work from maybe midnight to 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. And they don't work during our normal business hour. Because what they do is they log into the red note, the Xiaohongshu, all right? So they start talking about any topic with people that got interested, and some suddenly talk about financials, talk about inflations, and they start introduce their skill set. They have their own way to engage with them. And I've seen some of them who is able to acquire, 20 or 30 customers a month just using that platform and network. So it's very different. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Swee Koon, I want to get a question across to you. I think one of the key issues is actually client retention. Because what I think every UTC aspires to do is, like extracting a lifetime value from the moment you get a client, and then how do you have the retention of the client through the changing stages of the client, right? And then responding to clients' changing risk profile, different products coming onto it. So how can we, when I say we, I'm talking about on the distribution side, what are the strategies to ensure that you have retention value from investors, and in fact even get them to be investing even more depending on their lifestyle? Can you comment on that? Swee Koon.
Oh, okay. So in terms of client retention, I think it's really between, how do we work with the UTC? That's first thing first. But from the UTC standpoint, given that the market volatility has spiked, and also because of the competition of products out there, the alternative space, and clients, because of technology, there are a lot more transparency out there. Unlike those days, we tell them, they take it. Nowadays, they have sources of places for them to look for information. So because of that, we are of the view that first, we need to really be very sure that what we are giving to our clients. And of course, mapping into their investment objective, that's first thing, traditionally. But Jasmine, you talk about how do we manage this relationship, along their life cycle. So I think that's where I look at whether it's a challenges or opportunity. Like for example, nowadays, if you look at fee compression, because of comparison of product out there, clients might just go and buy ETF, which is so much cheaper. Clients might go into other alternative products that can give them faster return, such as cryptocurrency. And I think because of this, we really need to embrace the kind of knowledge hub versus product push. Those say, like Zihao say, is unit trust being sold or bought? Nowadays, we can no longer operate in terms of product push, really evolving ourselves to be a knowledge hub. So for me, for us, for the UTC, we are always there to value add to our clients' life and their investment journey. So how do we then change the mindset, change the skill set, and pack ourselves with a tool set that we can then manage our clients even before they come to us? I give you a very simple example. I think with the rise of AI, even the way we work, even for UTC, you can predict clients' behavior even in their portfolio. So if we are able to use the right tool with the right mindset that we want to be their partner, we want to be their knowledge go-to person, clients will always come to us no matter what. They will not just redeem just because market come down. A lot of time is because of lack of guidance, lack of direction. So I think this is really one way that we can embrace this client retention strategy into how we retain our customers.
Yeah, so it looks like, you see, with all the dynamic changes that are happening, they obviously can be a challenge, trying to just keep up with the knowledge, trying to keep up with the technology, trying to keep up with demographic changes. However, if we apply ourselves, there's a huge opportunity because we have to respond to changes. And we talked also about the digital space. So there is a question that has come up, and let me pull up the question. Now, when we talk about the digital space, so there's a question. So do we need, with rapid digital transformation, what about companies that are still behind in technology to remain competitive and sustainable in future? So I would say that two parts to it. Firstly, the companies themselves. How do they remain competitive in terms of the technology that they adopt to respond to changes? But I think there's a second part I would also like to ask. How do we get our distribution or our advisors or the UTCs to adapt or to be aware of technology so that they are also on the ball out there? Maybe, Matt, would you like to respond to that?
I think, as usual, I'll go back to basics, and I think this is what we have, or the day when we started to be a UTC, or when the day we started in sales, what's the number one thing that we spoke about? Do not treat the sales as transactional. Do not treat the sales as short-term sales. Things have evolved today where a sales is from transactional moving on to a relationship. And even from a short-term sales become a long-term relationship. Now, from there, let's take one step back. What the digital platform is good. I know, and everybody start worrying about me is, am I going to be out or am I going to be here as a UTC in time to come? My answer is yes. The platform, the AI can provide many things, but there's one thing that they cannot provide. And what is that? what is one thing that all the AI in the best AI in the world, best technology in the world can do, but what is one thing that you, the frontline of industry, can provide that the AI and the technology cannot provide?
That's a quiz question.
The human touch and the trust.
The human touch and the trust. The relationship. The relationship, they cannot replace your experience. They cannot replace your understanding of your client emotion. And they is not able to connect with empathy. So where I'm trying to get to is this. Look at technology advancement in 2 bits. I think, So Hoon have placed it and say, use it as a tool to help you. Zihao is trying to say, look at it and, yes, that is there, but look at it positively. But in our industry, the human touch. Today, when the market crash, if you were to Google and everything, they will recommend a new portfolio. But I'm sure if you hold a relationship with your client, he or she will become the phone, what do you think of this? That it will still be that form of thing. So, in short, all right, I think to that question, I will take the other parts of it. As an industry, I think many of us in the industry, many companies in the industry, we are advancing our tools to help our distributor, also to enhance client experience, customers' experience. So that is something that a lot of us have been looking at. And there are many platforms around. Those platforms are also there, and those platforms eventually, will also assist the client. But as I said, the client, your role, to always maintain the relationship role with the client in any business, in any way I do. And I think my advisors today in the hall will agree. I always remind them, don't take it as a transactional. Look at building long-term relationship with the client, and they will stay with you.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think the trust and the relationship factor, and it's just human behavior, like we want to have someone to be able to talk to, especially when, there is so much of volatility in the markets. However, Dato' Mat, I want to ask you one question, because there is this often said, like the younger investors, the Gen Z or millennials and all that, they are the type who like to do it yourself. They want to do investments themselves, they do transactions all themselves. And do they also value the relationship factor? Or is this something they have not yet discovered?
Definitely. Because, the Gen Y, or the millennials, they are now on, I will use the word community investing. It's like a social thing, They get along in the group, they communicate in the group. Monkey see, monkey do, or I won't use monkey, You see, everybody is learning from each other within that community. So if you want to approach that community, your approach with them will be totally different. So there is different approach for different segment of client. So I'm seeing a question there. Do we cater to Gen Z or first focus on balancing needs of all investor segments? It depends. You may not be able to cater for different segments, but there are segments that you are good with your experience, and that will be the segment that you cater. Should you want to go to millennials or now the alpha generation or whatever they call them, then there will be a different approach. But end of the day, there will always be a center of influence, the COI. That's always be, that's why even the regulators came out on what we can do on social media, the influencer marketing and all those type of things. Means that they are also following. So there's a different approach to it.
Yeah. So obviously for different types of demographic groups, there are different strategies to reach out to them and the medium that they use. So I just want to follow up with the next question. And we're talking about younger investors. So maybe Zihao, I'll get your views on it. So there's a question coming up. How do you engage and keep young people to join the unit trust industry in terms of either investing or being part of the distribution network? I know Dr. Matt has touched on it a little bit. Maybe Zihao, would you like to share your views?
Sure. I feel very passionate about these questions because it's about attracting young people to join the unit trust industry. First of all, if I can give you an analogy, there are a lot of scholars, there are a lot of younger generations who has been asking me very often about, can I join you or join your company in the fund management divisions? They aspire to be a fund manager managing funds, but because to them maybe it's Dr. Tan's job or Warren Buffett's job. So with that, I really hope to see, our UTC's number from the current maybe 60 or 70,000, growing rapidly, maybe by one-fold or two-folds, at the back of more professional UTC, more responsible UTC. And the UTC who is able to command respect, who is able to make good decisions, give good advice, or maybe even be very holistic in the wealth management space for the clients. That means you don't do just investment advice. Maybe you can help them to build it into investment trust structures, or even go into something that is what they need. Maybe it's as simple as an income funds solution. Maybe it's a portfolio that is important. That reminds me of just now earlier questions about customer retentions and digital platform and how to compete if the UTMC is not ready with digital platform. So my answer is this. My answer is, in any industry today, if you don't have a digital platform, I think it's hard to compete, unless you are doing very simple business out there, all right? The two things that I really want to highlight is, you need to have at least these two skill sets to be able to continue to gain your market shares and the trust from your customers. Number one, you must be able to do some level of your customers' data analytics. That is number one. Number two is you must be able to do a portfolio of investments for them. All right? So there are a lot of digital tools out there to create portfolio simulations. If you master these two, then I think you'll be all right going into the next 2 or 3 years. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. So it looks like it is inevitable. I mean, technology, digital is all here to stay. So how do we optimize it? So I think from what we've heard, that inevitably we all have to become tech savvy, whether it's on the distribution side, because that's the new mode of the way business is changing. And when you are more tech savvy, then that's where you can do better data analytics to understand your client, your investor, and to be able to construct good solutions for them over their investment journey, which is like the portfolio that Zihao mentioned. So from there, I'd like to ask you, so there's a specific question for you, right? And question is, how do you bring value to your clients by predicting the behavior?
Yep. I spoke about this just now. Like what Zihao mentioned, right? You need to do your clients' data. I wouldn't call it management, but really analytic. there are lots of tools out there that are able to help us to do this. Very simple example, like nowadays, if you try to search something on your internet, on your ChatGPT, on your DeepSeek, on your Copilot, or even Gemini, then you start seeing on your social media, a lot of advertisement comes out and push it to you. So this are the example of how they do predictive behavior. So this is just a simple example. Sometimes even me and my staff were discussing certain things in the office, and then I realized that my Instagram, the topic that we talk about just came out. So we were like, is our phone over eardropping our conversation? So I think these are algorithms that built to predict. So to answer your question specifically, if you are being empowered a tool, then before your clients come to you, the tool will be able, such as AI, will be able to predict your customers, how many times they go into their Facebook, what article that they actually read, and all this would then be able to then prompt information to you and then tell you that this customer's concerning about this. Would you like to send a message to your clients about this market volatility, for example? So these are called predicting their behavior and managing the relationship like what Matt talked about. So I want to come back to the point, how relevant the UTCs today. As you can see, the hall today is a lot more smaller compared to 1 year ago, 2 years ago when FIMM organizing convention. So do not believe that business no good, lesser people come. There are more people up to go online. So these are the trend and also the enabler to allow us to learn things. So for us in this industry, even the machines are learning. What more so about human? So lifelong learning is really important, including myself and I believe my fellow colleagues here as well. So you need to really up yourself in terms of the skill set that Zihao talked about, in terms of what are the possibility of tools out there can empower you, learn up, and I think most importantly, on product knowledge itself is even more important because there's a lot more product complexity out there. And I think even like Matt, or even just now, we talk about, products that in the earlier forum, like private debts, all these are pushing into the retail market. Those days, there isn't any private debts that available for retail investors to be able to allow us to do it. So I want to assure you that as long as you embrace good learning with a growth mindset, and I believe that this industry is for you to take. And we as a fund house, we are also constantly thinking how can we empower you with better product innovation, better tool, better education system and training to then empower you. But even for yourself, really embrace learning so that you can then know what is out there and you will then be able to earn the trust from your customer. Trust is built from our competency and also our character. So as long as we take care of our character, be honest, be sincere with our clients, competencies is one area that you can learn up. And we can use technology to empower us even further.
If I can just add on, because I thought it's very interesting. I must applaud to the questions that ask, how do we bring value in anticipations of behavior? So I just want to sidetrack to behavioral finance. It's a big topic in our industry. I reckon all the UTCs must have very good knowledge about behavioral finance. If you are not, I think you better sign up for one or get some coach to guide you on this, because with that, you can really bring value to behavior. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. So we've got a very specific question here. I think the expectation that we all have to keep up with knowledge, technology, products, and all that, I think that's a given. But then the question is, how do we support the UTCs in terms of acquiring that knowledge? What kind of training frameworks are there? Because at the end of the day, to support them to adapt, we also must be providing the opportunities for them to get trained in this area. Matt, would you like to comment on that?
I would take this part into two parts. I think the word AI and technology seems to be quite cumulated in that sense. All right, let me take the first part. I think with AI, with technology, comes automation. Now, automation comes in the sense that you will know now, you can go online, you can see your clients' things, communication is all online, finding the information within your own web portal. You yourself already may also have started your own portal and all those type of things. So to me, even submission, transaction can also be done online. So to me, the advancement in technology has also helped you and I, or us in terms of our automation per se. And even when we do this automation, I'm sure many companies, when they launch new apps, new things to do, the first thing our UTC will start complaining. because they have to start key in data entry themselves, they have to do everything all themselves. But with that, information flows to you faster. Even your commission statement flows to you faster. all kinds of things flows to you faster. So to me, even with that also, there is a lot of training and everything that will be done. Why? From there, the training is done. How do you analyze your client report? How do you analyze your client statement? How do you analyze it from there? And then this is something that where we have been alluding to, understanding your client portfolio. And then, of course, that's what company can do. The other part of it, when it comes to the other part of the technology, is where you use different platforms. That's where your SOCMAC come to play, your social media come to play. Somebody asked me, do I know how to manage an Insta account? My answer is no. I'm still a little bit of a dinosaur. I don't have my Insta account. But today, if I ask you in this room, how many of you have an FB account? You'll raise your hand. But if you go out there and ask somebody who's below 20 years old or 25 years old, do they have a Facebook account? They say, what is Facebook account? So it's the understanding on this various technology, the various available, even social platforms, social media platforms also change. Today, you and I in this room, we are still using WhatsApp. Our kids in school are using Snapchat. And Snapchat needs to be uploaded daily or something like that. So what we meant by putting yourself, learning what is around, what is available, and use it to your advantage. Do not be fearful with AI. Do not be fearful with technology. And also, dissect it differently. AI, if I want to use it to your advantage. Use it to your target segment. Use it to how it's going to help you to continue to build your relationship and trust with your client.
Okay, thank you. That's a very good question that has come up. But just to summarize what has been said, so in terms of adapting to the new world, the technology world, the digital world, is two-pronged, right? You must seek out training, you must seek out knowledge enhancements, and embrace it. And there is a lot of scope for self-learning, whilst it is also important for institutions and companies to provide that learning and support, but then there's also scope for us to be proactive and to take the initiative. So with all this talk about technology, there's a question, how do you see the balance between advancing new technologies and ensuring we do not leave behind our most vulnerable clients? And if I could add on to that, when we look at the demographics, and we talked about it this morning, one is our vulnerable clients. How do we not leave them behind? Secondly, how do we have better reach to the unserved segments? And they could be vulnerable, they could not be they maybe not. They don't have access to technology. They could be in the more remote areas, you know, or they're not so accessible. But at the same time, to democratize it, to make sure they have opportunities as well. Maybe, Sukun, could I get you to respond to the question?
This is a very tough question, sir. I think usually we go where the money is, right? But the underserved market would include that those that may not be able to afford to invest in a bigger amount. So I think that's the balance between money and also social responsibility. So in this case, I think even for technology to reach out to them is not difficult. I think with the COVID, I think thankful to COVID, nowadays, technologies are no longer an alien, even at the very remote area. And for the age of those, we call it like the grandpa and grandmoms, they're also very technology savvy. They may not use the AI the way we use it, but we can actually reach out to them. So I think for UTC, if you're talking about how do we then making sure that we use new technology and balance, how do we, making sure that we still take care of the vulnerable group and the, I would say, the less underserved market, is really between you reaching out to them, really care about helping them in terms of their wealth, growing their wealth. And that's where the knowledge that you carry with you and the confidence that carry with you that you reach out to them. The customers, many out there, when we deal with money, the high touch still be very, very relevant. I think Dato' Matt talked about this. So there are still a lot of customers need help. They know all the news out there, but because of the overcrowded, overwhelming of information, customers even get confused. So it's really for us to be out there, to be able to unpack the knowledge and give them the direction and advice. I think that's how we and also UTC, all of you, can then help this group of customers, not just the vulnerable, not the underserved. In fact, at large, many of customers are overwhelmed with information because of the social media, the technology. So I think that's how you can make a difference to provide them with the knowledge hub to unpack the information and give them the direction.
Okay, thank you for that. I think when it comes to vulnerable investors, there are like guidelines as to how you take care of vulnerable investors and the kind of additional support that's needed. We've just got a few minutes left, and there's this question. We talked about fee compression just now, and then with the fees getting, let me pick it up from here, with fees getting lower in most platforms, right? And clients able to access international platforms. So this comes to the UTCs. How do they grow their income with lower fees? Now, who would like to respond to this question? It is, I'm sure, at the heart of every UTC.
I'm happy to take this. I think it's not just UTCs is facing with lower fees, the UTMC is facing with that, but it is not just us. And it is not the first time that we are going through this. If I look at all the financial institutions, the capital market players, we have gone through many rounds of fee compressions. And every time that I experience the moment, people were worried, people were talking about it, they think that it's going to impact them. However, the result turns out to be the not so qualified UTC, maybe they are not serious or they are part-timers, they will leave the industry. However, the strong ones will get even stronger. And I think that ties in very well with the topic today about how to transform challenges into opportunities. Because when you have got way lower fees, for everybody. There will be levers. There will be people who are benefiting from it.
Matt, do you have any views on that?
I think this is a very common question, and it's a common fear, and I can feel it, But I always say to my advisors, I always say to my distributors, actually, if you heard me saying earlier on, the platform that will charge lower fees, the platform will charge zero fees, eventually there's so much a client will invest in it. If your client invests with you 100,000 ringgit, if the client wants to win 100,000 ringgit directly to the platform, he will still need an advisory advice. Most of the time. So that's why I say, sometimes as much as there's investment in the industry, we also go back to basic, building trust, building things. And even on the platform, if market is volatile, things are so complex, your platform will now be able to break down the complexity of things. The platform may not be able to provide empathy to things. So this is something that I always say, continue to persevere and to continue to hold the relationship, hold the trust. What the client, and move away from there, become an advisory fee to it, move away from getting stuck with it. Go back to basics, build the trust, build the relationship, and eventually the client will pay you. They will have to pay what they have to pay. Okay? And, to me, is something that beyond this, also do not stop yourself by just offering investment products. You may even have to move beyond your practice, which I encourage a lot of my partners, my advisors, your protection product, your estate planning product, your decumulation products. You need to be able to look at those things as a holistic level, like Jay Howe said, wealth management, you need to really look at those things. So I will never stop my advisors selling insurance. I will never stop my advisors doing any other things. But as long as they sell, something is licensed. Don't sell any unlicensed scam things.
Yeah, maybe I want to add one point to this. Fee compression is given. We felt it, whether it's SST, e-invoicing, and SC is going to load us with fee. I think we also feel the pain together. But I think most importantly for UTC, maybe if you look at an agency business perspective, right, in terms of the portfolio, it's very heavy into equity because that's where the margin is. However, the fixed income portions are smaller. Why? That's where the money is. But if we were to turn the mindset around, thinking that this industry will go through the fee compression, put client first, client interest first, sell them a portfolio, a relevant product to the investor. So moving from product pushing to be a trusted advisor, I think that's very important. Trusted advisor means client trusts us and we are taking money from our clients. We need to make sure that we give them the right portfolio so that it can reach their financial dream and their financial goal. So that's very important, moving that mindset into a trusted partner to your customers where you put your client interest first. So given that, if a customers need more fixed income, although you may not be making so much from the front end load, but overall, clients will stay longer. That's where the relationship pays off, like what Matt mentioned. So secondly, given the fee compression, there are ways that we can actually improve our cost structure, even the way you do business through AI. So all this, make AI your friend, enable yourself, streamline all this process, then you can serve your customer better with even much better approach instead of going to them only there is a problem. So more proactive in your approach. So this, you will go a long, long way. And we as a fund house here, we are here to make sure that we give you the right portfolio, the right product, deliver return, the support that you need.
Okay, thank you for that. the screen is flashing to end the session now. Although I still have one more question for each of the panel members. Okay, very quickly, if you will just indulge me. Okay, tell me one thing that each of you are focusing on in terms of navigating the future. One important thing.
One important thing.
Yes.
I think there are a few things that we are managing to navigate the future, but what is the most important?
Just pick
all right?
one thing.
We want to future-proof my business partners, my advisors' livelihood.
Okay, Zihao.
I think financial planning, financial education, financial literacy is still a big topic for the community. Whenever I'm invited to speak, whether it's at the university, thousands of people, or a public seminars, hundreds, if not thousands of people, they will attend, they will want to learn, and they want to apply. So that is still one big thing that I want to continue carrying it with me for the next couple of years for the community. And I hope we are all doing it together, all the UTCs and us.
For me, at eSpring, we're focusing on how do we enable AI plus product innovation. We want to make sure that the products that is going to be your threat will then be able to be your friend. How do we bring innovations to then allow you to sell all this product, including digital asset, including the power, the wave of tokenization? How do we then making sure that we can pack this all together and give it to you so that you can still reach out to your customer?
Okay, thank you for that. I think the conclusion is that there are so many things that are changing the landscape. It's very exciting. It can be deemed as a challenge, but there are huge opportunities. But at the end of the day, to move from just selling a product to becoming a coach, an investment coach for your client in a holistic fashion, because that's what counts. So please join me in thanking our wonderful panel that we had today.
Thank you very much to our panel for sharing many practical insights. Now, every challenge the UT industry faces, from new regulations to digital shifts, is also a chance to innovate and grow stronger. Let's have a group photo taken up on stage. Now, we learned that by embracing change and turning obstacles into opportunities, we paved the way for a more dynamic and resilient future. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give one more round of applause to our panel for session 2. Now, before we move on to the next session, which is session 3, just some reminders that consultants who need assistance with FCS registration, or if you have any questions about the FCS system, you may visit the FIMM booth later on, where the team is ready to assist you. And for any of you that require help signing into the system, there is also an IT help desk also at the FIMM booth, ready to assist you further. So the FIMM booth is located just right outside at the foyer area. All right, ladies and gentlemen. The next session will explore the growing impact of AI, which was discussed in great length just now as well, in the fund management industry, covering its application across the front, middle, and back office, as well as client servicing. We'll take a look at how AI is driving smarter investment decisions, streamlining operations, and enhancing client experiences, while also addressing the key benefits, challenges, and considerations around around its adoption. Join us as industry experts share how AI is reshaping the future of fund management. Now, the moderator for this next session will be Mr. Muhammad Rizal Muhammad Sharif, who is currently the chairman of FIMM and holds a Bachelor of Laws degree from University of London and was a licensed stockbroker and financial derivatives trader. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him once again, Mr. Muhammad Rizal Muhammad Sharif, along with his speakers, Datin Sri Azlin Osman Rani, Director for the Institute of Capital Market Research, Mr. Muzaffar Othman, Group Chief Operations Officer of Permodalan Nasional Berhad. Mr. Muhammad Rizal, the stage is now all yours.
Okay, good afternoon. We've just 12:16, so I'm keeping you from lunch. Before we, like a week ago when we were preparing for this topic, we had a huddle, and one of our colleagues from FIMM, Hatia, was doing a lot of the background work. And she did a summary of our discussion. It came out within, I think, 30 minutes. It was an AI-generated minutes of the meeting. And I don't know what your age group is, but I started working in the 90s, and I'd go for a meeting with my boss, and I'd take minutes of the meeting, and then he'd say he wants it on his desk the next morning for him to review it. I probably spent about 3 hours trying to write up all the minutes and everything that was said. So the impact of AI, as we know, it saves time, it's quite accurate. In some instances, it scares people. And it's been such a topic of discussion in the last 2 or 3 years that you can't really have a conference without at least once mentioning AI as something that impacts us. We had a conference last month, also hosted by FIMM, where the impact of AI on industry has been peppered throughout the entire discussion. So today, just like all the other conferences, the first 2 sessions also talked a lot about AI. Today we're just going to focus, this session is going to focus specifically on AI and how it has impacted the funds management industry in real terms. I want to begin the session by inviting an ex-director of ours, Cik Muzaffar, who used to be the CEO of ASNB, but he's moved up to become the COO of ASB. He has been a consultant, he has played many roles, he's been in the banking industry, he brings a lot of depth, and he's always our go-to person in technology. And at board meetings, we always look forward to Cik Muzaffar's new pair of sneakers because he's got a large connection of sneakers. So, everybody wants to see what Cik Mus is wearing this time. I want Cik Mus to begin with the backdrop of AI from a technology perspective, and maybe set the tone in terms of how it's being used by a practitioner, and obviously ASB and PNB are the biggest fund in the country. So how it's being used in the front office and the back office and the middle office in real terms at this point in time.
Thank you. I still call Chirizal chairman because, being in FIMM, he's the chairman then. So thank you for the generous introduction. Last year I was here, I was talking on behalf of ASMB because I was running ASMB. Now I'm talking from a perspective of Group Ops. So I think I'm trying to structure this conversation. Everybody talk about AI everywhere you go. So maybe I structure it in a different perspective. So there is AI adoption at the industry level. Currently, we are in unit trust, the industry level. So that also means the regulator level. Regulator needs to do some AI understanding and provide guidance, what the unit trust can or cannot do. And then there's the second level, organization level. Your organization, my organization, how are we adopting AI? And then there's the most basic level, you and I, individual. We are very much user of AI. I believe we all go travel and we do that AI thing and schedule our where to go and stuff like that. I have another AI separately, it's called AKA wife. She's always right. And I follow her advice. So everybody have a different level of AI. So let's talk about organizational type of AI. So I was privileged to actually went to a World Economic Forum in China this few months ago. And a lot of people are talking about AI, and there's a speaker who actually categorized AI as AI maturity at 5 levels. So level 1 is you're not aware. I think all of us are very aware of AI, right? Level 2, you are aware. That means, okay, we know what it is. Sometimes we don't know exactly how it works, but we know what it is. Third one is we are ready to use AI. The fourth one is you're very competent already. You can use prompt fast, accurate, and the results are pretty good. And the level 5 is you're moving to agentic AI, which is no longer an advice, more like buy me an airplane and here's my credit card and you go whatever you need to do. So in terms of most organizations, they are at level 2, level 3. They are aware and they're ready, right? So if you look at this organization number 2, number 3 level, not many are actually in a competent level yet. So if you use that analogy of aware and ready, there are many organizations today, not in Malaysia, that is actually doing it for front, middle, and back. So tadi Datuk Mark was saying that user engagement, trust, right? You still need people. I think in the future, that can take over by AI. If you look at what Wells Fargo is doing, they are actually using an AI by Google to actually increase customer engagement. How they are doing it, I don't know yet, but they just announced that they work with Google and they have the Google Gemini and they call something else that they will use to increase engagement. So that's what people use in the front office generally. And then there's always in the middle office where people like FactSet and Bloomberg, if you're familiar with them, they use AI to provide investment advice to the investor. That means your asset manager guys, the investment guys, have a lot of data from Bloomberg and the rest of the data feed, but you need to create an idea where to invest, where not to invest. So this AI has been used by some of these vendors, pull data from the market and pull data from the source that the company is doing, and then give them advice. I think you should drop fixed income, for example, I'm just saying, right? And then the investor will make a decision. So that's one use in the middle, I call it middle office. The other middle office use is compliance. There's a lot of compliance control. Sometimes you cannot buy certain things. Sometimes you're buying, for example, there are rules on buying Israel type of asset class. There are rules on what you cannot buy, what you can buy. So compliance AI are being used in the middle office. The back office generally are being used for productivity purposes. Things like generating reports nicer than before. Generating reports to the boss A versus boss B are different because they like the different outline. So you created them versus you regenerate a lot of reports, right? Clear. Some bosses doesn't like to use this word, some bosses. So those are the more productivity level layer. And normally at the back end, when you do your NAV recon, you might need to use AI to make sure that the numbers are proper. It's not like you're asking them to do, but you are making sure that the data has been prepared rightly for them. So I think this is just a very high level view so that everybody understands there are the regulator industry level, there are organization level, and then there's individual level like us. And on the organization, some are doing it at the front end, middle, and back. And the AI is pervasive. And then there are 5 levels of readiness: not aware, aware, you're ready, and then you're suddenly very competent, and then you're like super good. You start to use agentic AI. You don't have to do anything. They just do whatever you need to do. So I think that's just a bit more scoping on what I think AI is.
Thank you. If we can move on to Datin Azlin Osman Rani, just by way of introduction. Datin is a director of Institute of Capital Market Research, Malaysia, which is something that was established by the Securities Commission in 2017. And previously, Datin was heading the research team at ValueCap. And basically, you know, the perspective that we want to take for Datin Azlin from a research perspective is, I guess, to what extent we can actually rely on information provided by AI. I guess from a regulatory perspective, you know, whether you come from an audit firm or an investment bank, you're always putting disclaimers every which way you can, right? You're giving advice, but then you're not. You know, you should listen to me, but then if something goes wrong, it's not my fault. But then internally, as well as externally, where does AI sit on this? Because it's important, we rely on it, but where should it go? I think there's a short presentation, some slides from Datin Azlin.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rizal. Bit of context, thank you for the introduction. I think just starting off with a bit of caveat, I think Rizal mentioned about, you know, ICMR, the Institute for Capital Market Research, is an affiliate of the Securities Commission. So as I speak a little bit more about regulations, I think an important caveat is I do not represent, when I speak, because we are an independent think tank, I really express it from my personal views as well as ICMR, and does not express anything from SC. It's like SC dekat sini ke. Sorry also if I sound a little bit subdued. I woke up this morning with no voice, but I was trying to hand over to my team. I didn't want to take up the opportunity to speak here. So I thought we all had to have slides. So actually my team prepared some slides, but since the other 2 panelists decided not to go with the slides, I'm just going to spend maybe 2-3 minutes to quickly run through the slides. So before we go into the regulations, I think just like Muzaffar mentioned about, you know, looking at it from, you know, different levels of AI adoption, I think it's also, obviously there's a lot more nuance to this, but generally from a business model perspective, I think it's a simplified framework to think about at least 3 different categories. And you know, from a low AI adoption to at the other spectrum, I think what Muzaffar mentioned, automated AI-driven models, and soon, I would say, full agentic AI models. And I think where the sort of the convergence is coming at this stage for now, globally, is still very much at the hybrid or human AI model. And then I won't go into, as Muzaffar already did, in terms of
the different levels of AI adoption when it comes to front office, middle office, back office. Oops, sorry. So I think Muzaffar mentioned about from an organization perspective. I think when we look at in terms of regulations, I think the rules themselves will evolve and quite rapidly as AI progresses. I think an important also context that as we discuss about AI, because I noticed the earlier sessions also mentioned a lot about AI. I think it's also important to make a distinction about digitalization and AI. I think the conversations about digitalization have been, for a very long time, has set sort of the transformation of the fund management industry as a whole. I think there were conversations about, it's already, in a way, you have to be in some form of digital platform. So I look at it as more like digital platforms, being on a digital platform is like the infrastructure, having the pipes, to actually, deliver, distribute your products. But AI is actually like the brains. So it's a lot more complex. And it's also very much evolving in a very, very rapid way. So I agree, Muzaffar, in the sense that if you are experimenting a lot with AI, you will know that agentic AI is already here and it's progressing in a very rapid way. So if you're still using only ChatGPT, then you should try other forms of AI as well in terms of just to get a gauge of how fast AI is actually evolving. So very quickly from a regulations perspective, you think about it as what levels are there in terms of human involvement. Human in the loop would be sort of where you want to see higher risk activities because you have human as sort of the ultimate approval, human approval at the end, right? So say companies can actually have a lot of AI at the back end or the middle end or even the front end. But ultimately, when the regulations come, they have to hold someone accountable, it's still the human. And then you have human over the loop and human completely out of the loop. It's a little bit more on the autonomous side. So again, from a regulatory perspective, I think we've had a look at various models already operating out there. If you want to think about a spectrum, you will see EU kind of going on very hard laws, binding laws in terms of the usage of AI. So they're very detailed regulations, and a lot of the rest of the markets, whether you think about ASEAN, Singapore and all that, they're kind of a little bit more flexible. They want to actually encourage a lot of innovation, experimentation. So they have a more agile way of looking at regulations, right? So Singapore, for instance, they would have they follow this principle called FEAT, ensuring that whatever you use in terms of AI, it has to be fair, it has to be ethical, there must be some accountability and also a lot of transparency. So I think just quickly touching on some of the conversations that were already happening in the previous sessions, I think for at least FIMAC, I think conversations were really around what is the role of UTCs, how would the fund management industry evolve with a lot more adoption of AI. So I think this is where we can speak a little bit more about where Malaysia is and all that. But generally speaking, we agree. I think the previous session was talking about a lot of the human touch, the empathy and all that. But breaking it down further a little bit more from the context of capital markets specifically, I think where we think there's a lot of need for humans to actually play a more significant role in the fund management industry is really understanding it from a behavioral perspective. I think the previous session mentioned this also. I think when AI can't do something like really nuanced understanding of maybe behaviors across the life cycle, and I think looking at it from that perspective, not plain vanilla products, but no longer sort of product pushing, but really understanding their lifestyle needs. And this could be actually not just purely from a financial perspective, right? And then after that, you see as with more specialized expertise that would require more thematic funds, activist funds, impact funds, it does require sort of skill sets that actually require you to say, for instance, to on-the-ground visits, site visits, due diligence. I think this is where I think humans would actually be able to play a more significant role. And then the last one, I think, was where the panel spoke about moving away from sort of transactional sales to really relationship driven. And I think this is the great opportunity, especially with the great wealth transfer in ASEAN markets. So I'll stop with that.
Thank you, Datin. Let me bring in Mr. Zaf Feng. He's the director of LESG, Lipper Asia Pacific Research. And in LESG, he leads research initiatives across the region with extensive experience in the funds industry, where they provide analytical support for major institutional projects, including Singapore's Central Provident Fund, monitoring initiatives of Malaysia's Employees Provident Fund, Lipper's rating, and consulting. His work also encompasses research in Hong Kong's MPF schemes and Taiwan's labor pension. Since 2007, ZAS has covered the Greater China region, pioneering studies of QFII and QDII funds. I'd just like to go into your research, Zaf, to maybe ask the most crucial in terms of how do investors perceive AI-driven services? Is it deemed as a value add or as a risk?
Thanks. I just met my old friend, Dr. Tan, but he's on the way back to Singapore as he has a very important dinner tonight in Singapore. He shared with me he used ChatGPT, show me the 10 golden rules. The first one is Warren Buffett, never lose the money. The third one is his. He is very proud of, show me that I'm the agent and listen into the ChatGPT. So AI can help you to do lots of things. It can help you to digest hundreds, thousands of books and list out the rules. And I'm not sure if you also use Gemini. I put on a very simple, and I can generate mini-me in front of the box. It's very interesting. And recently, there's very popular for the Sora. Ottoman, OpenAI CEO, riding a bicycle, speaking Chinese, eat bubble tea to introduce everything. It looks real. However, using AI into fund asset management or your investment is different. It's not playing games. It's not that simple. From our perspective, high quality, accurate, and comprehensive data is essential for reliable AI outcomes. AI in fund asset management serves as a powerful complement to human expertise, significantly enhancing the ability to deliver precise, actionable insight through impartial and granular fund performance data and advanced analytic tools. We at LSEG Lipper provides market-validated AI-powered analytics, integrated a robust open infrastructure that supports automation of complex research tasks. personalization, and faster discovery of investment opportunity across front, middle, and back office. We emphasize AI tools, including the natural language processing and quantitative models, assist fund manager by automating routine and advanced quantitative tasks, such as market valuation, risk management. However, we think human portfolio fund managers remain critical to interpret AI outcome, make the qualitative judgment, and handle unforeseen AI as augmentation rather than the replacement of human rules. In the summary, from Lipper's perspective, any question here today around AI in fund asset management should focus on leveraging AI's automation and analytics capability to empower fund managers while maintaining robust human judgment and controls for optimal investment outcome and risk management. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You know, while waiting for the session to come on, I just put in my age, my height, my weight, and I asked what I should be having for lunch. And the AI machine came back with very lean meat because it said you're slightly overweight. Half my plate should be salads. I should be eating a lot of lentils and broccoli and the irritating thing is that this sounds exactly like my wife. So I think it's quite accurate. As a layperson, what I would say is, from my experience, whenever you put very precise requests in, then you will get a decent answer. And I guess the more complicated situation, like Zaf mentioned, would require even more precise prodding of the system. So let me go back to Cik Muzaffar. What are the main hurdles of rolling out data, of rolling out AI? Is it data quality, the legacy of systems, or workforce readiness? And how do you think industry can overcome it?
Yeah, well, I can tell you a story that I met up with a bunch of guys from South America. They are doing some biotech work, and they're using AI to predict, if I'm not mistaken, either cancer or some illnesses from people just by looking at the X-ray chart. So that was last year. That was last year. So what they discovered was they can predict up to a very good accuracy. I cannot remember the number. Just by showing these guys your X-ray, they can predict, and your medical details, they can predict with quite good accuracy if you have that disease or not. Now, and then they realize they have a problem. It's not accurate. Reason being is the medical data that people provide normally came from not well-to-do people. Because the well-to-do people are very private about their health. They don't want to tell anybody else, right? So the AI is trained based on the not well-to-do people. So the prediction will fit if you are, whatever, within that realm of data that the AI have learned. So if you put in very rich people with the same X-ray, they have biasness to say this guy is okay, when actually they're not. That's the idea behind it is this. Data is a challenge, and biasness came from the data itself. So in any organization who wants to run their own AI, if you don't want to use ChatGPT, if you don't want to use Gemini, if you don't want to use DeepSeek, the learning data is extremely important. Let's assume your organization wants to figure out how is a high net worth individual is going to invest on my fund. But if you take, let's say, a data from somewhere that is basically not high net worth individual, then you train your AI, and then you said, okay, Encik Muzaffar is very rich. I'm not, but Encik Muzaffar is very rich. Let's sell him this fund. He likes equity. But you're targeting the wrong guy, because my data may not be trained by the other learning LLM. So that's a challenge in any organization when you want to introduce such capability. Data accuracy is important, therefore links back to technology. Data is massive. Where are you going to dump those data? And number two, learning requires a lot of CPU usage. It's expensive. So the challenge are, number one, data, wrong data, right answer, but very biased towards your data population. Second one, technology, very expensive to learn. If you use ChatGPT, that is the generic data. ChatGPT has been learned from massive amount of data, but that may not be Malaysian-centric, right? They may not be the makcik yang tinggal in Balakong, for example, because her data might not be scooped up by OpenAI. They are using generic American thing. The other challenge is on the people side, you and I, right? From an institution perspective, the technology that runs AI requires specific competency. And the AI, like it or not, will replace some of us, or at least some of our job, in a way. In the past, maybe we have people who would schedule my calendar, right? But if you use AI, they'll figure it out who's available right now, the boss available, this guy is available. They will say, okay, everybody's available, and this time we block it. So the role of my secretary may reduce. So with some of our investors, I can tell you right now, within 5 to 10 years, some of the analysts within your asset management team will be replaced. Because the analysts cannot consume as much as the AI can consume the data, right? And they probably can give a better vision. Of course, we have human in the loop, human out of the loop. That's a policy conversation. I mean, if you trust the system, okay. If you don't trust the system, make sure there's somebody else who will say, okay, yes, I agree. So I think the couple of challenges are there. Number one is data, which create biases, which requires technology, which increase your costs. And the second one is you and I, as an individual, we need to adapt to this AI and use this AI, for which some of these things will take over some of our minor roles. Not all, but some. I think there was a research done as well in World Economic Forum. They say that a certain percentage of the population will never be able to adapt, and they will be displaced. Very small, if I'm not mistaken, below 20%. Cannot be retrained, cannot be in the population that work anymore, because things have changed. Now, this is their research. I'm quoting. I don't have the details specifically, but that's an interesting view that says that, okay, we thought we can reskill, but actually some people cannot be reskilled. And the risks are some more people needs to be hive off of the organization. So it's just my simple view on challenges and how does we as an institution needs to move this forward. Number one, you got to be ready. You got to know what data you want to have. Don't use the wrong data. You're going to waste your money. Number two, just accept the fact that some of us will be replaced. But majority of us can be reskilled. So we can reskill into a certain place that requires different jobs, because the tools already make it faster for us, right? But just like my secretary, she's not going to be replaced because she needs to talk to other secretaries about gossip about what's this boss doing, right? That one cannot be replaced by AI. But the calendaring sure can, right? So she will not be doing that work in the future. So that's just my view on the challenges and how we as an institution can try to alleviate some of these issues.
Yeah. On the same pretty much along the same lines. I mean, in terms of, again, data quality, maybe I'd just like to have Zav's perspective on it, because, I mean, the core of what Lipa does is data-driven, right? So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the AI, everybody now is very enthusiastic for AI to apply into your investment because they would like to have a better return. But like I say, even you ask the ChatGPT or Gemini, sometimes it tells the wrong answer. The data is not totally accurate. So from our perspective, I think the data's transparency and also accountability is very important. And I also, yeah, people got more enthusiastic and has more expectation. However, there's still some concerns. I think the first one is the transparency and explainability, because AI models, particular deep learning and complex algorithms, are often referred as a black box. Investors are worried about the rationale behind decision and lack of confidence and in outputs without clear explanation. And the second one is the data privacy and the security. The reliance on the large, diverse data assets raises issues about the privacy and data protection of sensitive financial personal data, with investors aware of a potential regulatory or reputational risk. And the third one is model or reliability and a bias. Because we thought investors are conscious of potential for AI to propagate bias or errors if trained on slow data, threatening the performance and consistency and compliance. And the last one, I think it should be the regulatory governance uncertainty. But I think it's good that because we started to see like EU, like Singapore, or even like Hong Kong, they started to have a clear guidance regulatory to lead the investors. So I think everything is step by step. You cannot say, oh, I can leverage the ChatGPT or Gemini to make the money. No, it just helps you to digest your routine work or tedious data and so on. But you have to digest. I think the last one you need to do is to make the right decision. And this cannot be replaced by the AI tools.
Thank you. And I think that's a good segue to get into the regulation and governance part for Datin Azlin. We had a very interesting discussion last month at another conference on tokenization. And the topic was in relation to regulation. And I found it fascinating that the US approach to it was regulatory in nature, whereas the European approach to it was to just let it play. And this is in relation to different asset classes, not traditional asset classes. You know, what do you figure the landscape looks like in terms of approaching the use of AI in fund management? Is it because I've not seen, I mean, there are guidances, but how do you think it's going to pan out?
So I think from a global perspective, like we mentioned, I think there's different stances by the different markets. Like for Malaysia, for instance, I don't think there's been a clear guidelines on AI usage yet specifically, but what we have is from a national policy. So we have national AI governance and ethics framework. So that kind of forms your sort of your baseline, or so your umbrella that you want to kind of look at regulations from that perspective. But generally, I think the approach is still very much a middle ground where you want to actually facilitate a lot of innovation and experimentation, and not have hard and binding rules as of yet. Now, the reason I think is also because of the speed of AI advancements. I think Zaf mentioned the black box. So if it's a black box for you and me, it's also very much a black box still for the regulators from a financial market perspective, right? So these are whether or not AI can be explained when you use AI, because you're not talking like Muzaffar mentioned about, you're not using it from an individual perspective. So you have higher degrees of accountability when you're actually using it as an organization. So that sort of that black box, or whether or not you can explain AI, is still very much vague. And I think generally when we think about explainability in AI, it's always, we think from a regulatory perspective, it should be after the fact. Something happens, then you explain why it happens. But actually now, I think there's a lot of conversations that it shouldn't be after the fact. You should be able to explain it by design. So as you're modeling it into the fund management, into the companies, it should be you should be able to explain, for instance, the data set that you're using, that it's not some global data set that does not represent the customers that you have internally, and those kind of things. So I think I'm not sure from a business model perspective, but there could be requirements, or as it evolves, where organizations themselves develops their own proprietary AI tools for their own privacy and data protection purposes.
Thank you. What I'd like to do is to spend the next 15 minutes that we have on questions that have been coming from the floor. And the first one at the top for Slido: how can the fund management industry leverage AI to enhance performance and investor outcomes while maintaining human judgment? I find this fascinating because it's almost a contradiction in terms, right? Because the very fact that you have AI, some people argue that it actually takes away human judgment. But anyway, I just want to open this to the panelists. How can the fund management industry leverage on artificial intelligence to enhance performance and investor outcomes while maintaining human judgment? Tricky. Anyone?
Yeah, again, so I think it would require some human in the loop when you talk about, maintaining human judgment. But I think it goes back to looking at it where do you use AI in the business model, right? Is it at the front office? Are we talking about, the front-facing role? Or is it the middle office where you can use it maybe for research, for portfolio construction? Or is it at the back end? But ultimately, I think the conversations earlier with the earlier panel sessions as well did talk about this distinctive role that humans bring beyond what AI can do. And I think that's where we have to really leverage. And I think it's a great opportunity for us to really look at what we can do beyond technology, because even when we think about technology, it's more from an enabler. So it can help to enhance maybe the performance or the investor outcomes, as Muzaffar mentioned about even diagnosis and but where does the human judgment come in? That is where the role of empathy comes in, relationship building comes in, ability to understand nuances on the ground. So if you have a portfolio, I think the earlier sessions talked about private investments and then this convergence of private investments. These are where data is not available. So when data is not available, that means you actually do have to assess the companies at the ground level, and actually, whether or not you're looking at it from an ESG perspective, those require a lot of nuances that human judgment can come in.
Just my view. I mean, I have a funny hypothesis, which is kind of weird. I wish my investment guys can do this. Trump is coming into Malaysia soon, right? I hope. I don't know if he's coming or not. I know that I hope, but I hear. So what is the impact towards gold price? We don't know, right? So I think in my mind, where AI can come into play is for you to feed this information. Trump is coming in October. He's going to ask for a peace deal between Thailand. This is not politics, it's just news. Thailand and, is it Vietnam or Cambodia? I cannot remember. Cambodia. What is the impact on gold price? Gold price just increased this morning. Not that I'm watching gold price, but this is where the role of AI can be. Not the normal analysis where, okay, you know, Fed cuts rate, New Zealand is thinking also, Australia is thinking also. Those are the normal analytics that our investment guys can do. This is the funky stuff that I think AI can help. And this, if done properly, could boost the return, I didn't never say yes, it will, could boost the return for investors, people like me who invest money. So that's one area where I think it will help. If you were to be a unit trust salesperson, an agent, AI will help you in explaining, probably in layman's term, to my mother. Makcik, this means what? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Because we have the tendency to sell sometimes in a complex terms. So I think AI can go both ways. One is to go on scenario basis that nobody have a time to think about why would you want to do correlate Trump visit against gold price. You can just pump it in tonight, let them run, tomorrow morning, let them do the analysis. And another part, as a unit trust agent, is more like simplifying things. What does equity global means to my mother who is 80 years old, who retired already? What does it mean to her? So I think that's where AI helps in either way. Again, this is my opinion. It's not any industry opinion.
Yeah, I always say, I chat with my friend. I always say that AI should be like my AirPods Pro. What does it mean? What we encounter right now is not lack of information. It's too much information. Every day you woke up, you saw lots of news from threads, from Instagram, and so on. Lots of noise. What you need to do is to filter those noises. So, like I say, I will regard AI is like my AirPods Pro to do the noise cancellation, to avoid those unnecessary or incorrect noise. I would like to focusing. And what can AI do? When you focus, then you can process, AI can help you to process the vast of data set rapidly to help uncover investment signal at patterns that human beings might miss. And also can help you to do operational efficiencies and access to the new opportunities. However, nevertheless, you rely on accurate and those digest data from AI to make the final decision to help investors to make the money. So that's what I thought.
Thank you. Just my 2 cents worth as a moderator. I take you back to my original example when we first started talking in relation to making your job easier. So there could be a summary, and particularly within the context of unit trust consultants, I think the issue is whatever it is that's driven by AI to give advice, to enhance performance, the question would be, are you prepared to sign off on that? Because at the end of the day, it is a machine making a prediction or giving advice, but the relationship is between you and the client, not the machine. So whether you are prepared to actually sign off on it as your advice. So it can concise the effort that you make within minutes about whether you agree entirely to it and whether you are prepared to put your name down, put your name to it. We still have about 5 minutes, so I'd just like to take another question. It says, how can Malaysia leverage AI in Islamic fund management to strengthen its position as a regional hub for Sharia-compliant investments? Actually, I'm not quite sure what the relationship between AI and Islamic fund management, I don't know. I kind of missed the thing, but maybe there's something in it. Anyone care to comment?
Yeah, I mean, let's just go back to data, right? Malaysian, I think, is still the biggest issuance of sukuk in the world, I think. I've been out of industry for a while, for a year. I'm running group ops now. But that means there's a lot of data on transaction on sukuk bonds in Malaysia itself. Like I said, the data is the basis of the LLM learning. So if you have a whole bunch of data that's in Malaysia and with a lot of expert feeding in, I don't know what's the outcome, but I think there is an opportunity for us to have that learning, digest, and perhaps there are some ideas, hypotheses, some innovation that can come out of it via these AI tools. Again, I'm speaking very generically on the technology available because the data is the one that makes or breaks the LLM. And given that Malaysia is almost the biggest sukuk creator in the world, probably next to Middle East, but we have a lot of data, so we can train, and hopefully it will help to strengthen the position as a regional hub. Simplistic view.
Any other comments on that? All right. So maybe let's just take one last question. If you need to rank the jobs that are likely to be affected the most, I think basically you're asking who's going to lose their jobs. Right? And this is directed to all the panelists. So, I mean, from what I've read, certain repetitive jobs are at risk because, you know, if you put in the data, they can come out with something fairly generic, fairly quickly. But as I understand it, things which are a lot more creative in nature, you know, left field kind of thing, probably a bit more difficult for the human touch to be replaced. But let's finish the session off with maybe 2 minutes from each panelist.
I think Muzaffar should answer this because he came out with this 20% that's not going to be able to reskill for AI.
Okay, so operation guys will be the one who not have a job. Reason being is we do repetitive work. It's repetitive. It can be automated. We don't need to be there. The only thing that you need probably is just somebody who says, okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead. Even then, that can be automated, right? Back office, transaction goes in, currency goes out, I go Swift message. That one, you don't need people. I think that's oversimplification now. But to be honest, every organization will be different because it depends on what that institution needs to do. Generally speaking, if that institution like us in PMB, we are not here to make money. We are here to make people's wealth better. And that's clear. So we don't think that certain things need to be spent on. So for us, efficiency is key. We want to provide funds at the lowest cost possible. So that means we use the AI to do a lot of stuff. That means if I can have less people in operation, the better. That's our organization. Your organization could be different because you might have a different mandate. So in terms of people who will be and will not be, is actually depending on the maturity of organization, the mandate of organization. But generally speaking, anything repetitive can be replaced. Anything that requires a bit more intellectual thinking and decision making, that is harder to replace. So you can see how it works. Driver might not be replaced because Malaysian mapping is not there yet. We're still in Malaysia, but in US, you can drive Tesla without having even remember where you want to go, they just drive you. So different, like I said, different institution, different country will have a different impact. I know it's a generic conversation, tapi repetitive, no job next time because they can do it for us.
Okay, since Mus put himself in the front line, I'm going to put myself in the front line. I don't think it's just purely repetitive work. And I say this to the team as well. Research, deep research. Have you guys gone into Gemini to do deep research? Anything which is desktop analysis. Have you, you know, like I used to come from the buy-side research, and every day we would get emails. This was many years ago. We would get emails from the sell-side researchers on market performance, global, regional, Malaysia, macro, and a whole summary of what's happening in the world, outlook, insights, exactly what was happening in the first panel. I think there was a discussion on that. And I just showed my colleague, if you go into Claude, it actually just gets some screenshots of some Excel. It can generate that in literally under 2 minutes. So is it just repetitive work? No, it can do complex thinking. So what I tell my team is we have to obviously then look at what else is not AI driven. And for us, it's really going to the ground, doing field work, doing pilot experiments, user testing, because Malaysia data is not in AI in the way that they are using AI more, leveraging on global data. So if you want to understand behavioral from a very nuanced perspective, Malaysia investors, Malaysia understanding their behaviors, you still need to do a lot more of on-the-ground work. So.
And I think my background is from the fund data, and our parent company actually offer global financial data and different multi-assets. I can share with you that actually we are doing right now to put our fund data into a chatbot, so it can help you to digest and generate the accurate data. It's totally different from like what you ask for ChatGPT or Gemini. The reason why is because the data source is different. Because it's from the ChatGPT for Gemini, probably it will, the Google source or something somewhere, it's not totally correct. But if from our perspective, I think we rely on very accurate and reliable data to do the data analysis, no matter you would like to make the right investment decision. But like I say, a good gear can help you to digest very rapidly, but you cannot just fully rely on it. After all, you know, the human beings, you're the composer, like Taylor Swift, you're the composer. The AI cannot replace the human being doing. So I think this is very important that AI is a gear to help you to do those data or daily work digesting. But the most important thing is that you should do the right decision based on those digest data.
Thank you. So our time is up. I think it's been a very interesting discussion. I'd really like, you know, to see where we would actually be at 30 years from now, because it probably wouldn't require a panel discussion anymore. You just, you know, tap into a machine on this subject and it'll just tell you. It'd be a much more boring world because you'd never have to have a conference about anything. But let's just end by thanking our panelists, Encik Muzaffar Othman, Datin Azlin, and Zaf Feng. I think they've done a brilliant job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Encik Muhammad Rizal. Thank you to the panel for shedding light on how AI is redefining every facet of fund management. Let's go for a group photo. Thank you again to the panel for bringing powerful telling us how AI can bring powerful benefits from smarter insights to greater efficiency, but also calls for thoughtful regulation and responsible adoption. As the industry evolves, staying adaptable and informed will be key for both consultants and investors. Thank you once again to the panel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've had an insightful morning, and now it's time to take a short breather and refuel for the session. achieved along the way. Here's to many more chapters of progress and success ahead. All right, with that, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a wonderful lunch just now and also an opportunity to further network, of course. We hope you also managed to get your card stamped for the lucky draw later. Before we begin with the next session, we would like to give another shout out to the sponsors of FIMAC, Kenanga Investors Berhad as FIMAC's lunch sponsor, East Spring Investments Berhad as FIMAC's gift sponsor, and our booth sponsors, Financial Markets Ombudsman Service, Hong Leong Asset Management, Malaysian Financial Planning Council, Phillip Capital, Private Pension Administrators, Public Mutual, Perfect 10, TE Investment, and finally, our supporting regulator, Securities Commission Malaysia. Thank you to all of our sponsors. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, if everyone can please do take your seats. Mr. Kalian Leong, the Chief Executive Officer of FIMM, will share with us a little bit more about the FIMM Consultant Benefit Program. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
Thank you, Nadia. Good afternoon, everyone. I think the toughest job of being CEO of FIM is two things. Number one, fighting for tax incentives. Number two, deciding who takes the slot after lunch. So this year I decided, because at a recent event, my chairman told me he didn't show any dissatisfaction or unhappiness, but he did hint to me, why does he have to take the after lunch session? So I said, fine, I'll take the after lunch session. But before I proceed, can I just have a show of hands? How many of you are consultants here? Or you sell unit trust funds? Consultants, great. Okay, so then what I'm about to share with you is something that will benefit you a lot, and the people who are not in this room now, you will have first mover advantage on it, and hopefully you will utilize it fully. So anyway, at FIM, our role as a thought leader and market advocate involves a lot of sharing and giving. Okay, we share reports, we share findings, and we try to give as much knowledge as we can with the industry. However, there are times we also take some to keep us afloat, okay? But we always end up giving. And today we would like to share with you our latest gift, which is the FIM Registered Consultant Benefits Program. Before I go further, maybe we'll just play a short video as to what this is about.
Introducing FIMM Registered Consultant Benefits Program with our partners in automotive, travel and leisure, energy solutions, healthcare, appliances and electronics. Fleet discounts on leading car brands plus 24/7 roadside assistance because your journey matters. Preferential rates at selected hotels to make your getaways more rewarding, whether for business or leisure. Elevate your everyday with cutting-edge appliances and advanced technology, now with exclusive discounts and complimentary solar system protection for enhanced comfort and peace of mind. Access to specially curated health checkup packages, prioritizing your well-being every step of the way. Upgrade your everyday with advanced appliances, now available with exclusive discounts on selected home and work models. Because your hard work deserves more than recognition, it deserves rewards. Explore your exclusive rewards today.
We hope that got you excited, but it's not the end of everything, because myself and my team, we are continuously looking for good services and proper goods for you to help you with your work, okay? We know that consultants in the course of their work already bear various daily costs, whether it's traveling to meet clients, participating in roadshows, or managing your own business activities. Hence, this program is designed with you in mind to help ease some of those everyday expenses and offer perks that can make your professional journey a little lighter and more rewarding. The key thing here is we are focusing on goods and services that are helpful to your livelihood and your life, okay? At this initial stage, we are pleased to have partnered with 10 companies and counting. We have some in the pipeline that we have yet to sign formal agreements with, so please watch this space. But this is just the beginning, inshallah. We will continue to expand our partnerships, bringing more companies on board so that the program can grow in value and reach over time. Ultimately, this is our way of recognizing your contribution to the industry and of showing that we truly value the role each of you play in bringing investment opportunities closer to Malaysians. As you have seen in the video, it gives you a glimpse of what you have in store. To elaborate further the thought process behind why these vendors are involved in this program, allow me to do a bit of a marketing pitch. So we interviewed a few consultants and a few of my colleagues who have been consultants before. And we asked them, what would a consultant need to reduce their stress levels? So some said that if you need a laptop or a desktop to help you keep track of your clients' investments, to help you browse the internet, so we managed to get Dell into the equation. If you have a bad hair day, we have Dyson by Dencom. We were told that the new Dyson Multi-Styler will allow you to dry, curl, and hide flyaways using the Coanda effect with no heat damage. So I have a daughter. She's crazy about Dyson hair dryer. I might buy one after this. Okay. If you are stressed out, well, you need a staycation or family holiday. We have signed up deals with Movenpick and Eastern and Oriental. Both are very good hotels. If you are stressed out by your electricity bill, check out the solar panels by Terra, okay? And try to find out whether you qualify for a 4,000 ringgit rebate or not. And if you're stressed out by using public transportation and you have a need for speed, then we managed to secure some wheels for you. At this moment, we have Proton, Perodua, and Volkswagen in the equation. We are still hoping to sign up some other vendors before year end. Okay, but if you don't need a new car because you already have a vehicle, obviously you still need to change your battery, and we got Battery Cool in the equation. So what they do is we have asked them to give us a cheaper rate plus 24/7 roadside maintenance, subject to terms and condition. Okay, and if all these things stresses your heart, there's a good package from IJN to help you on that. we are also trying to strike up deals with other medical centers because we acknowledge the fact that many consultants do not have that medical coverage. And we think this would at least give you some valuable medical assistance if needed. So here I would like to take the opportunity to thank the representatives of those partner companies who are here with us today. So I understand we have Ms. Jasmine Ng, the Commercial Sales Manager of Dancom, Mr. Darul Rizwan Makmo, the Senior Sales Manager of Movenpick Hotel, Tuan Haji Khairul Nizam, Executive Director of Perodua Takzim Dynamic, Mr. Alvin Rajendran, Regional and Corporate Sales Manager of Volkswagen, Mr. Cheong Kim Man, Marketing Manager of Terra. If I've missed out on any of those names, forgive me. Thank you to all the vendors for joining us today in making history with the industry. It is only made possible through the collective efforts and contributions of your respective companies. Okay, when we did this, I specifically asked my team, I said that the benefits given to you all should be at least similar or even better than what are the promotions that they have outside. So we will continuously monitor this, and we want all consultants to also help us monitor. If there are better deals out there and we are not getting it, please let us know, and my team will get back to you. The process is very simple. If you are a consultant, all you have to do is prove via the Is My Consultant Valid section in our website to prove that you are a consultant, and you can qualify for these benefits. Okay? The details are in the QR code. The details are also on our website, where you can just go to Industry tab, go to Consultants, and then you will see a benefits program there. Okay? I hope you had a chance to visit the booths out there. If not, please do so, and I hope you get a very good deal from them. Some of the deals that we have managed to strike out, unfortunately, we cannot post certain prices on the website because of competitive reasons. So here again, to help us, if you feel that the deals are not good enough, okay, as in it's not equitable to what the market rates are offering, then please let us know. Just drop us a line. So with that, it is now my honor to officially launch the FIM Registered Consultant Benefits Program. Please visit our website. Please use this benefit. We will continue to find more vendors to offer you goods and services for your livelihood and for your life. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Kalion Leong for bringing us some good news. For consultants who want to know more about the program, do stay tuned for more updates on FIMM websites and their social media platform. Or you can just go to FIMM's booth, where our representatives are ready to attend to you. And for those of you who have already made your rounds at the exhibition area, you may notice that we do have a number of vendors who have partnered with us for the program here today. To know more about the latest promotions, as mentioned just now, please do visit their booth today. All right, I've been told that many of you have not signed up yet for the lucky draw. Now I'm going to get you a little bit excited as well after the announcement that Mr. Kalion announced just now. Do you want to know what prizes are out for grabs today for the lucky draw? Okay, so there'll be 5 winners for the lucky draw, where 2 winners will be in the running to win 250 ringgit voucher. All right, that's for 5th and 4th place. The 3rd place winner will stand a chance to win a pair of wireless headphones from Logitech. All right, 2nd place, Sony wireless portable speakers. And the grand prize for the lucky draw, a Nintendo Switch 2 with Joy-Con handheld console. So if you haven't signed up yet for the lucky draw that will be happening later today, please do that now by scanning the QR code that you see on the screen right now, along with the prizes that you may take home with you today. All right, ladies and gentlemen. If we are ready, let's move on into the next segment, which is session 4. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session takes us to the heart of what truly matters in the unit trust industry, that is, safeguarding investors' interests. In Unit Trust, Safe and Sound, our panel will walk us through the key controls that guide every stage of the investment journey, from pre-sales and sales all the way to post-sales activities. We'll also take a closer look at real cases, statistics, and sanctions to understand what can go wrong and, more importantly, how we can do better. Let's see who our moderator is before we invite him up to the stage. We'll have Dato' Shamsuddin Muhammad Mahahidin, Director of FIMM. He was appointed as the Director of FIMM in September 2023. Previously, he served at Bank Negara Malaysia for 38 years. He has extensive experience in strategic management of support service operations, organizational governance, risk management relating to operational support services, procurement and sourcing strategy, process improvement, organizational transformation, and also change management. Let's please welcome him to the stage, Dato' Shamsuddin Muhammad Mahahidin, Director of FIMM. From the Regulatory Services Division of FIMM, and Ms. Wong Soo Queen, Chief Operating Officer of the Financial Markets Ombudsman Service. A round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen, our panel for Session 4. With that, over to you, Dato'.
Thank you very much, MC. I know that Kalyon mentioned just now about the challenges of having session after lunch. Thank you very much, Kalyon, for having us after lunch. But I'm pretty sure that the lunch will give us more energy and more power to listen to the session that we have today. I am pretty sure that our panel are also excited to share their views on this very important subject. This question about unit trust, safe and sound, has always been on the top of the minds of investors. And how do we, as consultants, play our roles? How do we make sure that our investors are satisfied with the way we manage the relationship, the way we get our client to benefit from their investment, and the way for them to be your client for a long time? So we have three esteemed panelists with a lot of experience and knowledge in this area. First is Encik Jawahar, who is from the Securities Commission. He is well-versed with regulatory issues pertaining to unit trust. Second, we have Dr. Liza. Dr. Liza is someone who is very familiar to most of you. She has been with FIM for quite some time, instrumental to many things that FIM has been focusing on. And last but not least, an important person when it comes to mediation, any dispute, which is something that we should not hope to happen, Ms. Suquin from FIMOS. Okay, maybe I can first start this conversation today to focus on the roles of regulator. And the regulator that I'm looking at is Encik Jawahar, in terms of maybe setting the stage to briefly mention about what is the key area that Securities Commission is looking at when it comes to this aspect of unit trust, safe and sound. Maybe we can start with that.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Dato'. Yeah. Well, the Securities Commission Malaysia, we are a capital market regulator. So, as you may know, the capital market is where, you can raise funds and another role, or rather one of the key objective of the SC is, or rather, I like to call it the very reason we exist, is for investor protection. Is for investor protection. Now, when you look at it from the vantage of unit trusts and whatnot, we have in place, or we are entrusted to have in place a robust ecosystem, robust ecosystem in terms of the laws, the regulation, and what have you, to ensure that that the investors are protected and that the industry is well regulated and it remains competitive. Of course, we work with FIM in this regard closely to ensure that all this happens. And another key role is, of course, to ensure that all the laws and regulation that we have are complied with. So in this regard, we have various tools available for us to take action, if I may use that term, in the event that any laws or regulations is breached. So we have various tools available to us. We have, like the likes of administrative action or civil action or even criminal prosecution if we feel that the breach is severe. I will talk more about the types of action that we have taken and so on and so forth, but I'll just cover that for now in terms of the broad function that the SC has with regard to regulating the unit trust industry. Over.
So you're saying in terms of market integrity, the consumer protection is key to what Securities Commission is really focusing on.
Certainly, yeah. So we have to make sure, as I mentioned just now, the reason why we exist is investor protection. So the investor protection is a key element, and we ensure that that is safeguarded, and that is very, very critical to build the trust in the industry. Because if the trust is not there, then there will not be the industry cannot grow.
So what you're saying is that is the focus of SC, and the expectation on all the unit trusts, the consultant, and even the distributor is the same.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, of course, in order for the whole ecosystem to work intuitively and cohesively, everyone needs to play their role. I mean, we as the capital market regulator will play our role, in coming up with the rules and guidelines and whatnot, a lot of which is actually done in consultation with the industry. But of course, the consultants themselves, not just talking about the consultant, the industry, including the consultants, will all have to play the role to ensure, So if, all the consultants carry themselves well, and then you conduct the business in the way that it is supposed to be, then there is an upside. There is an upside. There will be more confidence and in the industry, and you will have more people who would want to participate in the industry. One of the things that we observe now, Dato', I'll speak more about this later, is this emergence of scams. We have a lot of scams. Now, how I wish to put it for the purpose of the unit trust industry is that I always say, if we can save a victim of scam, then that there is an opportunity for the industry to have an investor. So what we are saying here is that we want the industry to grow, because we want the investors. Because as you can see, there are millions and billions of ringgit being lost to scams. So if this amount can be driven to the proper channel, to the legitimate channel, then that means there are investors out there with money, but they are now putting it all in the wrong area. So if we all play our role properly, promote it properly, carry ourselves well, then there's a good opportunity for all these people to come and invest. And one of the areas that they can invest is certainly unit trust.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I move to FIMOS. FIMOS has been around to support the as part of SC's of SC as the regulator. So perhaps, Suquin, can you share with the audience in terms of what are the roles that FIMOS focus on, and how do you also build the market integrity and trust?
Yeah, sure. Dato', thanks. FIMOS, Financial Markets Ombudsman Service, was established on 1st January this year. arising from the consolidation between CIDRC, Securities Industry Dispute Resolution Center, and OFS, Ombudsman for Financial Services. FIMOS, we are appointed by Securities Commission Malaysia and Bank Negara Malaysia as the dispute resolution body for the capital and financial market. Now, FIMOS, we offer independent, accessible, and free dispute resolution services to individual, also proprietor investors who are unable to resolve their complaints with the capital market intermediaries. The disputes needs to involve direct financial loss to the investors, not exceeding 250,000. When I say cannot resolve the disputes, it would mean that the investors would have first approached the capital market intermediary and try to resolve it, and the capital market intermediary, after investigating, issued them with a final decision declining the claim and referring them to FIMOS. So what we do is that when the dispute is actually filed in with FIMOS, we have our frontline team, customer engagement and analysis team, to review the complaint to see whether it is an eligible dispute. If it is eligible, falls within the jurisdiction of FIMOS, we will register them, and it will proceed to case management stage, where our case manager will actually review and investigate the issues at hand filed by the investors. And the role of the case manager is also try to facilitate negotiation, mediation, and conciliation between the both parties for a settlement. If, for example, settlement negotiation is unsuccessful, then the case manager will issue a recommendation based on the assessment made, based on the merits of the case, and as well as what is fair and reasonable, taking into consideration the facts and circumstances of the case and the relevant regulation, law, and guidelines issued by the regulator. Now, once a recommendation is issued, the parties have actually the option whether to accept. If both parties accept the recommendation, then a settlement is achieved. Either party can actually request for the matter to proceed to adjudication, and that will come before the Ombudsman. Ombudsman will then review the matter again and also will form their decision, and that's where the adjudication decision will be issued. Now, if the investor accepts the Ombudsman adjudication decision, the decision is actually binding on the capital market intermediary. If the investor doesn't accept the decision, then of course the investor is at liberty to pursue his or her rights at a court legal process. Now, what FIMOS Rose does is that we actually offer an alternative dispute resolution process to the investor. It is efficient, it is effective, it is cost-free, so as to facilitate a more efficient process available, a redress avenue to the investor. Now, for an effective regulatory compliance, to have an effective regulatory compliance, it needs to be contributed by an effective and accessible redress avenue to the aggrieved party. And this is where FIMOS' role comes in. And in the course of reviewing and investigating the issues, the case manager and the ombudsman will actually look and review and investigate whether there is any lapse or breach in terms of the controls or measures adopted by the capital market intermediaries. If there is, it will actually then be stated in the recommendation and adjudication award. And of course, if there is any liability imposed on the capital market intermediary, a monetary award will be given, either a full award or a partial award. And of course, if the claim is without merits, then it will be dismissed. So this is where FIMOS comes in to render that. And of course, in the course of our investigation, if we observed any systemic trend or issue, we will also highlight that to the Securities Commission as the regulator for any necessary steps. Yeah.
So, thank you, Sukwin. What is your biggest challenge that you have come across in doing what you have mentioned just now?
The biggest challenge, I think, is to actually try to get both parties, right, to come together, because at the case management stage, we will actually try to get the matter settled at mediation. Right? Sometimes it is where we come in as a mediator to facilitate discussion between the parties. Sometimes before actually the dispute comes to FIMOS, of course, the investor would have filed the complaint with the capital market intermediaries. But sometimes, probably, both parties were talking at different wavelengths, right? So this is where FIMOS comes in as a mediator. And of course, we also review the case based on the laws, regulations, and guidelines issued. And also, we look at the controls that have been adopted and the facts and circumstances of the case. For example, if the issue involves mis-selling or misrepresentation at the pre-sales, we actually look into what has been done or transpired for the facts. For example, if there were marketing discussion or meeting taken place or a callback, right? We actually listen into the audio recording, and we will try to decipher and extract out, right, what are the issues at hand, and we laid it before the parties. And so that it will be very transparent for them. And if, let's say, any lapse or breach, or substandard quality of controls that have been put in place, it will also be made known to the parties so that they can assess it for themselves, right, where they stand in terms of the dispute and the complaint that has been made. And so that we try to get the parties to come to terms as to what would be a fair and reasonable compensation, right, if that is applicable. Yeah, that's the biggest challenge, to get the parties to come to the table, be open, be transparent to us and to each other.
I mean, in the first place, we hope that they don't have to come to FIMOS. Everything is all good and safe for everyone. Okay, now let's move to Dr. Liza. How does FIMS fit into the managing of disputes and also ensuring compliance of authorized persons?
Okay, thank you, Dato'. So let me put the question into context first, because I think Jawahar, he starts with the full picture, the bigger picture of the capital market. So now I also have to bring the context of FIM's role, because we have our regulatory role, we also have developmental role. So because we are talking about dispute, then I have to focus a bit more on our self-regulatory organization functions. This is where we talk about our gatekeeping function, our supervisory functions, our enforcement and compliance aspect. So when you talk about managing dispute, so maybe I think let's start with, there is always a gatekeeping portion, where we need to make sure whoever that comes into the industry, they have to be competent enough. So that means you have to have the necessary qualification, the requirement, pass the necessary exam, and then you come into the industry to be a consultant like people like yourself. Then, after you are already inside the industry, then you have an ongoing obligations on yearly basis to make sure that you comply with the necessary compliance requirement or the CPD, etc. And finally, during or in the course of conducting your business, if there is something, some misconduct happen, that's where the compliance aspect or the enforcement and investigation will come into the picture. And like, similar to, let's say, your FIMOS, you might have complaints that actually come in. We also do receive complaints from the investors or be from anonymous as well sometimes. So when we receive those complaints, of course, we have to do the necessary assessment to see whether there is a case or not, and then we have to reach out to the relevant parties, the accused or the alleged party. And, upon completing our investigation, we will bring the case to an independent disciplinary committee. So the disciplinary committee will be looking at the case, the management will be putting the necessary recommendation, and upon the proper deliberation, then they will be making the decision whether, it's, to impose a stricter enforcement or not, depending on whatever the case scenario. So once the decision has been made, we also need to make sure that we protect the investors by actually publishing all this kind of enforcement decision on the website so that people know, because we need to make sure there is an example out of, certain misconduct that we really need to make sure there is a clear message that we send to the public that, if you do this, this is the kind of enforcement outcome that will come into the picture. So maybe I also wanted to add maybe one more aspect in regard to our regulatory function is the supervision and the surveillance activity as well. The one that I just explained, that one is under the normal course of the complaints where we undertake the disciplinary investigation, etc. But FIM also have an oversight function in regard to the distributors' compliance. This is where we actually do the supervision of the intermediaries at the company level by our supervision team. We also conduct what we call the social media surveillance as well. So that's why sometimes, watch out about what you post on social media, because I think the next session is about social media. While we do not, disallow you to engage, or to publish information on social media, you just need to be responsible when you use that route to actually promote your products or services. So I think I paused there for a while, Dato', in regard to the function.
Thank you. Based on the first 15 minutes that we hear from the panel, it's very clear that the regulator and those agencies under the regulator, in this case, this commission, are really creating an environment where business can flourish, but in a way that is to protect the integrity of the market, to make sure that we create trust. So the role of everyone in this room and those who are listening virtually is very critical, so that we can work together to make sure that we can become a strong market and business can grow and investors are happy to be able to work together and enjoy the benefit in the capital market. So let's now move to the second part of our discussion to really go into the specific area of the regulatory control instituted in the investment process. We know that from the time consultant talk to individual investor to the time the investor decide to invest, there is a certain thing that needs to be done. So maybe a question to Jawahar: what regulatory control exists for authorized person and distributor in pre-sales, in sale and post-sales during the investment process?
Yeah, okay. Now, of course, there are regulatory controls in place throughout the investment life cycle, end to end. Yeah? So if you take the example of pre-sale, there are controls in place to ensure that the information that we dispense to the investor is accurate, is comprehensive, and it's not misleading. Okay, so that when you do pre-sales, you have to make sure that you give the information accurately. Yeah? And during sales, you have to make sure that the suitability assessment is done. Okay, when you talk about the suitability assessment, you have to make sure that the product or the fund that you offer matches with the risk appetite of the investor. Yeah? So you cannot be selling a product that is so volatile to someone, you know, who is already closing retirement or are already retired. So these are the things that you have to make sure that, I mean, these are the regulatory controls in place during the. And of course, post-sales, you have to make sure that there is continuous communication, that you engage with the investor and your clients to, you know, and if there are any complaints that you receive, you know, they are managed and handled accordingly. So as you can see, that there are controls in place in every phase of the investment life cycle. So, but of course, in all this, you know, the unit trust consultants must play their role in ensure that each of these what they call life investment cycle is complied with. Yeah, is complied with. So so as to ensure that you know that in the event of anything it can be done. You see, there is one of the things maybe, and I can suggest is that, you know, there may be some of these. You may think that some of these things that are being done is like, this is the norm, like, you know, pre-signing of form, okay lah, pre-sign dulu lah, kan, you know, otherwise I got to drive all the way, you know, just to get your thumb or just to get your signature or your thumbprint. Papa, you know, you just, you know, and I know it happens and you may think that it is, tak apa lah, kan, you know, and you're doing it with the consent of the investor, but please do away with it. I mean, you know, because I have seen cases where it starts off as innocent, as innocuous like that, but it blows up into something. When it becomes a problem, then, you know, you are inviting yourself into a lot of trouble. You know, so do some, make sure that, you know, these little things. So then, as you go along, and you know, you will create a very clean environment where, you know, where the industry can flourish. And you know, you can also gain the trust of the, and you can avoid you know, sucking yourself into an unwanted situation. Maybe to start off with, you know, you can do some peer checking, if I may. Peer checking, you know, if you see any of your colleagues, fellow unit trust consultants are doing this, tegur lah, you know, say, hey, you know, janganlah, you know, I know it's easy for, you know, apa semua tu, tapi let's not do this, you know, let's not do this, because sometimes you may not have the intention to, you know, to defraud ke apa ke tak, you know, you just want to make things easy, but these little things may down the road cause a problem. So you know, so that it may be something that, you know, we would like that, you know.
Yeah. I mean, typically when things are good, everything is okay. Yeah. But when something happens, a small issue as the pre-signed form can lead to a difficult situation. Maybe to Queen, from your experience, I mean, do you see cases of pre-sales issue coming to FIMOS?
Yes, of course. Actually, it forms the majority of the type of disputes we receive. Just before that, just to correct a misconception about FIMOS, we are not the bad guy, right? Now, when of course, CMI, you can't resolve a dispute, right, with the investors, you refer to FIMOS. It also demonstrates the sincerity on the part of the CMI to uphold the integrity of your company, right? And it also lends to your investor and telling them, yes, we can't resolve it between ourselves, but we have this independent body who can do it impartially, fairly, and also free for the investor. And at the end of the day, actually, you retain the confidence of your client. You may have a dispute, but you retain that client relationship. And usually through a crisis, your relationship actually becomes stronger and better. And take us also as an inexpensive independent reviewer for you, right? When your dispute comes, we review and we investigate the sales processes that, you know, you have actually adopted. And we make recommendations and suggestions for improvement, right? It's very inexpensive, right, for an independent reviewer. Yeah, the most common issue we see is that there would be the misrepresentation. For example, the consultant will inform the investor, this product is just like fixed deposit. And we know it's not, right? Or promises like it is capital guaranteed, or capital protected when it is not. And of course, also inadequate disclosure. For example, important terms like cooling off period, sales commission, the fees involved, and the investment risks, right? This is what we usually observed. And also during pre-sales, of course, the investors will be shown the product highlight sheet or even the prospectus, but sometimes they may be in languages that the investor is not proficient in, and whether sufficient explanation has been given to the investor in a language that the investor can actually fully understand and comprehend. So these are usually what we see during the pre-sales. Yeah, during sales, of course, the signing of blank forms, and before that, the customer suitability assessment as well. Sometimes what we observe is inaccurate or inadequate. Usually it is done so as a checklist exercise, and to try to actually force feed the client's risk profile to match the specific product, right? The person actually wants to sell. That shouldn't be the way, right? A customer suitability assessment should be done meaningfully, objectively, and transparently. And at the end of the day, the outcome of the assessment, use that to actually try to match to any suitable products. So not the other way around, right? You have a product on hand and then you try to force feed that suitability assessment to fit into your product. Yeah. So this is what we see as well. Yeah.
Okay, I think the point that you mentioned about majority is pre-sales issue reflect that the need for everyone to be clear about the relationship between them and the investor. So there is an element of trust, and that trust is only created by a consultant giving the true and correct information to the investor, so that if anything happens, the investor knows that the kind of investment that he or she is taking that lead to a certain outcomes. Now I go to Dr. Lisa. Lisa, in terms of from FIM's perspective, how do you see this issue about the pre-sales, during sales, and after sales, in terms of whether it's something that is a big issue, or is that something that requires a lot of attention?
I would say, Dato', it's a mixture. Yeah, it's a mixture of the the challenges that we are seeing. I just wanted to echo some of the speakers previously saying, when you service your investors, you are actually building a trust with your clients, and it should be on a long-term basis. So if you have that as your mantra, that you actually like, yes, I am going to have a long-term relationship with this person or with these investors, all the necessary behavior and relationship information that you want, to give to the person, it will direct you, it will show, the relevant investment, let's say his interest, his profile, his needs. It will, in a way, it will actually guide you to the right direction. But again, sometimes, like what Queen just mentioned, some investors may try to force feed, force certain products just to suit maybe some commission incentive, etc. So try to avoid that. Always put your client's interest first. Upon knowing what they want, then tailor-made the necessary recommendation to suit their requirements. Because each of us are different. Each investors have our own journey, our own objective. Some of your investors wants for their children's education, some actually for retirement, some for, all sorts. So, each of them, if you treat each of your investors fairly, then the necessary product recommendation will actually guide you accordingly, so that you can continue to build that relationship and service the clients in the long term. So Datuk, maybe I think that's in terms of the
all
angle
right.
I come from.
I think the panel mentioned about suitability assessment being key part of the whole investment process. So what advice do you give, maybe this question to all the panels, what advice do you give to consultant in terms of making sure that the pre-sales, the suitability assessment is done in a way that reflect the true so-called risk appetite of investor? To any of the panels?
I mean, I guess that, to me, Dato', it appears that what needs to be done is obvious. I think that you just need to make sure that, of course, it's not a one-size-fits-all. And as an example I've given just now, you know that, you have to first learn your prospects, profile, the profile. So if you know that you have a potential investor who's in his, mid-20s and another one is in their mid-50s, is already, you'll be able to know, what is it that you need to do. And of course, the quality and the depth of the information that you need to give may also differ depending on the profile of the investor. Kan cuba katakan macam if there's this one, you have this one makcik from from kampung or whatever, and compared to someone who's an accountant or a lawyer, maybe So these are the things that you may need to be aware of. But of course, at the end of the day, you must ensure that all the information that needs to be given must be given comprehensively and clearly. And the suitability assessment must be done, to match, the profile and the risk appetite of the investor. So if that is done in good faith, because of course, the problem, of course, if everything is good, the market is up, everyone is making profit, no problem. Nobody will say anything. But say for example, the market goes down and you're suffering. The losses are being suffered they may hold it against you. So, if you have done your role properly, then if I may just give a personal example, for example, I was just before COVID or whatever, I am not that old, neither am I that young. So, but I wanted to invest into this one particular type of funds, which I was told upfront. Look, this is quite a volatile, you may not want to, you may want to think about it. But of course, the upside is that, if it goes up, it goes up, so on and so forth. So, but I consciously told, look, don't worry, I know, but it's not going to be a big part of my portfolio. I'll assume the risk, no worry, but I did it consciously. And I made sure that my consultant, but to be fair to my consultant, she was like going, hey, are you sure, this is one of these products, this may not be suitable for you and all those things, but I said, yeah, but it's okay. So, but can you see the transparency there? I think the key word there is the transparency. So the transparency is there, the good faith is there. I think it should be fine.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I just add a little bit on what Jawa has said. Like, how I look at it, like, suitability assessment, you look at it as, what do you call that? When you meet the clients, the client, and investors relationship, just imagine this is a doctor-patient kind of relationship. When you go and see doctor, definitely he would not dare to prescribe anything to you without knowing what's your sickness, what's going on, sakit mana, like, left, right, up, down. So that is actually part of understanding of your client. So similarly, in the suitability assessment form, you should look at it, as a document to protect you, there could be any misunderstanding that might happen, etc. It's not a document to persuade you to sell. So if you take from the perspective, yes, this document is important, that, I must fill up properly so that when you make the necessary recommendation, the product suits his or her needs, then I think you have done your part. Your first of defense is well preserved. So I that's where I want to come from in regard to suitability assessment as the first line of defense, that you should keep those documents properly. Like Jawa has said, if everything is hanky-dory, your SA, I think it will be kept in the system. Nobody will revisit at all. But when that one fine day, the customer or something, they wake up on the wrong side, that's where the importance of your suitability assessment and the transaction document, etc., will be very important. And that is actually where me and my colleagues will be interested to actually see what transpired, in this transaction or, some of the event. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, maybe for Sukwin,
Yeah.
Assuming that everything is done as required, but there's still dispute, how does FIMOS handle that type of situation?
Of course, as I say, FIMOS, our case managers and ombudsman will review the matter. If it is actually all done in accordance with the law, regulations, and guidelines, of course, then there would be no merits to the dispute, the claim brought by the investor, and it will be dismissed. And probably just a quick one to supplement just now about how do we actually implement. I think UTCs, CMIs, we should move away from checklist-based controls to outcome-based controls, right? Checklist is that you just do this, do this, do this, right? And this is how we see SC has come up with in the recent amendment last year on the guidelines on conduct for capital market intermediaries. It focuses on the number of outcomes that is set out in that guidelines. For example, outcome number 2, clients are provided with clear, relevant, and timely information to enable them to make informed decisions before, during, and after point of sale, including important terms, right, like cost, risk, and exclusions or limitations. So I think that is key. And of course, that will also put having the right culture as the key factor, because right culture drives right behavior, and right behavior will drive right actions.
Okay, thank you. I was surprised to see the clock on the screen. Earlier it was like 15 minutes, but now it become 2 minutes. But anyway, we still have a lot of things to cover, but maybe I go to the last part before I take questions from the floor. In terms of, we talk a bit more just now on the consultant side, but from investor perspective, question to all panels, what advice do you give to them, the investor, when we talk about making sure that they make the right decision to choose the right investment product that suits their requirement and risk tolerance? Any advice to the investor?
I'll give a few points. First of all, the advice to the investors is that know yourself and know your goals. This is for the investors, people like us where we invest. Because sometimes some investors, they all thought, just because my friend or my colleagues or my family invest in that product, I also want to do the same because it gets good return. But, each of the investors have their own priorities and they have their own timeline, have their own goals to meet. So first know what do you need, like in terms of your investment goals. And then after that, you can actually go, choose the relevant products that can actually suit your requirements as well as your aspiration. The second point maybe I wanted to add is in regard to don't fall for scam. So I think this one, I also want to echo what Jawahar said. If things are too good to be true, as an investor, please, if it's too good to be true, it's not true. So just avoid that.
If I can just add on to what Dr. Liza have said about, the investors, making sure that the investors are aware, they are also keep themselves educated, in the ecosystem, in dealing with the unit trust consultants or whatnot. I would just like to share something. There was a survey done, Dato', and it seems that the investing public, as much as everyone is going online, everything can be done, online. There's so many products available, digital options. There are many who would still want to be dealing with a bulk of a majority of the investing public. They still want to be dealing with a warm body. They still want to deal with a person. Like say, for example, in your industry, they still want to speak, to a consultant, sit down with them, understand, interact, look someone in the eye and explain. So those human touch is still something that is very relevant, and is still being wanted. Yeah, I know that you can't avoid, given the advent of technology and what happened, but that is still, a demand for that. So you have to remember that. So, in you having to, liaise with your prospects and your consultants.
Thank you. Anything from you?
Oh, well, advice to the investors, please take time to go through the materials, to understand and to digest the information before you make a decision to invest, right? Do not rush, right? Haste is always, a danger zone, right? And I think it is important for investors to take ownership as well, right, for the investment you make. And of course, if you are not sure, please take it back to discuss with your family first, right? And don't get rushed by the sales agent, to try to get you to buy into something that you may regret afterwards.
Or maybe the consultant should not rush and push too much the investor to decide. Give them time to think.
Yeah, if they are not sure, reach out to FIMOS, reach out to FIM, reach out to SC. We are here to help the investors.
So maybe now if I can open the floor for any question or anything that audience would like to raise with the panelists. Yeah, this is from the slide. There is some question on the slide. Oh, it's coming also from them. Yeah, okay, all right. So, there's one question on how can a unit trust consultant advise on product outside their distributor, yet still prioritize the investor's best interest?
Okay, let's say like this, like, as an investor, as a consultant, definitely you fall under the one principle rule. So definitely you need to make sure that you provide or recommend products that are actually under the purview of your distributors. So let's say, for example, if the investors want some other products, they can always refer to another distributor, as part of the referral arrangement. Okay.
So you cannot represent one.
No, you can't.
You can't do that.
Yeah, and also maybe another part about prioritizing the investor's interest. If there is any position you are in the conflicted situation, you have to make sure, you have to declare or inform the investors. If you have any COI situation, so that would keep the investors' interest.
All right. Okay, this one is for FIMOS. How does FIMOS prevent consultant misconduct proactively? Through stronger training, monitoring, or penalties instead of reacting?
Well, we don't impose penalties because we are not an enforcement agency, right? Of course, we actually conduct engagements, right, with the members through associations and also one-on-one engagement with the member. And we also do publish our case studies on our website. And in the engagements also, we give case studies. And we did previously also had requests from the member for an engagement over a specific matter. And we welcome that as well. And we can avail ourselves to have that engagement. So of course, training is available, right? We hold talks, we participate in the members. Some of the members, they actually have annual training for their staff. And actually, they invite FIMOS for an hour or so session to give a specific training for that. We welcome that as well. And we do not charge, right, for such engagements and training sessions given.
All right, thanks. Well, maybe FIMS or Securities Commission, do you want to share a bit about this matter about training and helping people understand a bit more about rules and regulation?
Oh, yeah, I think the rules and regulations are there. I think there is one question I see that I thought, how can consultants balance sales target with investors' best interests, and should regulations or commission transparency be strengthened and whatnot? I think that as regulators, when we come up with regulation, we have to balance the regulation to make sure that it is still business friendly. Because if you come up with something that is too rigid and it's too tight, it will impede the progress of the smooth running of business and so. So we do not want to create something. But what we have now, or in my view at least, I mean, it's not the view of the Commission. My personal view is that is sufficient. It's sufficient for us to, as I mentioned earlier, there are regulatory efforts in place. During sales and post sales. I think what we have there is sufficient for us to carry on our work.
Okay. For Dr. Lisa, about how does FIM balance proactive supervision with reactive enforcement?
So proactive side, we refer to our industry education activities where we engage or we go on roadshows to promote or to meet the investors, provide the necessary clarification, on the ground, with the people if they ask, what FIM does and then what's the product about, etc. So we actually take that proactive role in engaging with the investors via our roadshows or industry education or investor awareness approach. On the reactive side, usually what happens is that it's always at the enforcement side, because enforcement is always once things happen. When things happen, so what we do. So as I mentioned earlier, we will undertake the necessary investigation. We do have the necessary disciplinary proceeding process, and then the disciplinary, the decision or the enforcement outcome is also published on our website for transparency purposes. But here, what I actually would like to bring to your attention, they talk about the effective early intervention. While we do the prevention or, in the education and then, detection, at the investigation side, why don't we talk about the self-policing aspect? Because here in this industry, we do have distributors, we do have consultants, but if you internalize the the conduct or the requirements itself, you are actually in the best position to prevent things from happening. So if we all work together, that is where what I call the effective early intervention that can come into the picture.
Okay, thank you. I think we have almost taken more than what we are given in terms of time. But I was told that it's because Kalion took a bit of our time earlier. But anyway, it's okay. But just the final words from the panel. This safe and sound. What can you leave to the audience here so that they will always remember safe and sound?
What from the regulator's perspective? There are, of course, misconducts that are happening, and there even been a recent criminal prosecution against a former unit trust consultant for securities fraud and whatnot. But what I would like to say is that, by and large, because sometimes when you release all these things, it does not mean that the industry has concerns. There's so many misconducts and whatnot. Because relative to the sheer number of unit trust consultants out there and the actions, or rather the misconduct, it's actually so it's not that much, So what we need to do is to make sure that this number doesn't increase, or make sure that this number decreases significantly, so that you have a more healthy and a confidence unit trust industry that can continue to flourish.
For me, one key takeaway that I want the audience to take from the safe and sound session is that I equate this safe and sound investment something to risk-return trade-off. So safe investment doesn't mean guaranteed return. Safe investment is actually because we do have the regulatory and structural controls. Like what we talk about the pre, during, and post, and we do have the necessary gatekeeping, enforcement, etc. So there are relevant controls in place to ensure or to safeguard the investors' interest. But in the field of investment, you need to take a little bit of risk in order to be rewarded for the return. So that's how I look at it, this sound and safe theme. Okay.
Safe and sound, I would put it as ethical compliance by all the stakeholders in the ecosystem, ethical compliance by the issuers, arrangers, advisors in structuring and issuing viable products, ethical compliance by distributors, right, to market responsibly, ethical compliance by the fund manager, investment manager, to make sound investment strategies and to manage the portfolio responsibly. Right? Ethical compliance by the licensing enforcement agency to actually monitor and supervise the safeguarding of the controls. And underpin that, it would be also the ethical governance by a sound regulatory framework. Because at the end of the day, we want the economy, the market to thrive. And how is that derived from? It derives when investors have the market confidence. And that's where we are all here to do, right? To promote and to enhance market confidence so that, right, the market investments will continue to come in and the investors will have that confidence to invest. And also ethical compliance on the part of the investors also to make informed decisions and take ownership for your decision.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of this session. Join me in giving a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you to Dato' and also the panel. Yes, let's get a group photo. Thank you to the panel for shedding light on what it truly means to keep investments safe and sound. We've seen that controls aren't just procedures, they are promises to our investors. So let's keep this promise alive in every action that we take. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another round of applause. Our panel for session 4. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with the next session, I would like to conduct a quick poll. How many of you in here will use social media as your main daily source of information as opposed to traditional methods or platforms? How many of you? Show your hands. Only 1, 2? Okay, not most of you. So you do go on social media, but perhaps for entertainment. All right, because the next exciting and timely session is where we will dive into the power of influence in the financial world. Today, we are exploring how finfluences, those familiar voices on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, are shaping the way people think about investments. And more importantly, how we can promote investment products online responsibly. Let's find out as we explore the impact, ethics, and influence behind the trend. With that, it is our pleasure to once again invite to the stage Mr. Kalian Leong, once again as the moderator, and also his speakers, Muhammad Noor Azizi Muhammad Nasir, Assistant General Manager of Law Reform at Securities Commission Malaysia, Datin Chai Ai Mei, Chief Distribution Officer of Financial Intermediary, Digital and PRS of AHAM Asset Management Berhad, and also Fong Wei Ziad, a financial educator.
We're going to talk about Brave New World today. And why this thing came up is not because it's a Marvel movie. It's nothing to do with Captain America or the Hulk. But it's more about how we use social media to sell our investment products or to promote our investment products. But before that, could we just have a quick poll to actually see how many of you uses social media to sell your unit trust products? Okay, 58% uses it. Good. Do you actively promote unit trust schemes via social media? Well, suddenly lesser and lesser people. Is it because of the 10 million fine and 1 year, 10 years jail sentence? Okay. Anyway, my team has actively come up with a quick video clip for you all to have a look. So can we play that now?
The rise of financial influencers has changed the way people invest.
You have 5,000 ringgit, don't know what to invest. Here are the three options that you can explore. The third one is the craziest one. Debt investment to 3 times the Hey guys, if your credit card had a 25% APR on like say $700 a month, just 1 year's time.
But not all advice online is safe.
What could settle major proceedings of influencers? PR Sundar, his wife, have settled an investment advisory case with markets regulator SEBI, wherein they will return an advisory fee of 4 crores.
As per SEBI's investigation, Ansari has been accused of violating securities laws by engaging in fraudulent and unregistered investment advisory activities.
What are the allegations? Unregistered investment advisory and research analyst services. Second, violation of prevention of fraudulent and unfair trade practices, which is known as PFUTP regulations. Defraud in connection with dealing with securities and mis-selling of services related to securities market. Imagine the extent of money which was being taken from all these people who subscribed to the courses. The money which was being collected was to the tune of about 8.5 lakhs, including GST.
Kim Kardashian is making headlines about an Instagram story she posted over a year ago. In her story, she posted about the token Ethereum Max. Kardashian had received $250,000 to promote the cryptocurrency on her Instagram account, a fact she failed to disclose. This violates Section 17B of the Securities Act.
Corporate cop ASIC has a long-running action against a finfluencer called Tyson Scholes, who goes by the moniker the ASX Wolf. Now, Tyson gained around 116,000 followers on Instagram, then regaled them with pictures such as these of
A senhora tem refletido sobre o possível impacto direto de suas campanhas publicitárias?
Eu tenho meu contrato de publicidade, eu preciso fazer a entrega e o que eu posso fazer é alertar as pessoas da maneira que eu alerto.
Entendi.
Cryptocurrency-related accounts in China's Twitter-like social media platform, Weibo, were blocked over the weekend. More actions are to be expected, such as linking illegal crypto activities in China with the country's criminal law.
On propose tout simplement à ses fans sur Snapchat de miser sur le Bitcoin et elle recommande pour cela un site pour les aider. Alors on va écouter d'abord un extrait de ce qu'elle dit.
Même si vous y connaissez rien, ça vous permet de gagner de l'argent sans investir beaucoup. Genre vous investissez des petites sommes. Genre moi j'ai dû mettre à peu près 1 000 euros.
Earlier this week, a class action lawsuit was filed against Cristiano Ronaldo over his promotions for NFTs that were issued by Binance, which is the largest cryptocurrency exchange in the world.
That's what I call diamond hands. How do we harness the reach of influencers while protecting investors and maintaining market integrity? Let's discuss.
In 3 weeks' time, there will be something major that will happen, and it will impact how you market your unit trust products and how you give advice to it. Okay, in fact, these guidelines are not new items, but it's just that there have been some enhancements that were made. So we're talking about the guidelines on advertising for capital market products and related services. We're also talking about the guidance note on provision of investment advice. Okay, these two guidelines may seem like normal guidelines, but if you have to only read one paragraph in that guidelines, is 10 million or 10 years jail. So when I was talking to my panelists here, this is a touch wood session. Everybody wants to touch wood. Nobody wants to go jail for 10 years, nor get fined 10 million ringgit. And today we have the honor of having the babysitter of that guidelines. I wanted to call him the father or the creator of that guidelines, but he doesn't want to take full responsibility of it. So he is known as the babysitter of that guidelines, Encik Muhammad Azizi, who holds a very senior position in the General Counsel Department of the SC. I've known Azizi for more than 10 years, I think. I know him as a Manchester United fan, and only that, okay? And in that 10 years, they have never won the league. So that's how I know Azizi. So, but now he's a very powerful guy, okay? So we are going to deep dive into Azizi's psyche. What fetish drove him to come up with something that will penalize anyone who missells their unit trust product, okay? So Azizi, over to you. Maybe you would like to enlighten all of us.
Thank you, Kalyan. Thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm still confused whether about the 10 years and the Manchester United remark. Anyway, Latin, Ziad, and fellow panelists and ladies and gentlemen, it's not about fetish. It's about the need to ensure protection and balancing it with development. So I think I have 10 minutes, so I'll just dive in. We do recognize the rise of influencer. By the way, if anyone asking what do you mean, Azizi, what do you mean by influencer? There's no legal definition of influencer. It's just any person who are influential, who are influencing people via the social media, but with particular focus on financial side. So that's the influencer definition. And we curied this from your survey in 2023. I think you showed earlier also, there are like 51% who are preferring when they engage new client, they will use social media to approach new client as their platform. They will also, like when part of their marketing strategy, they think when using social media is effective, 46% say that. And then lastly, when they ask whether the UTMC wants to engage any influencer when doing marketing, 29% said yes, they are thinking or they are using influencer to promote their campaign and their product. Okay, and this is also a quick findings that we have had from online. I mean, the Capital One finding is the 2024 finding. I think most interesting will be, you see, about 70% of person who follow financial guidance from social media loses their money. Okay, and then most of them who took advice actually are not financial literacy. They are quite low in that sense, and 80% of them, when they go to, when they are following the influencer, they are not someone with qualification. And then another survey on the right say that 85% of the video used by this influencer, they don't have disclaimer. Most of them, 70%, this is US I think, and UK, they are encouraging people to buy specific stock rather than general advice or just education. And then some of them, 57% of them implied, or you can get return from the investment. So taking on that, we note the rise of the empire, but rise of the influencer, but then the empire strike back. Kalian will know the Star Wars reference. We acknowledge that influencer has become very influential. The statistic is there. They do, I think what they do best is make people understand and how to invest easily, what kind of investment out there. It makes them, they explain it in very user-friendly, very investor-friendly, that make it very educational for the investor. So it brings the demand side into the market. And this is how you see during COVID time, people start investing, there's an increase in retail participation due to also the mushrooming of all these influencers and whatnot. But the fetishness comes here in Kalian. Is where they are giving advice and they are giving misleading advice. Or they give a misleading information or harmful information, that's one. And then some of them abuse because they are also manipulating the market. So they are using the influencer hat, you have 1 million followers, you have, say, for example, you're holding one particular share. If you can manage to convince this 1 million followers to move the market with you, imagine how much you can make. So there are those bad apples who do that kind of influencing. And then the other side of it, right, the sad thing is, some of them are also being used as scam. So I think Jawahar has left. We have also received complaint or report from the influencer themselves saying they're also being defrauded. Either they don't get paid for their service or even they invest and they lose money. So that's what gives rise to this guidance note, to this advertising guideline to ensure the protection against this, to balance between education and investor protection. And with the title, right, it's not just SC thing. It's not SC Malaysia, SC Malaysia fetish, SC Malaysia going very, conventional, don't allow any. It's a global thing. As you can see from all the highlight, SC in Australia, Singapore, UK, even I think last month, there were a coalition of 9 regulators doing they call it Global Week Against Unlicensed Influencer. They did a very global campaign. 9 of them joined together and took action against all the unlicensed influencers. So it's not just a Malaysia thing, it's a global thing. Okay. So this is the overview. So if anything you want to take away from this is your big takeaway. If a influencer who wants to do their activity, they are triggering, most probably are going to trigger 4 things. First, idea you're going to trigger with providing investment advice. Okay. 2, maybe you're also engaged as a marketing rep, then you have to go to marketing rep guideline. Or you're doing the advertising, where then you have to comply the advertising guideline, which we're going to go later. And lastly, if you're already a licensed person, you're UTC and whatnot, you also maybe be in breach of the conduct guideline. Okay. So this is a $1 million question. I think Ziad will also ask later. Azizi, when is a influencer going to trigger your requirement? What's the guidance note saying? The guidance note is saying that if you do a piece of video, for example, or any advertisement and whatnot, you may trigger a licensing requirement or you may have given investment advice if you're doing it as a business. Okay, what do we mean by business? Business mean, you can see on the left side, is like if you get paid for doing what you're doing. So you get paid to give the advice. And getting paid is also can come from your fee subscription from your viewers. Or it can also coming from the trailer fee that you get, from the viewer fee that you get from the YouTube and or Facebook and whatnot, Instagram and whatnot. And when you do this, you are getting payment for that and you expect some benefit or gratification, okay, from the revenue. So, and you do this frequently. That's what we mean a business. You get paid, you do frequently, and you get and do it frequently. Okay, but not just admission, you are giving investment advice. What do we mean by investment advice? Is that you are recommending or you're providing an opinion which are likely to induce the second person to buy or sell securities. So give example, just now Kalian gave example, if he brings me to the mamak, does it trigger any investment advice? So the point is, the fact that he recommended the mamak, he said that the mamak is good or he thinks Chelsea is good, and I support Chelsea, I go to the mamak, he already induces me, he already given an investment advice to me, not investment, like he gave it advice and I follow on the advice. So there was an action taken, there was an advice given and action taken based on the advice. So that will be the triggering point where you do investment advice. So if you do that frequently, you're getting paid and you are recommending and people are reacting or following your recommendation, you are doing that activity, and that's where the 10 million and the 10 years jail might come in. Okay, so let's give some scenario. Give one scenario already. Okay, let's say, this is also in the guidance note, you can refer to it. Let's say somebody share the top 5 fund that he thinks will generate positive return. In general, if you think about it, it's not right. But because it's the top 5, he thinks they're going to make money for you if you invest, that is investment advice. Because there's an element of personal view there, an element of inducing you, saying to you, this is a top 5 which I think will give you return. But then the second element is, are you doing this as a business? Like if you do it one-off, you can get away with it. But if you do it frequently on your channel and you're getting paid via the subscription, via the viewership, then you're already triggering investment advice. Okay? Same like sharing about satisfaction about your return. Let's say your fund A gives you high return. You want to share. In general, that is fine. Let's say, oh, today, as a blog, right, maybe you want to do a very excited post. Oh, today I got 10% return from my fund. It has been doing well. I need so much money. Today the money come in. Alhamdulillah. You want to do that, link to all that. It's fine because you're just sharing genuine. But if you end the video at the end, hence guys, let's buy. You should also buy. You can get 10% return. That's where you're crossing the line. You see or not? There's a gray line there. Okay? Same like you promote another investment advice, you are approached by investment company to say, okay, promote that investment advice. Again, if you talk in general about a particular product, yes, fine. But if you start promoting and inducing the other person to positively buy or sell, that's where you cross the line. So going back to the example, maybe Ziad can ask, Azizi, then I cannot share the top 5. If you read from somewhere, right, or let's say film publish top 5 performance fund, and you want to comment on it, that's fine. Because it's a public notice, you are commenting on the 5. Oh, film published the top 5. As you can see, the 5 is fund A, B, C, or they are doing this, that's fine. But if you start crossing where, hence, I think it's good time to go into fund A from this list. That's where you're crossing. So that's the fine line between when you're doing just genuine education, which is not triggering any 10 million, 10 years just possibility, or when you do something that might trigger that lah. Okay. Then the famous question that we get always, okay Azizi, I note all your issue. I put a disclaimer at the start of my YouTube video, or I say it at the end in one, this is just my sharing. I'm not giving you investment advice. It doesn't matter. You can say that, but if you're talking for half an hour, bye, at the end, this is not my opinion, not investment advice, sorry lah. There's actually a court case in Australia that I think in same thing, the video ended, the guy pleaded to the court that no, you see there's a disclaimer that it's not investment advice. No, the fact you say that it's not investment advice means you know it's investment advice. You see or not? So even the court has taken that view, no? A mere disclaimer does not it's not a get out from the 10-year thing lah. It's just that we take it from the top to bottom, from the end to end, or first minute to the end minute, whether you have given investment advice. Okay? And the one that Kalian was referring to, another 1 month, the 1st November guideline, is the revised advertising guideline. Like I said, if you get out from investment advice, your advertisement might also then come into advertisement. Your material, meaning your video, your material might then come under advertising. Why? Because advertising is wide. It can be on video, it can be on a YouTube channel, it can be your post. That's all advertising. And come November, what we are saying is if any influencer or filmfluencer by themselves voluntarily market or advertise about another product, he's an advertiser by the guideline and he needs to comply with the requirement of the guideline. Okay? I will not go into details, but in general, it's simple. The bottom line is when you do an advertisement, ask yourself, what do you self want to see in your advertisement? Would you like to see an advertisement that is vague? Would you like to see advertisement that say, oh, you can get 10% return without fail, without no risk? So all these questions, so I don't want to go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you can read it yourself, but in general, right, the simplest way is ask yourself what you want to see in advertisement. So if you don't want to see certain thing or you want to see certain thing, that is how the advertisement should look like. All right? And lastly, to all the influencers over there, so similar to Jawahar, think first before invest, is like summer. If you are thinking of sharing any investment opportunity, hold on first. First, you ask whether that product is regulated by SC. Okay? Whether that somebody who approached you to do the advertisement, whether that person is also licensed or allowed to do that promotion by SC first. Then, when you do your content, do your pitching and whatever, think, what are you doing? Are they triggering based on what we discussed just now, like how to distinguish between investment advice and whatnot? Think about it because, like Kalian say, any breach attracts possible 10 million or 10 year jail. Okay? And then, like I said, lastly, ask the question whether that company that you are promoting or educating, is he properly licensed lah, or whether that product has gotten SC's approval. Okay? So ask yourself, am I doing investment advice or I'm just doing education? Beware, when you engage or you're being engaged to do that piece of education, be aware that the company is also legit lah in that sense, whether they are also licensed and whatnot. And lastly, check and double check your promotion, whether it is compliant with the guidelines, especially with the new guidelines coming soon. So think pause before your post lah. That's what we say in the tagline there. So I also just copy it. But yes, it's not about fetish, it's about protection of investor and also about balancing the education side. Yep, so that will be it lah.
Thank you. That ends episode 1 of today's session. The regulator has spoken. Okay, I suddenly see Zid's face gone paler after hearing this. But before we go to Zid, I want to do episode 2 now, where we will invite Datin Chan to share how she has been selling unit trust funds for the last 27 years and not get into any problem, touch wood lah, okay? So Datin Chan has sold unit trust funds since 1998 at many, many places. Citibank, Standard Chartered, all the Huang incarnations, okay? And she has been there, even now at Aham, So she has done a good job. I always thought that she has sold about 500 unit trust funds out of the 700 something we have in the market. But she has always appeared to me as a very jovial person. So I would like to pick her brains now. How did she manage to maneuver or comply so well? Datin?
Thank you, Kalion. Okay, so I think for AHAM, you will notice that we are not very much in the social media. After what Azizi mentioned, I think we will avoid it at all costs. Okay, but just to share a little bit about our experience engaging finfluencers, we worked with Mr. Money. I think some of y'all might have heard of him before. So yeah, but it was for a very specific objective because we realized that using finfluencers back then, this was before MCO, we engaged Mr. Money, it was more for educational purposes, just to share what PRS scheme is all about. You know, it's more educational and also to create brand awareness because a lot of people don't know who Huang DBS or Huang IM or Afin Huang and now AHAM. We changed name 4 times already. Okay, so and that was the purpose why we did it with Mr. Money back then. And because my boss will always say, you cannot sell anything on social media. That was previously. But I know a lot of things are being sold on social media right now, especially tangible items. You know, I always look at Instagram, and recently I was shared, something came up on my feed with regards to a pillow, Ego Lab pillow, because I have this neck ache. So the Ego Lab pillow advertisement came up. Then I look at it, wow, you know, the guy was promoting the pillow and say that, wow, you have to use it, you know, if not next time you have other issues, you know, if your neck continue to be painful, it could be because of your pillow. So I said, okay, I go and click and buy. And when I wanted to buy, they say, oh, if you buy 2, you get more discount, 30%. If you buy 1, it's only 20% discount. So you know, we're all human beings, right? When you see buy 2, might as well buy 2 lor. Buy 3, got 30%, but I say, I only got 1 head. Why do I need 3 pillows? So I say, okay, I click, I buy 2. Okay, so I bought 2 pillows, and then yeah, it arrived. So tangible items, I think on social media, very easy we buy. Okay, but I think, I mean, this is our experience so far. Buying investment products on, you know, the digital online platform is a bit more challenging. But I know there's a lot of digital platforms that have come up that has been very successful, and they've been marketing a lot more on, I would say, money market funds. Okay, and of course you have the Mumus and the rest trading accounts and all. But you have also got Right Bank, you have, you know, StashAway. There's a lot of these digital platforms that are coming, and I think the role of finfluencers now have become a lot more important to educate as well. And even choosing finfluencers, who to work with. You have the nano influencers who have less than 10,000 followers. The one with 10 to 100,000 is called the micro influencers, and then you have the macro influencers above 100,000. This one above 100,000. So maybe after this I need to talk to Ziad about how to, you know, amplify our presence on the social media. So our experience have been mainly for branding, I would say, and also for just educational piece of content. Not so much to close sales or to generate leads, because we have not really been very successful over there using influencers or social media marketing. Yep.
Thanks, Datin. Before we go to episode 3, can we just watch a quick video clip?
I agree that it's vague. And then they say you need to be a licensed person to give investment advice.
Yeah.
So if my reviews are supposed to be reviewed by the sponsors themselves or, you know, the financial institutions themselves, just because I'm a licensed marketing rep and I, you know, need to have my content reviewed by licensed body by the SC, then it kind of defeats the purpose, and audiences wouldn't be able to benefit from an unbiased opinion or review. I feel you are silencing the good voices and letting the bad voices continue, because really it's very hard to shut them down unless you focusly target them. I would say I'm politely asking the SC to actually encourage more people like that to start, and maybe don't just stop at us. Encourage more positive or, you know, genuine influencers. They're here to share financial literacy. You know, you just want more influencers doing the right thing.
Okay, the beauty about FIMAC is we unite a lot of people, not just consultants for you to network purpose, but today we do a Kisah Benar where we unite Zid and Azizi. You know, my fear was this session might end up, that's why we put Datin Chan in between them for him. So Zid, this is your best moment. The man himself is here. So he's here. He's not going anywhere. Okay. So feel free, Zid. Share us your views. Because when I talk to you, I look at your biodata. That was published on 4th September 2024, and 28,000 people or 28,000 views came from that YouTube program. You have got 173,000 YouTube subscribers. Okay? So if you run for election in Labuan, which has 76,000 people, you will probably win 2 times. Okay? And you have got 13 million total YouTube views. So obviously, a lot of people do listen to you, okay? And I can see that you do put a lot of effort and hard work in generating your content. So, Zid, the floor is yours to ask Azizi anything.
No,
Not in the letter, man.
Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and also the distinguished panel as well. Yeah, I mean, if I can just take a moment to even just take all of this in, from a solo influencer, people like to call us, content creator, right, to now sitting with the lawmakers, sitting with the regulators, potentially, I don't want to use this word, potentially debating with him on this one, right? And it's just kind of crazy how the digital market has grown so fast. Obviously, when something is fast, agile, and quick, you are bound to have flaws, imperfections. In fact, I don't think Malaysia is the only country that suffers from this, right? US have the same issue, Australia, Singapore as well. Obviously, I think lesser on, much tighter countries like Singapore. So I think Malaysia is no different, where influencer or finfluencer do play a part, in fact, a huge part in the financial market right now. And I thank Mr. Azizi for mentioning that there are actually a lot of bad apples that can manipulate the market, rightfully so. Even with just a Telegram group of 500 members, right, you can do a lot of damage to smaller cap companies, right? Big cap, okay, different story. But how about people of our sizing, right? I don't want to say I'm the biggest per se. We are one of the significant players, and I thank the regulators for taking note at us as well. So we do wield, I would say, a lot of influence / power, as cringy as it sounds, but that also comes with a lot of responsibilities. And Mr. Kalyan, thank you very much for mentioning that we put a lot of research into our content. In fact, I was just telling before Mr. Azizi came in, we have a team of 8 people. Apart from creative post-production crew, we hire research analysts, and they are not random copywriters. One is investment banker from previously Apex Securities, CMSRL licensed individual. One is from London Stock Exchange Group, and another one is from OCBC Bank. So you have a mix of bankers and investment bankers as well, and equity analysts. So that is a testament to how much effort as a finfluencer, right, we put into our content. In fact, when we talk to brands, sponsors, companies, right, we use less of, finfluencer is our branding and image, but actually we are a media company, registered as a media company. But funnily enough, and our clients, 95% of them are financial institutions. And I try, and until today, all our clients are licensed, and also we work with all legit platforms. That is a principle that I had within the company, right, where I strictly don't work with CFD brokers, FX brokers, which, I mean, Mr. Azizi, you would know, brings a lot of troubles to the financial market. And people in the masses, right, a lot of the FXs, this kind of stuff. And then even crypto, even though I know certain platforms are regulated in Malaysia as well, you will never find, and you can never find me talking about crypto in the past, even until today. I don't want to speculate the future, but if you just type decentralized finance or crypto with my name, you won't find any, except for my imposters, right? Which I quickly searched on Facebook just now. There are about 15, 20 same accounts with the same name. So, but just look for the blue tick, right? So I think same goes to, I can't speak for all the other finance influencers, right? All of us, not all of us, the ones that I know, the faces that you see on the videos, especially the one that we, on the September last year, commented on the SC guideline, right? And I still stand by it. And I think a few of them do still stand by it, because whatever we do is on public record, right? Whatever people comment, feedbacks, good or bad, it's public. We do our taxes, we get audited as a Sdn Bhd, we hire people, generate revenue for the economy as well, and then our stuff is purely public. Well, I'm not saying everyone is like that. Obviously, bad apples do have like closed Telegram groups, disappearing messages, seminars, one-off webinars, Zoom meetings, and then upsell you to certain things, right? There will be for sure. But for people like us, we were caught in the storm, I would feel. I can't speak for the other larger key players. For myself, my view is I work with legit platforms. I am genuinely passionate about finance. I told them just now, my family upbringing, we were devastated by gambling. Although it's not financial market, it's still partially due to, or partially or wholly due to human greed. That is my upbringing. So I had a personal vengeance against the harm that human greed can bring. And today it translates to what I do, right? Research and quality is just something that I'm passionate about. But at the end of it, right, it's a lot about trying to help people through free financial education and financial literacy. And having regulations, I think it's a good thing, right? It's an irony, right, to think that an influencer will say, hey, I support SC regulatory to restrict us. I think as a business person, I try to look at things from both ends of the spectrum as well. While, yeah, sometimes it's restricting, the other end of it, actually SC is trying to protect people and at the same time promote people that are legit and, and demotivate, incentivize those scammers, fraudsters, people like that. I think that's a good thing. But obviously, within the video you can see just now, obviously it's just a short extract. I would love to see more of the positive encouragement, cooperation between the regulators and also, I would say, public influencers that are publicly scrutinized to work together. Have dialogue session or a community together to cross-regulate each other. I think less of us regulating them, obviously, right? It's more of giving our input and feedback. Because what you want in a growing and budding infancy market, or we are a cross between media and finance. What you don't want is to stifle innovation. Because once you stifle the intention to share freely, to share free education, right? People just stop talking about it. And there will be lesser and lesser interest ultimately towards the financial market, towards financial literacy, right? I mean, all of you definitely use social media to a certain extent, right? Obviously, the younger ones, today I would even say a lot of younger ones don't just look at entertainment content anymore. They do look at financial contents already, right? Some of your kids probably do, right? So I think we need a lot of that. And a lot of that can't be generated without resources, right? Investment bankers are not cheap. Their fresh grads start at 4K, so... but yeah, that's my point, right? It's all resource backed, and we start as a influencer in the financial industry, right? We start at a much higher ground compared to a lot of entertainment creators. How people perceive us, right, is how trustable we are, how correct and factual is our data, and also the comments on, actually this guy don't know what he's talking. So we are publicly scrutinized on that one, and it's very heartbreaking one. Versus, this guy is not funny, then I don't want to see him anymore. It's very different playing field. So for us, we're not just scrutinized on how are we presenting on camera or events or whatever, right? Our factual and intellectual strength is also being scrutinized at the same time. So to me, it's already a very tough field to go in, let alone make money from it. How many brands and financial institutions are there in the financial industry versus the entertainment/lifestyle industry? I think everyone knows that already. And let's just even talk about stock investment brokerage industry, right? The number of key players or people, the number of brokers that are actually competitive, and strong in marketing, your fingertips, you can count how many of them, right? You obviously know the answer. So when everything is so concentrated, and I hate to use the word monopolized, but controlled by a few, one or two key players, you also stifle the innovation in the sense of those key players can just control the pricing, then businesses or smaller influencers, they are trying to make it and make free content, they cannot survive on these kind of fees. They cannot survive on this marketing revenue already because they are compressed again and again and again. And brands look at us, a lot of brands look at us, right? I'm not trying to, say it from Datin Chan's perspective, but a lot of brands look at influencers as like an orange. You squeeze the orange, once the juice comes out, you dry it up. Basically, the orange is symbolic of the traffic. So a lot of influencer per se just fizzle out very quickly. Because in order to stay on the top of the game in a field that requires not just marketing prowess, but also intellectual prowess, it's very resource intensive. It's very expensive to maintain this kind of thing together. And then if the regulator is still trying to stifle it without encouraging the positive ones, I think eventually people will just be afraid to talk about the investment market. Because anything you do, based on the current wordings, right, inducement, right, just now you were saying, Mr. Kalian was saying, like, what if I go Hai Di Lao today? It's a Chinese hotpot company listed in Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Wow, I love the hotpot, right? I see so many traffic within restaurants. I have to queue 2 hours to just get a slot, which is true, even until today. You have to queue 1 to 2 hours at peak weekend hours, right? Then I just share my thoughts. Wow, in terms of revenue per customer, in terms of the traffic per hour, this is like a very solid return. So then, is that investment advice, right? That could be one of opinion. What if I do it on an occasional basis where I keep on questioning businesses? Now, this is an easier example where it's very positive, right? What about the bad ones? Hey, what is this family public listed company doing? It's very shady. How do they, do their balance sheet, P&L, and this kind of stuff, right? So all those things, right? We are already one up against those people that are trying to silence us already. Then the regulator, if they want to control us to that extent, right? Because the wording is kind of vague already, then what do? We cannot say good things. We cannot say bad things. Then we will just be stuck to, hey guys, today we're going to learn about 50, 30, 20 budgeting rule forever, right? So that's not what we want when it comes to financial literacy. There's so much more beyond it. And in fact, a lot of my personal financial literacy don't just come from the simple budgeting rules. It's a lot coming from the financial market, treating my own human greed, trying to look at things long term, try to look at value return versus just looking at price tags. Try to appreciate time, because time, time value of money, that's your interest generated, your rate of return, etc., etc. So it's a lot of education that comes from there that translates to a lot of layers of our lives. So hence why I personally am very strong in that sense. Yeah.
Thanks, Zid. Zid has actually traveled 400 days to ask Azizi this question. So Azizi, can you give him some closure?
Yeah, like I said in my session earlier, we do appreciate the role of influencer. I think it's inevitable for moving forward in the future that influencer will be part of the ecosystem, and they will be helping the industry to grow as well. But as a regulator, as mentioned earlier, there's a balance game that we have to play. So we have to facilitate the education side, and we also have to monitor and protect investor. So the bad apples are still there. So in a way, my advice, and I think whenever somebody approach this, I would say that there are actually filmfluencers out there who wants to be safe. They are committed to being filmfluencer. They went to get a license from SE. That's the easiest way out. So if you are really in this game and you want to be doing education and you don't want to worry, keep looking at your back, you will induce tomorrow 10 million ke, today 10 million or not tomorrow 10 million. Rather than worry about that, go get a license, for example. And there are a lot, in our licensing regime, there are a lot of filmfluencers who are also licensed person to do investment advice. So you don't need to worry about whether you're caught or not caught. So if you want to do a full-time, consider getting a license. But then I do know that some influencers say, okay, I'm not a Sdn Bhd, I'm a personal view, I'm just an individual company. So that one we can discuss. But the safest bet or safest route is you want to do this, you're committed, try to get a license. And investment advice license is not as hard as compared to the CF license or dealing license. So that would be my recommendation to the influencer. But yes, until then, if you don't want to get license, then you just have to watch out. Because I said there's no right or wrong answer straight away. I can give you your advertisement is okay. Your advertisement is not. Because it's case to case and depends on how you your content was created. Certain content might be just genuine advice, certain just genuine education, but certain content you might have gone further. Okay, so that is where you need to have that. Maybe in addition to all these advisor, you need to have a legal person to advise you, for example. That will be it.
Thanks. I'm mindful of time before Regina scolds me because the session is after this. So we have almost 10 minutes here, but we've got about 10 years worth of questions. So I'm going to ask you to rapidly answer. So Azizi, I'm going to start with you first. I'm going to channel 65,000 unit trust consultants' concern into me now to ask you. Some agents or consultants might be nervous about posting online now. What would you say to reassure them?
First, to all 60,000 UTC, the law is already there since when you did your exam. When you did your first exam, answer is already there. But okay, put that aside. My advice would be first, as a UTC agent, you will know that you can do investment advice on a certain basis. But when you engage the influencer, this is a tricky part where you have to ensure that his advertisement, his content does not go beyond investment advice. And there's a difference between investment advice and advertising. Like I said, investment advice is you're asking or you're recommending person to buy and sell. Where just advertising is just general. For example, you're a company, you're UTMC A, and you want influencer to promote your company, do an advertisement for you to promote your company, to profile your company. That's fine. So in doing that, you just ensure the advertisement complies with the guideline. But where it crosses is when the influencer on behalf of you or by themselves start giving advice, buy fund A offered by UTMC, buy fund B. That's where you cross the line. So nothing changed, just that you now have to be mindful that when you engage the influencer, just make sure they comply with the law. And you have parameters to safeguard yourself when you engage them. Or you can do it yourself. Who say that UTC cannot do an advertisement or cannot do a content on the website? I think based on the survey, some are doing that. So just be mindful of that and just follow the guidance and just do whatever you want to do. Just be mindful of the requirement of the law.
Okay, thank you. Datin Chan, you do have about 1,000 unit trust consultants with you. How do you actually monitor their social media activities?
Yeah, so we do engage social monitoring to be able to pick up some of these practices that may not be right. But of course, it's not 100% foolproof. So the other thing, of course, we do regularly is, we do have a learning manager as well, who is in the hall here today. So I was just talking to her, I said, I think we have to ensure that we train and keep our consultants aware about all these revised guidelines because we don't want to breach any of it. We don't want anybody to be in prison or be fined 10 million. It's unnecessary. So I think talk to your respective principal unit trust management company, have clinics, brainstorm on things that you're not so clear about. You want to post certain things, you want to say certain things, but you need clarity. Is this right? Should I do this? Can do or not? Cannot do or not? And then have certain guidance. The guidance is there already, but you can, trash it out as well further if you need further clarification. So I think that is necessary to really elevate the fears of all these consultants because we also don't want to stifle the growth of the industry and then everybody becomes so takut, like what Ziad was saying, and in the end, don't want to sell already, or suddenly missing from the social media space, which is not healthy for the industry as well. Okay, so 加油, keep it going. Don't be fearful. There's always hope, and we can always rely on influencers like Ziad.
Okay, Ziad, before you agree with Datin Chan, there is a very hot question here about licensed advisors face strict penalty for mis-selling. Why should influencers with even bigger reach face lower accountability?
Well, I don't think we face lower accountability. In fact, I think we face public scrutiny every single second, even though it's daytime, midnight. We face actually much more accountability, not just in the regulatory wise, right? Now, November, we are facing the same accountability, which I'm thankful for, right? Obviously, to a certain extent, right? Too much of it also, it will stifle, right? So I think when you say licensed advisors face strict penalties for mis-selling, I mean, if it's a defrauding, then obviously they deserve it, right? So if you can catch influencers doing, you know, any misconduct, I think you can always report to the SC, right? In fact, I welcome SC to audit me anytime. LHDN, SC to audit, or Bank Negara to audit me anytime. We pay our taxes. Everything we do is factual research. Biased or not, that's a different question, right? Whatever we do is public. So now that we have the same regulatory stalking down at us, we have nowhere to run. What we can tell you is we don't, personally, I can't speak for all influencers, right? We don't have any closed groups. We don't sell any closed causes to buy, sell, and pump and dump. I know a lot of bad apples do that, right? Ultimately, I think it's a level playing field. Licensed advisors, obviously, you guys have to go through, I'm not sure which license, maybe CMSRL or different license under CMSA, right? For us, we also have to go through, maybe not that extensive yet, which is actually a question I have to ask Mr. Azizi later. I actually got the marketing registration, marketing representative registration, but as far as I know, that is not extensive enough. That is just good enough to be sales agent to a financial institution, right? But when it comes to investment advice, then you need like something like CMSRL, Capital Market Services Representative License, which also ties you down to a single institution, basically mark you down as exclusive to that particular broker or financial institution. And that totally defeats the purpose, I'm seeing the time's up, and that totally defeats the purpose of influencer in the first place.
I'm mindful of time, but there are many good questions. So what we will do is a lot of regulatory questions here. We will personally follow up with Encik Azizi, and we will post it up if he replies to us. So, and we will share with you all on our website. Okay, but I thought just do a quick wrap up because my panelists have been super sporting. I put them on the spot on so many things. They probably won't talk to me anymore after this or come to FIMAC. But I thought let's give them each 30 seconds to just give some final words. Maybe we start with Azizi first.
Yep, thank you, Karan. Like I said, from SC side, we do appreciate the role of influencer, and we do acknowledge that they will be there. But like I said, one way out to all this is to answer Ziad's question, actually, just to answer him, actually, you don't need to be tied to a CMSRL. You can be a CMSL, meaning the company become an investment advising company who then don't tie to anyone and you can promote. So that would be the same advice I would give to any influencer out there. You're committed, you want to do this business, you want to give advice, you want to do financial planning and whatnot, get the license and do it. You're not tied. You are only tied if you're individual. But as a company, you can be a principal of your own. But having said that, whatever it is, like I said, we do acknowledge the role, and I do encourage like the UTMC and industry to use influencer and vice versa, but do it within the parameters of the law. Okay, it's not there to stop you; it's just to guide you on how to do it legally.
Thank you, Datin Chan.
Yeah, I think don't be too afraid of the 10 million and 10 years imprisonment. Although that really caught my eye, I think that is to catch the really bad hats, lah. Okay, that's to really catch those unregulated, activities, folks. But all of us are in a regulated industry. I think we are promoting regulated, goods and services. So check with your principals, okay, with regards if you're unsure about, whether whatever social media posting you're doing is right or wrong. I think they should be able to give you the advice, after consulting SC and also FIMM. So yeah, just go the extra mile to do that to make sure that you don't breach any guidelines.
Is it last words for Azizi?
No, I really appreciate it. Like at the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate that the lawmakers are willing to listen to us. And I think there's a lot that we can do together. I can't speak for all influencers again, right? But for the ones that I know, especially for influencers that I know, we all have the same mission to really want to spread financial literacy through not just the financial market, but to the public masses as well. So we do really encourage the regulators to work closely with us, actually have events, campaigns, or anything closely with us, right? Give us recognition that, oh, you are audited, you are clear, right? We can work together on certain aspect. have like very regular interval of audits, we are fine with that. We are totally open with that. We have nowhere to run. Everything is online for the most of us, right? Not to say the bad apples. So we are really open to working together to make sure that most of the public masses can gain financial literacy for free through real and legit manner.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please help me give a big round of applause to my panelists?
Thank you very much to Mr. Kalion Leong and also the panel. Let's go for a quick group photo. Indeed, a fascinating discussion. Thank you to our panel for this fresh insights and also real-world perspectives. We've seen how social media and influencers are not just changing the conversation around investing, but also reshaping how people learn, share, and make financial decisions. It's clear that with great influence comes great responsibility, and balancing creativity with compliance is the real game changer. Thank you once again. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's go for an afternoon tea break. And before you head out, a quick reminder, the Lucky Draw Challenge will close at 4:35 p.m. 4:35 p.m. If you haven't completed your digital stamp card yet, be sure to visit our friendly exhibitors just outside of the hall for your final stamps and stand a chance to win some great prizes. Please be back in the hall by 4:30 p.m. for a final session, one that you definitely will not want to miss out. So we'll see you in a bit. Thank you. Our lucky winners are for the lucky draw later, but before that, we have reached the final session of the day. The next session, ladies and gentlemen, will explore the important shift from the accumulation phase, where we focus on building wealth, to the decumulation phase, where the goal becomes preserving and strategically drawing down those assets to support a sustainable lifestyle. So let's dive into how these challenges differ across professions and how to make that transition with confidence and clarity. First up, let's see who our moderator is. Ms. Regina Rahim, Managing Director of Wahine Capital Sdn Bhd, started off her career in stockbroking before joining the fund management industry in 1998. She has under her belt over 27 years in the Malaysian capital markets, spent mostly in the investment management industry, and up until the end of 2021, Regina was the founding MD for the Malaysian office of Nomura Asset Management. She started Wahine Capital as a means of securing the financial future of women, in which they have released their first product, W Vault, in late May 2023. Welcome. And also, let's call on her speakers for this session. Ms. Karen Tani Man, Senior Manager, Institutional Sales and Financial Planning of Public Mutual Berhad. Also, Ms. Balkis Yusuf, Head of Policy and Strategy Department of the Employees Provident Fund. Also, Mr. Fazihan Abbas Muhammad Ramli, Chief Executive Officer of Amanah Saham Nasional Berhad. Please welcome them, everyone.
So firstly, congratulations to all of you for staying the course. So thank you very much for actually staying on for the last session, because actually this is a very important topic most of us don't really think about. So the fact that we've got representatives from EPF, the biggest mutual fund in the country, Amanah Saham National, and then of course we've got a representative from Public Mutual. So good afternoon everyone, and thank you FIMM, especially Encik Kalyon Leong Rahan, for having me here, especially since we've got such an interesting history together for the longest time. I was just sharing to Puan Balkis earlier how I know Kalyon in the sense that he was the Securities Commission officer that was in charge of Commerce Trust's Berhad, and I was a compliance officer. So anyway, moving on to the topic at hand. Shifting gears from accumulation to decumulation. For most of our lives, financial conversation is always about accumulation, saving, investing, and building wealth. But the real challenge actually begins when we move into decumulation, figuring out how to make what we've built actually last through retirement, especially since Malaysians are now living a lot longer than before. You know, when EPF first started, I think most people would have died off within 10, 15 years. Now your retirement funds are supposed to last you a good 30 years. So clearly this is not a one-size-fits-all issue type thing. Salaried employees, entrepreneurs, and gig workers all face very different challenges and obstacles. And add to that the rising cost of healthcare, demographic shifts, and gaps in our retirement product landscape. It's clear why this is becoming one of the most critical conversations in financial planning today. To explore this from multiple angles, as communicated earlier, we've got representatives from a good part of our ecosystem. So together, they'll help us unpack the biggest retirement obstacles, the gaps in today's retirement products, and most importantly, what practical steps Malaysians can actually take to move confidently from accumulation to decumulation. So let's dive in. I've got an opening question to all the panelists. So we'll start off with Ms. Karen. So Karen, the theme of our panel is shifting gears from accumulation to decumulation, moving from building wealth to making it last. In your view, what does this transition actually mean for Malaysians today, and why is it becoming such a critical conversation across the different segments?
Thank you very much, Regina, for the question. A very good afternoon to everyone who's here and also to those who are joining us virtually. And hello to my fellow panelists. So if you talk about retirement planning, traditionally the emphasis has always been on accumulation of assets, right? So save, invest everything, grow as much as you can. So planning for retirement has always centered on accumulation rather than managing these assets, you know, to enhance retirement living, right? So this decumulation phase, where we draw down, it's important because no one wants to outlive their retirement savings, right? Everyone wants to ensure that they have enough, sufficient retirement income to have a decent quality of life in their retirement years. However, with Malaysians living longer, with the cost of living rising continuously, it really has become a challenge for Malaysians to ensure that their assets can last, you know, throughout their retirement years. The state of financial readiness for retirement is really quite worrying. So if you look at salaried workers, their reliance is primarily on EPF, right? So the EPF system ensures that former workers are able to save a good portion of their income. Even with that, we find that many EPF members are still struggling to accumulate enough savings to meet you know, the adequate basic savings and income level. The coronavirus pandemic that hit us in 2020, that did not help. If anything, I think it further showed the lack of financial resilience of many individuals and households I understand about 145 billion was withdrawn from EPF savings, right? Through the COVID-19 withdrawal programs. So that money, that savings was crucial to those who needed it at that point in time because the financial burdens were impacted by COVID. But what we need to do now is that we see that there's a lot of effort needed to rebuild and strengthen that savings there so that EPF members can have enough to sustain their retirement. If you look at entrepreneurs, gig workers, I think they face similar challenges. Not enough retirement savings, high expenses because cost of living is high. Financial literacy, probably not the best, can be improved. And then, of course, coupled with income that is not stable, right? So if you look at that, gig workers have to manage fluctuating income. That is scary. They have to manage paychecks that are irregular. So if irregular income, how are you going to have consistent savings? Yeah, for the self-employed, they face individual business risks as well. So basically, their financial well-being is very much tied to the success of their business ventures, which means that sufficiency in retirement also may be uncertain for them. So I think today, Malaysia, we're standing at this very critical juncture where we're at its demographic transition into an increasingly aging nation. So whether you are a salaried worker or you are part of the gig economy, I think what it means is that, for one, you need to know the importance of having sufficient retirement savings. And secondly, the urgency to focus on decumulation strategy, because whatever you build up, you want to make sure that that can sustain and that it can last throughout your retirements to be able to support the lifestyle that you have dreamed of. You need to make sure that that money can last. So I think the key here is sustainability, and the question to ask is how can we do to make sure that our savings last? Yeah, I think I'll pause here.
Right, thanks. Thanks, Karen. Okay, so now that Karen's highlighted the fact that salaried workers especially are extremely dependent on EPF, can I have your view, please, Balkis?
Hey, maybe I'll start the conversation by asking you guys, how many of you have watched How to Make Millions Before Grandma Dies? Raise of hands. It's a very, very sad story, right? But that is one part of retirement strategy. How to accumulate and probably decumulate as well. But before we go there, I think the issue of retirement is really difficult. Because I want to start by saying that when people look at retirement, we need to plan for the future. And the part of our brain that plans for the future will be your prefrontal cortex. But we have a problem of present bias. You guys know about it, right? So they did the study at UCLA, and they tried to study the neuroscience in terms of what are the part of your brain is activated when you think about your future. So what happens is that if I ask you, Regina, to think about yourself today, there are a lot of neural activities in your brain, meaning you're very excited and thrilled because you're thinking about what you're going to do in the next 5 minutes. But if I ask you to think about Karen, when they did the scan, there's not much activity in the brain. And then I ask you again, imagine yourself 20 years from now, you're not able to also imagine yourself. So what it says that, it shows that the brain, ourself, cannot relate our current self to our future self. It's like you're seeing yourself as a stranger. So which is why retirement issue is very, very difficult. People will think that old age poverty is not going to happen to me. I will be able to live and then be able to be okay. So if I want to share with you some statistics, about 42% or 4 in 10 older persons in Malaysia, they live in old age poverty. So what does that say? Not only is old age associated with physical abilities decline, you're also having to face income insecurity, right? So, and we in Malaysia, because last time we don't live like you mentioned, we graduate from this life earlier, so we don't think about that decumulation that much. So we have to start shifting the mindset, because when you're working today, you get an income. So the same question that you have to ask yourself, if you start working, where will that income come from? So we have to start having this mindset shift among Malaysians to say that, where is my source of income that will be coming to me to support my lifestyle? Do you want a deterioration of your lifestyle, or do you want to maintain the exact lifestyle that you have today, right? So you need to start thinking about the pot that you have. How do you decumulate in meaningful ways? So one of the ways that people look at it is like, in international conventions, they said that you must not have less than 40% of your last drawn salary or your average career lifetime in order for you to live in a decent way. But the best practice is to have at least 60%. Why 60%? Because we assume that you would be geared up for loans about 40% of your commitment, right? Based on financial planning. So if you've settled that loans, you're okay to live with 60% without major deterioration of your life. But imagine if you suddenly face a lot of medical issues, where will that money come from? Are you going to sustain the same kind of life that you want? So those are the questions that we need to start thinking about and speak to Malaysians about replacement rate. What kind of replacement rate that you want to have? Of course, 100% is better. The higher, the better, but that depends on you. What kind of life you want to have? Are you going to be jet-setting everywhere, or you want to live a life of like a monk or, a religious person that is very spiritually engaged? And those require different targets, so to speak, right? So I also want to talk to you about structural matters. In Malaysia, we have like 2 dominant players or 3 dominant players for pension system. So we have the civil service pension scheme and we have the EPF, right? But that's what we know, and we always say, oh, okay, government pension lah, kita semua EPF. But do you know that globally, pensions is the most developed social security institution, whereby a pension is a basic human right. 79% of all the world older persons, they receive a pension. So it's not like only you kerja government, you get pension. No, it is a basic human right that can come from multiple sources. One is a tax finance pension, and the other is a contributory based pension, and which is EPF is. But why in Malaysia, we only have 30% of older persons receiving a pension. 25% are coming from the civil servants, another 4%, the ones that are extremely poor poverty people, older persons, and they get a state pension or, from tax finance. That doesn't work. Why? Because EPF work with you, we accumulate, and then at 60 we say, now you're free to take your lump sum. So that's why the numbers suddenly drop. Today, we are covering 60% of labor force, but why is the pension only 30%? Because EPF is not offering today, in a structured way or through legislative reform, some kind of lifetime income product or even a basic drawdown. A pension, if you look at definition, is just regular monthly payouts. It's not about having it for life. So we need to start and shift the conversation that way. Thank you.
Okay, that's very depressing. Okay, now let's move to Encik Abbas of Amanah Saham Nasional. Encik Abbas, can you, for the first question, give me your thoughts in terms of how you see it, because obviously both these ladies have already painted a very depressive view. Have you got anything nice to say?
I want to say I've got nothing to add to Balkis just now. She covered almost everything, but thank you, Regina. And Assalamualaikum, very good evening, everybody. So the way I'll dissect this decumulation topic would be in 2. So institutions like us, EPF, I think for the past decades, we have been pushing to accumulate, right? And by 2030, around 15% will be above the age of 60. So our conversation, both institution and especially PNB, is really the question from how much have you grown your savings into how long can you last, how long can your savings last, right? So essentially, that's the conversation when we talk about the decumulation. But the second part really is what worries me a lot. So when you talk about decumulation of what, right? Stats, the stats that worry me the most is Bank Negara stats that only 61% of Malaysians don't have savings more than 1,000 ringgit. So you can imagine the susceptibility of, any financial, emergencies and all that for those who doesn't have enough savings. So when you talk about decumulation, I think from EPF stats, only 32% have the bare minimum, 38%. So we're talking about another, a good 62% who's really not prepared for retirement, right? And this is where PNB comes in and making sure that, accumulation still continues and really push people to invest. And it's all about automating a good habit towards accumulating enough to start thinking about decumulation. And both sides require a discipline. And our goal is really about trying to come up with features that can automate those disciplines. Automating how people accumulate. We come up with Auto Labo and all that so people invest consistently. And now we're thinking about how do we automate decumulation as part of our services for our unit holders.
Are your services actually seeing results? Are you seeing more people saving? Because just looking at Ringgit Plus's financial literacy survey, apparently the younger crowd is now saving more compared to last year. So are your efforts actually translating to better rates of savings right now?
Yeah, so we are seeing a really good response, especially when, so the thing about, savings or accumulation of wealth, for me is less so about products, because if you think about products, Public Mutual has, hundreds of products. PNB has a lot of products are out there, both for wealth, growing your wealth, also for retirement. But to me, and for PNB, it's really about making sure that customer experience is there, so you give really good accessibility, simplicity, and really personalized, right? Accessibility, you make it very, very intuitive, very open. We provide investment as low as 10 ringgit. You can just go into our MySNB app and you can invest, right? So that's accessibility. Simplicity is really something more intuitive, like ASB, ASM, really you don't lose anything, right? And lastly is what you call it, personalized. So basically you tailor, different people have different financial circumstances, students, just started working and all that, and they all have financial goals. So it's important to do that. So we're seeing, and on top of that we have Auto Labo. So we're seeing the penetration rate has increased. We have about 5 million registered digital users. A good 500,000 is already on Auto Labo, which is a service we provide that they can directly deduct from their bank accounts into our savings. So yeah, it's bearing good results.
Oh, that's great. So I need to go back to Balkis. So Balkis, Malaysians are living longer. Cost of living is rising rapidly. How is EPF actually evolving its framework to ensure that members don't outlive their savings? Are there plans for new products or policies to address decumulation a lot more effectively?
Inshallah. So I think change is very difficult, right? When you want to push some changes, people always resist. That's typical because we all have all these biases and things that we are used to. So for instance, when the RMK 13 talks about EPF's account is going to be segregated into two, one is for your income drawdown, the other part is for your, for you to access at any time. There's a lot of, some people are okay, but some people welcome that, and some people are very angry about it, and then things went viral. So in Malaysia, it's very tough to talk about some of these things, right? But of course, we can work and then we do things gradually. So number one, what we have introduced is to introduce RIA. RIA is Retirement Income Adequacy Framework, whereby we establish basic savings for your basic necessities. How much do you need for that basic necessities? And we establish a number at 390,000. After that, we have a second level, which we call adequate savings. Adequate savings is how much a person need to live a decent standard of living, and we base that on a expenditure budget for a single older person, and that costs about 2,700 ringgit per person per month right now in Klang Valley. So you have that 650,000. To live at enhanced level, which is you want to be having better life than just the adequate savings, then you need to have 2 times of that. So it's 1.3 million. So this is the first gauge for people to establish your number. But for me, I want to share with you, if you want to calculate your number right now, just take your salary, because you're okay to live with that salary so that you don't have lifestyle inflation coming in, times 12 times 25. That's a number that you need to have by the time you retire. So that's number one, yeah? Establish your number. So we're having this guide to help Malaysians establish the number. Number 2, we are going to look at lifetime income products, also looking at decumulating in a more structured manner. So, but this one is difficult to offer to everybody, so we will offer it as part of the deal package of new entrants. Yeah, so if you haven't joined the workforce and you're born after a certain years, you will get this already part of your package. But for the others, like all of us here in this room, it's voluntary if you want to participate in those type of schemes, whether to have a lifetime income product or to have a structured drawdown. But DBF also has been working with the government closely by offering Aisaraan, which is a government incentive whereby I think here a lot of people who are self-employed as well, I hope you're taking it up. The government gives you 20% of whatever you put in, subject to 500 ringgit per year, and each Malaysian, all of us, has the opportunity to maximize up to 5,000 per your lifetime. So if, assuming you keep putting 2,500 ringgit a year, you get 500 ringgit from the government, and then EPF gives dividend, that's like 21-22% returns guaranteed for 10 years. So that's really phenomenal amount if you look at it, and we calculate, and it's quite a lot. But if you put in less, then you get less, and you take like 20 years to maximize the government lifetime limit. So there are such products, especially to help people who do not have a majikan or employer. So EPF is looking at various products and looking at also different ways of doing things, like Abbas mentioned, how do you make people stick, and what kind of messaging that we give to people in order to compel them to come into the system. So if you open your iAccount on your phone, you will see that, oh, you have not made your savings for this month, or, using messaging like 70% of your age cohorts have put in money into EPF, and, have you done it? So those kind of social influences actually work. So we are experimenting with all those behavioral norms as well to encourage people to put in their money into the EPF so that people do not feel, they struggle. But then at least it's like by using behavioral insights. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on to Karen. As the biggest mutual fund company in Malaysia, as such, private side, how do you actually balance product innovation with investor protection in the retirement space? Are there any particular investment solutions you think could actually help Malaysians stretch their savings over a longer retirement period?
So if you talk about investor protection, the very key thing is investor education. Okay, so because with investor education, with knowledge, you would be able to make better informed decisions. You would be able to make the right decisions with your retirement savings. So at Public Mutual, we have our fund managers as well as our team of CFP speakers who will engage constantly with our investors to keep them updated, and also to impart whatever financial knowledge that they can to the investors and the public. That's for one. And what we feel is important, we also strive to provide resources to these customers and the individuals in the form of financial education. We do that through videos, which we upload into the Public Mutual's Instagram, Facebook, and also YouTube. So with these resources, people are better educated. If I come to solutions on how to last, so when an investor invests with us, the main thing that we want to talk about is, okay, so you've put the money in. We always tell investors that when you invest with a purpose, right? So the thing for the investors to do is if you put this money in and it's meant for, say, your children's education, then you should earmark it as such. If this money is meant for your retirement, then you should also designate this pot of money for your retirement. A lot of times what happens is, especially in our Asian society, parents would actually dig into their retirement funds to pay for their kids' education, to pay for whatever not that there is. So at the end of the day, you don't have that money there for your retirement. So one thing that we think that our customers should do is they can earmark their investments when they put it in with us. Once they have that earmark, don't touch that money because that's meant for your retirement. And other features and tools that we help them with is to basically, they're able to then calculate how much would I need to draw down or how long can I draw down once I've accumulated this much of money. So all these tools are easily available on our digital app, and investors can do that. But I think the most important thing is having a solution where this money can last. And this is where we have the scheduled redemption request facility, where the pot that they have built, they can actually customize and decide on how much money they need every month, whether it's monthly or annually or semi-annually. Decide on this amount, then get that amount, get that payout. Payout can be credited into your bank account that's registered with Public Mutual, and then leave the balance of the units in there so that it can compound and grow further. So this way you don't take out everything at once, and then you can have the balance, whatever's in there, to continue growing. So in this way, you can stretch your retirement savings better.
So it's an annuity type of product, lah.
Yeah, in a way, a scheduled,
What's it called again, sorry?
Scheduled redemption request. Yeah, we call it the SRR, scheduled redemption request. So they can decide how much, how frequently. So this way, they get their payout.
Okay. That's interesting, because I think one of the key things for a lot of people is that, our mindset, like Balkis was saying, that disconnect between your current self and your future self, right? So it's very difficult for you to think like, I need to worry about my future. And especially which is precisely why, until you reach 55, then you start thinking about healthcare costs, etc., right? So I like to go back to Encik Abbas. What are your thoughts, especially the fact that we are aging population, smaller households, and then a lot of our young ones are also living overseas, right? And then rising health costs, because right now, what is it? Double digits in terms of medical inflation. So these are definitely reshaping our retirement needs. How do you see these shifts influencing the way, as a GLIC like yours, actually design products going forward?
Thank you, Regina. For the record, I really support EPF's idea on, really planning or, somewhat restricting lump sum withdrawal, because I do see it firsthand where some of our investors really take out a lot of money, but the money just goes into, like what Karen mentioned, supporting their children's wedding and their, children's education, and really they have nothing left, right? So those are the things that I think, it sounds painful, but I feel like it's necessary. But of course, there's a lot of change management that we have to also deal with. But when it comes to PNB, one thing that we realize is that liquidity is really, really important as part of the product feature for people who is in retirement age, right? And our latest product, ASN Sukuk, for instance, typically if you know, Regina, our funds are typically annual dividends. We only pay out once. But actually, if you take out all of the 6 fixed price funds, you will have like a recurring payouts. But only if you take all 6. But our latest product like AS and Sukuk, we purposely built it to be quarterly distribution so that, you know, for retired people really can take advantage of having a, you know, periodical payouts so that they can really plan their year better. You know, going forward, we might move into a monthly, but for now it's quarterly. And that's one, right? But we're really sticking to, because when you talk about retirement age, what they need is really a safe place to invest, something that protects their capital, right? And that's why we believe that fixed price funds for under ASNB is still very, very relevant. So those are the things that will remain. But one that we have to consider is really giving a solution how they can really manage their overall wealth and having a feature that they can set when do they need the money gradually. Because our preach to our investors, especially above 60, is really trying to make sure that the money can last while they're still alive and really not, you know, using it one lump sum and all that. So that's really the thinking at PNB at the moment.
Okay, I'm going to ask this question to both yourself, Encik Abbas, as well as Karen. This is not in the prepared questions, but it just occurred to me. One of the things that we don't really talk about is inflation. Inflation, effects of inflation, yeah? So because like Balkis mentioned about, you know, let's say however much you need times 12 times 25 your you know, average years of retirement, right? So let's say for me, I need 10,000, katalah, that means it's 3 million. But that 3 million, katalah, when I reach 55, is 3 million, I have 3 million. But because of the effect of inflation, that 3 million means nothing, right? At the end of the day, because if we look at the cost of cancer treatments, for instance, that can just disappear, right? So as fund managers, for both you and Karen, you know, how are you actually trying to address this? Because I think we always talk about, when we talk about retirement, we talk about that number. But when it comes to decumulation, I think that's where, you know, to shift back to this whole topic about decumulation, we always have that number at the point of retirement, but we don't have that number like, okay, when is the money going to run out? So with the effect of inflation, how are you actually educating your investors? Because I think that's a key thing that I'm not seeing from the unit trust agents that are coming to me for sure. Your thoughts, please.
Okay, I'll start. So really, when it comes to investors' education, which I think we have probably spent a lot in terms of, you know, connecting with our unit holders. We've got 13 million, trying to provide necessary financial literacy education. And when it comes to specifically on inflation, and this is where I think a lot of people, especially the general mass, don't really take into consideration because they are fascinated to a certain amount, say bare minimum if BEF is 240,000, or I reached 240,000, yeah, I made it, right? But the conversation is really about, with that 240,000, with all this medical, especially what is really associated with the medical cost is rising, whether those amount is sufficient. So we do have calculators that to really aid them, that factors in inflation. 240,000 is really, really bare minimum. But this is where I think when we go provide talks and all that, we do mention about how certain things, especially related to the medical, accommodation, and then logistics, different details, and really give them the perspective of how much actually you need. But beyond that, really, I mean, when you talk about, that's financial education, but when we talk about from our fund's performance, really, because their money with us needs to grow in tandem with inflation as well, right? So this is where I think it gets more complicated because when you talk about PNB's funds, especially the fixed price funds, you want capital protected, but at the same time, you have to manage against inflation. So our portfolio construction is always slightly unique than, you know, a typical fixed income or money market. our underlying, typically for this kind of funds, you'll have super high in terms of fixed income, right? But our allocation is really a mix between fixed income and equities. And that's how we've been able to sustain a 200, 250 basis points above the FD rate. And we cover inflation as well. So two sides of managing inflation, one from our fund performance itself, and second is how we really educate and tell people how much they actually need to protect them against inflation.
Thank you. Karen?
Yeah, I think inflation is very real. You know, everything is so expensive now. So you're right. Let's say you have 2 million in retirement and you think that, okay, you know, I can survive on 80,000 a year. So you put it into, you know, fixed deposits or some safe instruments that can actually give you that kind of yield. So you draw down 80,000 every year, and you know for the next 5 years you're drawing 80,000 because you're putting your money in safe assets. But you know, in 5 years' time, if you have an inflation of maybe 3%, you probably need something like 93 over 1,000 instead of just 80,000, right? So the thing to do here is that both at the stage when you are accumulating, that's why it's important to start young. When you start young, you can take on a little bit more risk, which you need to do. I think as retirees, one of the greatest setbacks is that people think that, you know, I cannot take risks when I retire. But you've got something like 20, 25, 30 years into retirement. You cannot put your funds into cash, you know. It's not going to generate the kind of return that you need. So when you're young, when you're starting to invest and when you're saving, you're able to take on risks. So you need to put a larger proportion of those savings into more aggressive instruments. And then at the point of retirement, you need to, again, consistently, you may not take such an aggressive stand, but you need to continuously grow that amount of money. Yeah.
Okay, we've got 14 minutes left, and I think to be fair to the audience, there's a lot of interesting questions, so I'm going to actually go straight to the questions. So I like this question. We've always been told to focus on saving as much as possible, but when it comes to spending down, what's the biggest mistake retirees tend to make? Balkis.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Maybe for retirement, I think one thing we should remember when we decumulate is the 4% rule. Of course, it can be something else if you want a lower than that. So if EPF gives you 6%, and then you draw down 4%, you always keep your capital. But then the strategy is to look at year one. You take not more than 4% of your total portfolio for a year. So you divide that by 12 so that you know that's how much you can spend. So if you have 1 million, so technically you can take 40,000 to spend. So the next year, EPF will give you the returns. In a way, it's inflation protected, right? Then you take 4%, but you have to add in the factor of inflation. So 40,000 plus 3% of the 40,000. So that's how you will start to draw down on your income. Because there are three types of people, I would say. Someone that nampak lamsam banyak, terus tapau semua beli sports car or whatever lah, or kahwin baru. You know, suddenly the guy gets more attractive to a younger lady because he's got a lot of money, you know. So they did that, yeah. So the other group is someone who has a lot of money, but they live frugally. They don't know how to enjoy their life with the amount of money that they had saved. So that's the other extreme. But there are people who are also managing it well. So there are different types. So having to know how do you work out your retirement, like you asked that question. So how do you draw down? So you can draw down and finish all your money, you know, in 30 to 40 years if you want, if you don't want to outlive your funds. Or you can continue to preserve your capital and the money will keep growing and you never outlive your funds anyways. And you can leave the amount for your as bequest to your next of kin, right? So those are some of the things that people can do. But there are a lot of mistakes, of course. But in Malaysia, because I would still say that Malaysia, I'm so sorry, Regina, I have to highlight all the scary stuff. We scare because we care. So like in Malaysia, the savings rate among households is very low. if you look at savings to GDP, it's about 30%. Pretty much is actually business savings. Household savings is less than 10%. And countries that have low savings rate, maybe it's Japan. That's very aged culture. They have hyper-aged culture. So you have to think about it. If a lot of the population are older person, they don't produce much, but they're spending on very bare minimum. Who's going to generate the economy if we don't prepare the pension system to be able to purchase the goods that you need, especially with population aging? And Japan is depopulating already as we speak. It will happen to Malaysia. Our country will start to peak in population in 2065. After that, the population will start to slow down. So how are people going to purchase the kinds of goods if the working age is getting smaller and smaller? So the answer around that, there are many policy interventions that we can put in place in order to address this. But I just want to scare you with one more fact. With every 10% increase in older person, there will be a 5 to 6% drop in GDP. That's really scary. So a lot of times when Malaysia was growing in the 1990s, it's pretty much driven by demography. Countries then need to invest in infrastructure and put other things in order to grow. That's why Japan is growing due to automation, digitalization, and mechanization of many things. So we need to be able to be productive because that dividend of demographic will end in Malaysia by 2030. That's the short window that we have. So mistakes at individual level, a lot of mistakes, I've mentioned some of them. So thanks.
Thanks, Balkis. And I think one of the other things that we also need to talk about is the fact that there's too much over-reliance on EPF and PNB for a lot of products, as well as public mutual. Why is it that PRS has not worked? It's very affordable, but why hasn't that pillar, private retirement schemes, work?
Can I just say something? Sorry. In a good country system, so we have to have 3 levels. So one is what is the tax finance pension that the government can give to you. So in New Zealand, in Denmark, and all that, everyone, or in Brunei even, all older person will get a pension from the state. It's from tax. Then the second layer is people like us, occupational-based contributory scheme that will prepare you for the future. And the third layer will be private. So that's how a good country's pension system must work in 3 layers. PRS, by right, if you look at any country, people who should subscribe to PRS should be about 30% now. Right now, we have about 500 to 600,000 people subscribing to PRS, so which is below the rate that we should have. Because in any country, the public sector or the government support system must be the largest, because only government can scale, government can give up money, but the private side is only the top end. In Malaysia, we always call them T20. Or in any good system, typically private insurance should be covered about 30% of the population. So that's the benchmark that you're looking at. So we cannot push PRS to everybody, only if you have extra. But the biggest challenge of our time is the low wages in this country. Recently, DOSM just published that for a household to live above poverty line, the household needs to make 3,500 ringgit. In EPF database, 57% individuals earn less than 3,200 ringgit. That means we are paying people to live at poverty and we say it's okay. And then we blame them for not being able to save or invest or do the right things for their lives. That's because the structural issue. We've got to pay people better. When Singapore raised wages, it did not impoverish the nation. Now, Singapore is a developed nation when in the 1980s, we were part of them together as Asian Tiger. Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore, South Korea left and they all become developed nation and they pay wages better. So we need to look at wages. That's the single greatest social injustice of our time in this country.
Okay, well, you need to get into politics now, I think, Balkis. So, anyway, going back to the topic at hand, I think one of the key things is also, this is a great question, should people overall consider retiring later, keep working and earning for longer? Or are we just kicking the can in the future? What do you think? I mean, it doesn't have to be Balkis, it can be Encik Abbas or Karen.
Yeah, I'm worried to think that we might be pushed towards that, looking at the stats that, in terms of how many people out there is not capable to retire with a decent livelihood. So Japan is, I think, 70 now, right? 65 or 70, I'm not too sure. We are at 60 right now. So it's not a question whether should we allow or not. It's rather, will we be forced to allow it because, people simply don't have enough savings for their retirement. And I suspect if we don't do anything drastic, this is turning out to be a policy discussion, right? Because one, I think people are not saving enough. You got to figure out a way to accelerate people's savings to grow to a level that they can retire. And especially so for the gig workers, right? These are, I guess, the biggest gap in terms of when it comes to retirement. But secondly, it's really about making sure that by the time they reach enough money to retire, somehow already you have to automate that discipline. Automation discipline, because discipline for being a human being is hard because there's a lot of temptation, right? Suddenly there's Lazada offer, there's 7-Eleven, 10-10 and all that, right? So it's human behavior to be attracted to those kind of spending behavior. But if you cannot curtail all those negative, bad spending habit, you just have to force and automate that discipline. And I think we need to go there. If not, you would probably have to extend the retirement age.
There's a lot of challenges. We've got AI. We've got the fact that other countries around us are also far ahead. Structural issues, we are still, we've got a lot of issues in that sense. What is one practical advice that each one of you can actually provide, since we're running out of time, that would actually help people in this room as well as online to actually figure out how do we actually decumulate in a responsible way? So apart from the replacement rate, because Malaysians' replacement rate is really, really low. So what do we do? How do we do it? At least one practical advice from each of you, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think this sort of comes back to what is the largest mistake that people make in retirement, right? I think it's not knowing your numbers. So if you have this much of retirement money, you're going to wonder, will it last? Will I have enough? Should I spend this much? Should I not spend this much? I mean, you want to maximize whatever you can spend, and at the same time, you want the money to last, right? It kind of like there's conflicting objectives there. So unless you know your number well, it's going to be difficult. So when I say know your number well, the thing to do really is that you need to focus on your decumulation strategy at the same time you save and invest, because that's the whole picture. You accumulate so that you can deaccumulate later on. So you need to have that second part of the picture. So you need to know what is the kind of retirement expenses that you will need to pay for. Are you going to downsize? Are you going to move into a smaller home? Are you going to retirement
so
home?
know your number. All right. Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
know your number, and then you can work towards it.
All right. Thank you. Balkis? Just one practical advice.
One is like failing to plan is planning to fail. So therefore, do your 4% rule when you decumulate, and so that you not only add years to your life, but also add life to your years.
Thank you. Cik Abbas?
I'll stick to the same message. Automate your discipline. Accumulate, you can use a lot of auto-labo functions. Even decumulate, still, if you can find avenues, automate that discipline.
Okay, thank you. So, if there was one more, since we still have time, what is the magic formula for accumulation of wealth? Any takers for this question? Any magic formula? Cik Abbas?
Really, I mean, at the end of the day, when it comes to layman people, mass, savings, investing is like the last thing on your bucket list when it comes to spending, right? When it comes to using their salaries and all that. So that is why you really have to force it. And it's like institutions like us, we will try to make sure that people force it into their habit. So that's why we come up with a lot of this kind of functions to really push Auto Labo. I keep repeating Auto Labo because I feel that, people take it for granted, but it's something that one day can really save their lives post-retirement.
Okay, one question to Balkis. Balkis, what are you doing with your retirement savings? Where is your money? Is it in PNB or somewhere else?
Thank you, Balkis.
Rahsia. Undi adalah rahsia. So I think it's always about diversification, yeah. So you don't put your eggs in one basket. So you have at PNB, PF, unit trust, put it everywhere, invest in property, gold, whatever. As long as it's well diversified, you can then best manage all the risk that you may face.
So you got gold lah?
No lah, I pokai. I just talk about this topic. I'm like the example of non-rational human being, like prone to shopping. Yeah. So my kids even buy me the book Confessions of a Shopaholic.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are on time, and hopefully you won't be going through too much traffic. Please thank my great panel here. Obviously, we don't always have enough time, but hopefully we've addressed the question.
Thank you very much to Ms. Regina and also the panel. Let's go for a quick group photo. Thank you for those insightful perspectives on navigating life after the accumulation phase. Planning for retirement isn't just about saving, it's about sustaining. So by understanding longevity risks and tailoring strategies to individual needs, we can all move toward a more secure future. Let's give the last panel one final round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It has been an incredible day thus far. We have journeyed through insightful discussions, forward-looking ideas, and powerful reflections on how we can navigate the future together in the unit trust industry. All right, from innovation and regulation to investor needs and retirement planning, today's conversations have truly inspired us to adapt, evolve, and continue delivering value with integrity and confidence. As we bring the FIMM Annual Convention 2025 to a close, we hope you are leaving with fresh perspectives, renewed motivation, and a stronger sense of purpose in shaping the next chapter of the industry. Thank you once again to our esteemed moderators and speakers for all of the rich conversations and discussions. Let's give a huge round of applause for all of them, ladies and gentlemen. Before we officially draw the curtains to FIMAC 2025, of course, we will have our Kahoot quiz later on and lucky draw. So please stay put and stay tuned until the end of the conference. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, to show his appreciation for your participation here today, we would like to now invite the host himself, Mr. Kalion Leong, for his closing remarks. Please welcome him, ladies and gentlemen.
Time, but thank you for staying back. When we took the title, Navigating the Future, many things came to mind. But if there is one thing you can take home from today's event, is that we all need to future-proof ourselves, be it upskilling or go through the accumulation and decumulation journey. I personally learned a lot today, and I'm really looking forward to your feedback on how we can make future events or sessions even better. I really hope you had a wonderful time, like myself and my team. And with that, I would like to thank many, many people. Number one, to all participants, be it physically and virtually. To all the panelists, moderators, the MC Nadia, Like Up 7, and those who have posed their questions. Okay. To the film board, the sponsors, the translators, and the vendors. And special thanks to my family team for pulling and planning this event, which I wouldn't have been able to do it without them. Thank you for staying this long, and may you win a prize in the lucky draw. And don't you wish those who have left regret when the number is called for the draw later. Okay. Have a wonderful evening and safe journey home until we meet again in FIMAC 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again to Mr. Kalion Leong. Your words perfectly capture the spirit of today's convention, one of growth, resilience, and forward vision. We truly appreciate your leadership and continued support in guiding the industry toward greater heights. Thank you again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as promised, we have great and amazing prizes to give away today, including cash vouchers, but you will need to earn it through a